Whole Story Quest Audiobook presents Now She's Dead by Ben Cheetham. Narrated by Rosie Ackerman. Chapter 1 2016 Somewhere near Hastings. Jack Anderson had no words left to say to his wife. All he could think to do as the long hours of the night closed in was hold Rebecca close. She felt distressingly limp in his arms. Her face, naturally pale, was as white as the bedsheets, making her long hair look even blacker. Her eyes, the bluest eyes he'd ever seen, stared into nowhere. Every so often he kissed her gently, feathering his thumb over the gold wedding band on her ring finger. She showed no sign of knowing he was there. He didn't want to take his eyes off her. But during the early hours, sleep ambushed him. He awoke with a jolt. Rebecca's side of the bed was empty. He sprang from beneath the duvet to search the upstairs rooms. All were unoccupied, except for one with a little girl sleeping in it. The girl's hair was as glossily dark as her mother's. Her soft, round cheeks were flushed with the warmth of bed. Jack winced as the question Naomi had asked the previous day came back to him. "What's wrong with Mum?" He'd looked into his daughter's eyes, the eyes of a 7-year-old coming to terms with the realization that the world isn't all love and laughter. And it was as if a vice was squeezing his chest. "She's just tired, sweetie," he'd replied in a voice that sounded dishonest to his own ears. "She'll be fine once she's had a good night's sleep." Wrenching his gaze away from the sleeping child, Jack hurried downstairs. There was a note on the bottom step. "Gone for a walk." Normally there wouldn't have been anything unusual in that. Rebecca loved walking along the towering coastal cliffs, a short drive from their home. But things had been far from normal lately. He looked out of the front door. Rebecca's Toyota was gone. He snatched up the phone and dialed her mobile. His call went through to voicemail. He tried again with the same result. Uncertainty creased his forehead. He couldn't go out in search of her and leave Naomi alone in the house. He considered waking Naomi and taking her with him, but decided against it. She'd been through enough worry already. Jack paced around, phoning Rebecca every few minutes to no avail. When he heard Naomi get out of bed, he forced his lips into the semblance of a smile and went upstairs. Naomi was sleepily clutching a stuffed doll that Rebecca had bought her. His heart hurt at the sight. "Morning, sweetheart. Did you sleep well?" "I dreamt Mum was better." "Is she better?" "She's a lot better today." Jack hoped with everything in him that he wasn't compounding yesterday's lie. Naomi's face brightened. "Can I see her?" "She's gone for a walk." There was no point in telling Naomi her mum was asleep. She was like Jack. She had sharp eyes. She'd spot that Rebecca's car was gone the moment they left the house. Naomi's big blue eyes widened in surprise, but she said nothing. He noticed something shining on her wrist. A silver bracelet. His heart skipped. The bracelet had been a first anniversary present from him to Rebecca. She'd never taken it off from the day he'd put it on her until now. Why now? The question increased his anxiety tenfold. "When did your mum give you that?" Naomi's porcelain smooth forehead creased faintly. I don't know. It wasn't there when I went to bed. Should I take it off?" Jack concealed his anxiety with another smile. "No, sweetheart." He rushed Naomi through the morning routine, eat breakfast, wash face, brush teeth and hair, put on school uniform, then drove her to school and kissed her goodbye. For the first time in weeks, she ran into the playground with a smile on her face. Jack sped off towards the coast. He found Rebecca's Toyota parked in the usual place. He sprinted along the windswept cliff-top path as if he were in a race for his life. The sun was shining in a cloudless sky. People were out walking and admiring the sparkling views from the sandstone cliffs. The vice in his chest turned several twists tighter when he spotted a small crowd at the cliff's edge. "What's going on?" he gasped with what little breath he had left. "A woman fell," someone replied. "She didn't fall," put in someone else. "She jumped." Jumped. The word almost crushed Jack to his knees. He gaped over the cliff, 30-odd meters straight down to broken rocks and churning waves. There was no sign of a body, but no one could have survived such a drop. He grew dizzy and swayed on his feet. Hands caught hold of him and pulled him to safety. After that, things became blurry. Jack remembered the police and coast guards arriving. He remembered the witnesses providing them with a description that fitted Rebecca. He remembered a helicopter circling above the sea in search of her. But all of it was filtered through a black and white haze of pain. The next thing he remembered with vivid colour was finding the text message from Rebecca on his phone. Chapter 2. 1 year later. Manchester. All the photos scattered across the bed were of the same willowy, almost ethereally beautiful woman. Jack Anderson lay amidst them, his bloodshot eyes fixated on a photo of Rebecca and himself. She was wearing a simple white satin wedding dress and holding a bouquet of pink roses. He was standing beside her in a pinstriped grey suit with a blue carnation in the lapel. Both were beaming into the camera from the arched stone porch of the church, where they'd just said, "I do." They looked like the perfect couple. There was no hint in their faces of the heartbreak to come. Jack asked the question that had passed his lips 1,000 times and more since his wife's death. "What happened, Rebecca?" There was no answer, and never would be. But that didn't stop the question from hammering at him. His mind looped through the weeks that had led up to that day. Rebecca's depression had deepened relentlessly. Nothing, no pills, no therapists, had stopped her deterioration. It wasn't the first time she'd been depressed. After Naomi's birth, postnatal depression had laid her low for months. But this was different. It had hit her out of the blue, like a breeze block dropped from an airplane. "Where's this coming from?" Jack had asked her in bewildered desperation. "We love each other. We've got a beautiful daughter, a house of our own, good jobs. What is there to be depressed about?" In reply, Rebecca had looked at him with her big, sad eyes as if to say, "If you don't know, I can't tell you." At first there had been lots of tears. Rebecca would lock herself in the bathroom and Jack would listen to her sobbing through the door. Then came the silence, the staring off into a place only she could see. That was infinitely worse than the tears. A sob rose from the pit of Jack's stomach as scenes from the day Rebecca died spooled out in front of him. He saw everything as if it was happening right that second. The crowd on the cliffs, the waves frothing against the rocks, the circling helicopter, the text message. Jack reached for his mobile phone and found the message. "I love you and Naomi more than I can bear. I'm so sorry." That sorry haunted Jack. What did it mean? Was Rebecca sorry for killing herself? Was she sorry for something else she'd done? Something that had pushed her over the edge? Or had she simply been sorry for being depressed? Maybe she hadn't killed herself. Maybe she'd been on her way home, determined to defeat her depression when she slipped and fell. He would never know. The Coast Guard hadn't recovered Rebecca's body. A verdict of accidental death had been recorded. Jack and Naomi had wept over an empty coffin at the funeral. Jack's phone rang. It was Laura. He didn't answer the call. He couldn't speak to his sister right now. Not on this day, this first anniversary. Like a merry-go-round of pain, the images came around and hit him again. The crowd, the cliffs, the sea, the helicopter. Oh, Christ, it was too much to bear. He needed a drink. Not merely to get drunk, but to obliterate himself. That was the only way he knew to escape the memories for a few hours. He headed down to the kitchen, stepping over cardboard boxes. He'd been in the new house for nearly 2 months, but still hadn't got around to unpacking. He grabbed a bottle of vodka from the work surface. Vodka had been Rebecca's favourite drink. Now it was his chosen route to oblivion. There were only a few centimetres of liquid left in the bottle. Not nearly enough for his purpose. He knocked it back and made for the front door. He hit the street at a jog. The constricting sensation in his chest was agony. He hadn't realised until Rebecca's death that heartbreak was a physical thing. Every sober second of every day since then was as if his heart was literally being ground into dust. He bought 70 centilitres of vodka from the nearest off-licence and gulped it down. He retched a few times, drawing glances of indifference, disgust or sympathy from passers-by. He knew how he looked. Unshaven, crumpled clothes, but he'd long since ceased to care what others thought of him, except, that is, for Naomi. Oh, he would be mortified if she saw him like this. A spasm of guilt tugged at Jack's haggard features. Naomi. He wasn't the only one suffering. She was in pain too. Oh, Naomi, my beautiful little girl. You selfish prick, he muttered at himself. You should be with her. It was too late for that, though. He was far too gone to get himself straight tonight. The guilt and pain subsided as the drink did its work. Head bowed, not noticing where he was going, Jack continued walking. The nighttime streets were quiet. He paused in the pool of a street lamp to take another swig from the bottle. A woman came around the corner and pulled up at the sight of him. She stared at him nervously for a heartbeat before crossing to the opposite pavement. Oh, what happened, Rebecca? He mumbled, as he continued on his path to nowhere. After a while, he became aware that his legs were struggling to carry him. Lifting his head, he saw that he was walking alongside a park. He staggered through a gate and slumped to the grass beneath a tree. A sultry summer breeze brushed his face as he stared through the branches at glimpses of stars and space. He finished the bottle. The alcohol weighed down his eyelids. His eyes fluttered open as a scream split the night. He struggled up onto an elbow, squinting blearily into the encircling darkness. There was no one to be seen. Anyone there? He slurred. Silence. He tried to stand up, but his limbs were reluctant to cooperate. Oh, fuck it. He fell back, closing his eyes again. He drifted in a fog of drunken self-pity for a while, before merciful blankness took him. Chapter 3. Pale morning light streamed through the branches, illuminating drops of dew on Jack's face. He awoke with a pounding headache and a mouth like sawdust. Sitting up, he dug out a packet of Marlboro and lit one with a scuffed old Zippo. His gaze landed on a group of people gathered around something towards the far side of the park. A frown touched his forehead as he hazily recalled the scream. On stiff legs, he headed over to the people. From beyond the park's perimeter came the wail of approaching sirens. A woman was sobbing into a man's shoulder. Other people were pressing their hands to their mouths as if they might vomit.
Don't look,
a pasty-faced man said to Jack.
Trust me, you don't want to see it.
Jack made his way to the front of the little crowd. The woman was lying on her back between bushes a few metres from the path. She was slim, with long dark hair. She looked to be in her mid-20s or early 30s, although her face was so bloody it was difficult to tell. There were what appeared to be knife wounds on her face, neck, chest, and arms. The surrounding grass was black with blood. She was dressed as if for a night out. Shoulderless black dress, matching high heels. The dress was pulled up to under her small breasts. Her underwear had been removed and lay nearby along with an unopened handbag. Her legs were splayed as if she was waiting for someone to climb between them. Her buttocks and inner thighs were stained with feces. Most horrifyingly of all, her stomach was horizontally slashed open just below her belly button. Glistening coils of vital organs bulged through the wound. A shudder of disgust shook Jack, not simply at the sight of the dead woman, but at himself. It was surely her he'd heard screaming. She might still be alive if he hadn't been too drunk to get up and investigate. He turned his back on the sickening sight. Police cars had pulled up at the park's main gate. Constables were getting out of them. Jack moved off in the opposite direction. There was nothing for him to say to the police. He didn't have a clue what time he'd heard the scream. He went into a cafe for a coffee. What were those sirens about? Wondered the man who served him. A woman's been killed in the park, said Jack. The man's eyebrows lifted. Another one? What do you mean? A girl was killed 3 nights ago. Not in Alexandra Park. Over in Didsbury. Don't you watch the news? Jack hadn't kept up with the news in a long time. Since Rebecca's death, his world had shrunk to a tiny bubble of his own misery. There was no space in there for anyone else's. How was she killed? She was stabbed like 20 or 30 times. Whoever did that's got to be crazy, don't you think? Jack nodded. He drank his coffee as he walked. The caffeine cleared away the cobwebs of his hangover. He was no longer thinking about the dead woman in the park. His mind was back in the same old loop. What happened, Rebecca? What were you sorry for? He stopped at an off-licence to buy a bottle of vodka, for when the need to escape himself overwhelmed his need for answers. He heaved a sigh at the sight of the little suburban semi he'd bought for Naomi and himself to make a new start in. The house had an unoccupied look. The lawn was overgrown. There were curtains in some windows. Others were blacked out with newspaper. As he stepped into the hallway, he was struck by how lifeless and alien it felt. A blanket and pillow were screwed up on the sofa in the bare-walled living room. He'd rarely slept in a bed since Rebecca's death. He doubted if he would ever get used to sleeping alone in a double bed. He dropped into an armchair and closed his eyes, but not for long. Too many images, too many questions. She's gone, and there's nothing you can do to change her, he told himself sharply. He knew his words were true, just as he knew they would have no effect. When Rebecca died, it was as if he'd died too, and been plunged into hell. An insistent knocking started at the front door. Jack knew it had to be Laura. No one else knocked on his door like that. He wearily rose to his feet. Ignoring her wasn't an option this time. Laura wasn't the type to give up easily. Besides, it occurred to him with a little tightening of his chest that she might have something to tell him about Naomi. "About bloody time," Laura said as he opened the door. She was wearing her pale blue nurse's uniform and holding a full carrier bag in each hand. Her hair, mousy brown like Jack's, was tied back in a ponytail. She had the same hazel eyes as him too, but unlike his, her eyes were clear and keen. They examined him as if he was a patient, firmly, but with care. "God, Jack, look at the state of you!" He opened his mouth to speak, but she continued. "Before you ask, Naomi's fine. I dropped her off at school on my way over here." "Did she mention Rebecca at all last night?" once or twice. She had a little cry, but I put a movie on and she settled down. Jack gave his head a shake of self-recrimination. I'm sorry, Laura. I should have come over. From the looks of you wouldn't have been much use if you had done. Jack acknowledged the truth of Laura's words with a sigh and repeated, I'm sorry. Listen, it was the first anniversary of Rebecca's death. I understand that you needed to be alone. But does Naomi understand? Jack waited for Laura to say, yes. Instead, agonisingly, she avoided his gaze. She manoeuvred past him into the hallway, sniffing the air. This place smells worse than the geriatrics ward, she joked grimly, putting the carrier bags down in the kitchen. She pointed at Jack. Upstairs, now. Shower, shave, put some clean clothes on if you've got any. I'll make you breakfast. There's no food in. Yeah, I know. That's why I brought some with me. There was no point arguing with Laura when she was in this mood. Jack went upstairs. He stood under the shower, trying to feel the hot water and nothing else. Then he shaved at the sink. The face that emerged from under the heavy stubble was thinner than it had been a year ago, more lined. The eyes stared back at him from hollows of grief. He dug jeans and a t-shirt out of a suitcase. Mixed in amongst his clothes was one of Rebecca's blouses. He pressed it to his face and inhaled. He could still smell her on it, but the scent was fading. Breakfast ready, Laura called to him. The sizzling of frying bacon greeted Jack as he descended to the kitchen. The windows were wide open. Laura surveyed her brother approvingly. There you go. You almost look like a member of the human race. Laura had set the table. She served up 2 fried breakfasts, which they ate in silence. Laura leaned back in her chair, looking steadily at her brother. Now it was his turn to avoid her eyes. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? She began. There was no firmness in her voice, only compassion. I love having Naomi. She's welcome to stay with me for as long as necessary. But it's not me that she really needs. She needs a dad. Jack lifted his guilt-racked gaze to Laura's. Don't you think I know that? She's the most important thing in my life. I want to be there for her more than anything. I can't stand the thought of her seeing me like this. Sort yourself out. I wish I could, Laura, but I don't even know where to start. Start by doing something to bring you out of yourself. Go back to work. Oh, I'm not ready. Well, you can't keep on like this, Jack. You seem hell-bent on slowly killing yourself, but you don't have that luxury. Laura reached to rest her hand on Jack's. You have to be strong. For Naomi. He almost scoffed at the platitude, but caught himself. Look at me. How am I supposed to be strong? I don't know, but you won't find the answer in a bottle of vodka. Laura glanced at her watch. I've got to go. I'm due on the ward in 20 minutes. She gave Jack's hand a squeeze and pushed her chair back. Leave then, he said as she cleared the table. I'll do it. At the front door, Jack kissed Laura on the cheek. Thanks for breakfast, sis. Tell Naomi I love her. Phone and tell her yourself. Or better yet, come round and see her. The crow's feet at the corners of Jack's eyes deepened. I will. You'd better, Laura said in a mock-threatening tone. Jack watched his sister get into her car and waved as she accelerated away. He returned to the kitchen and picked up the breakfast plates. He thought about Naomi's blue eyes, black hair and china skin. It was impossible to look at her without seeing Rebecca. He'd promised himself time and again that he would hold it together for his daughter. But every time he saw her, he fell apart. He dropped the plates into the sink and moved through to the living room. He drew the curtains and slumped into the armchair. Rebecca. He closed his eyes.
What happened, Rebecca? What happened?
Chapter 4. Jack stood outside Laura's little terraced house for a long time, working up the nerve to knock on the front door. All he could see in his mind's eye were the cliffs and the sea. All he could hear was the whoosh of waves and the whomp-whomp of rotor blades. His hand clenched into a fist, but instead of knocking, he thudded it into his thigh. What was the matter with him? He hadn't lied to Laura. Nothing meant more to him than Naomi. So why was he standing out here instead of showing her how much he loved her? He already knew the answer. It wasn't simply that she reminded him of Rebecca. That was part of it, for sure, but there was something else. The way she looked at him with such need, hope, and vulnerability. It terrified him because he knew he was going to fail her the same way he'd failed to save Rebecca. He turned suddenly and walked away from the door. "You're a fucking coward," he told himself. As he trudged along, Jack tossed vodka down his throat. His face glistened with the drizzle that had been falling for the past hour or so. The fine droplets were thickening into heavy rain. He glanced upwards as thunder rumbled across the starless night sky. On the other side of the road were tall, wrought-iron gates set between stone posts. Beyond the gates, a tree-lined avenue led through ranks of graves. Jack had spent a lot of time in graveyards since Rebecca's death. He'd visited her memorial plaque at Hastings Crematorium a few times, but he felt no connection to her there. Rebecca wasn't in the urn behind the plaque. She was somewhere at the bottom of the channel. Besides, the crematorium was always busy. He preferred the solace of old cemeteries. He felt more comfortable with the dead than the living. They didn't judge or expect anything of you. He staggered across the road and rattled the gates. Padlocked. He put the bottle through the bars and scaled the gates. His T-shirt caught in a fleur-de-lis spike. He pulled it free with a tearing sound and lowered himself to the path. As Jack wandered deeper into the cemetery, the sounds of the city receded and silence stole over him. He looked almost jealously at the graves. For their occupants, the suffering was over. No more memories, no more questions, no more pain. Most of the graves were marked by standard headstones. Interspersed among them were clusters of elaborate memorials, tall pedestals with winged angels atop them, miniaturized classical temples, pointed obelisks. The rain was weighing Jack down. He felt as if he could barely take another step. He veered off the path, dragging his feet along in search of somewhere to shelter. Neatly tended graves gave way to weed-choked plots occupied by cracked and fallen headstones. Light from a building that formed part of the cemetery wall faintly illuminated an altar tomb half-shrouded by ivy and enclosed by a low rusty fence. The altar tomb was carved into the likeness of a church ornamented with spires and arches. The church roof overhung the walls sufficiently to provide some shelter. Jack stepped over the fence and squatted under the overhang. He put out a hand to balance himself. It passed straight through the ivy. He lifted the tangled veil aside, revealing a collapsed section of wall. He sparked his Zippo into life. The flame illuminated a patch of compacted earth long enough to lie out on. He crawled into the tomb's hollow interior. It smelled of old stone and damp earth. Rain drummed against the arched roof, dripping through unseen cracks. He swallowed more vodka and closed his eyes. He imagined he was the grave's occupant, buried 6 feet under, and that all he knew was darkness. He wished he could stay in that place, where there was no past to torment him. Not forever,
but long enough for the pain to fade. He would gladly have given up a year or two of his life if only it had allowed him to live again. A drip hit his forehead. He wiped it away. A sliver of bright light at the rear of the tomb caught his eye. Had someone seen him climb the gates? Were they searching for him with a torch? He pressed his eyes to a flared horizontal crack. His breath stopped in his throat. The crack looked towards the nearby building, a big old house with tall windows. A light had come on in a first-floor window. The curtains were open and the sash window was drawn up, as if to let in the sounds of the storm. A woman was sitting in the window. A red blouse hung off one of her slender shoulders. She was brushing long black hair that framed a china-white, strikingly beautiful face. Jack watched the motion of the hairbrush as if mesmerized. His gaze glassily traced the lines of her neck, jaw, lips, nose, cheeks and eyes. She was about 15 meters away. He couldn't tell the colour of her eyes from that distance, but in his mind they were startlingly blue. It was as if he was looking through a window into heaven.
Rebecca,
he murmured.
Rebecca.
His heart plummeted as the woman rose and moved away from the window. No, he whispered. Come back. A light came on in a larger neighbouring window. Jack exhaled as the woman reappeared. She stood at the window, staring into the rain. Her blouse's plunging neckline revealed a swell of cleavage. It wasn't the kind of thing Rebecca would have worn, but that didn't matter. Everything else was as it should be. The hair, the skin, the facial features, the build. She even looked about the same age as Rebecca had been. Jack ached to reach out and touch the woman, pull her into his arms and crush her to him. She glanced over her shoulder as if at a sound. A low moan rose in Jack's throat as she moved away from the window. Long minutes passed with no sight of her. The light went off in the larger window. Seconds later she approached the other window and closed the curtains. The light went off behind them, too. Jack continued to stare through the crack until it became obvious that he wasn't going to catch another glimpse of her. He collapsed face first to the earth, trembling all over. Behind his eyelids he saw Rebecca, only now she was wearing a red blouse. Tears filled his eyes as he asked her, "What happened?" "If you don't know, I can't tell you," she replied in her soft Sussex accent. Chapter 5. When Jack came to, the first thing he did was put his eyes to the crack. He blinked at the sun peeping over the house's slate roof. It was the sort of oversized Victorian mansion that developers love to convert into flats. It was positioned side-on to the cemetery, facing a quiet, leafy street. The curtains were open in both first-floor windows. The window where the woman had sat brushing her hair was now closed. She was nowhere to be seen. Had she gone to work? From the position of the sun, Jack guessed it was around 8 o'clock. He'd been passed out for a good 7 or 8 hours. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd hoped to see the woman in daylight, partly to get a better look at her, partly to confirm she hadn't been a phantom of his inebriated mind. He watched the windows for a while before skulking out of the tomb. If the woman was in, he didn't want her to see him. The cemetery gates were open. He made his way back to Cheetham, feeling set apart from the bustle of the rush-hour streets. Noises and faces seemed distant, vaguely unreal. He went into a shop for vodka. A schoolgirl was standing in the queue. She looked curiously at him. He thought about Naomi. She would be just about to leave for school. He found Laura's number on his phone. His finger hovered over the dial button.
Coward. Failure.
The familiar words rang in Jack's mind like accusations in a courtroom. More followed them.
You couldn't be the husband Rebecca needed, and now you can't be the father Naomi needs. All you're good for is wallowing in self-pity and booze.
As if to confirm the words, he returned the phone to his pocket and took out his wallet. Upon arriving at his house, Jack pored over the photos of Rebecca. He conjured up a mental image of the woman in the window. The photos reinforced her striking similarity to Rebecca. They could have been related, sisters even. The thought of the woman's black hair, pale skin and long, slim body made his heart pump with, if not renewed life, then at least something that resembled it. Who was she? What was her name? He had to know. He rooted through boxes until he found what he was looking for. A pair of binoculars he'd used for bird-watching on the Sussex coast. He'd often taken Naomi with him. She'd enjoyed listing the birds they spotted. Sometimes she would grow bored and noisy in the way all children do, but Jack hadn't cared. He'd simply been happy that she wanted to be there with him. That seemed like a different life now. Jack showered, shaved and dressed. He ate what remained of the bacon and eggs Laura had brought. A free local newspaper landed on the doormat. "Were they killed by the same assailant?" ran the cover headline. Underneath were 2 photos of attractive young women. Both were dark-haired and slightly built. On July 16th, the body of Abigail Hart, 26, was found near a lonely road in Didsbury, began the article. She had been brutally stabbed and mutilated whilst making her way home from a night out in the city centre. Her body had been posed in what police describe as a sexually provocative position. 2 days later, Zoe Saunders, 29, was also making her way home after a night out. Her body was found the following morning in Alexandra Park, Moss Side. He tossed the newspaper aside. He wasn't interested in the murders. Right that moment, he wasn't even interested in finding a way to break through his fears and doubts about his ability to be a dad. All he was interested in was the woman in the window. With the vodka bottle stuffed into his jacket pocket and the binoculars in the other, he headed back out. It was a warm day. Vodka-scented sweat beaded his forehead by the time he got to the mansion. It was at the head of an affluent-looking street of similar properties, many of which had been broken up into flats and offices. Jack approached the mansion's front door. An intercom indicated that it comprised of 4 stories of flats, including a basement level. Each floor had 3 flats on it, which meant the flats on the first floor were numbered 7 to 9. He continued around the back of the building, holding himself as if he had a right to be there. A slatted wooden fence screened communal bins. There were large bins for general waste and smaller ones for recyclable materials. He upended a paper bin. Amongst the newspapers, magazines, cardboard and junk mail, there were personally addressed envelopes and letters. Some letters had been torn to pieces. Others had been screwed up. He found a fragment of one addressed to Mr. Zhang in Flat 8. The name was Oriental, unlike the woman. So, unless she and Mr. Zhang were an item, she most likely lived in Flat 7 or 9. More searching revealed an empty brown envelope addressed to Miss Camilla Winter, Flat 7. He sifted through the rest of the rubbish, but didn't find anything for Flat 9. He headed for the street. A sporty little car was pulling into the car park. Dale 1 boasted its personalised number plate. Jack wondered what sort of arsehole would drive around with a reg like that. A man got out of the car. Dale, assuming that was his name, looked to be in his early 30s and was dressed in a polo shirt, jeans and sockless loafers. He was a little taller than Jack, broad-shouldered, blonde and handsome, in a catalogue model sort of way. He cast an uninterested glance in Jack's direction, walking with swagger that made it seem as if he owned the entire building. Jack avoided eye contact. He found a shady bench in the cemetery and Googled Camilla Winter on his phone. A list of hits came up. Top of the bill was a link to the Manchester Evening News. Rising opera star to headline hometown charity concert. He followed it and found himself staring at a photo that made his hands shake ever so slightly. Camilla was wearing a low-cut black dress. Sleek black hair cascaded down her back. She was casting a seductive look towards the camera over her shoulder. Her full lips glistened with crimson lipstick. A hint of blusher highlighted her high cheekbones. Mascara outlined her eyes that were as blue as Rebecca's. He tenderly traced her outline. The shadows had shifted a couple of centimetres by the time his gaze moved onto the text. Camilla Winter has deservedly won plaudits for her performances with La Bella Vita Opera Company. Now the talented young soprano is bringing her silky voice to Manchester Opera House. On Saturday 22nd of July, she will be singing the role of Violetta in Verdi's La Traviata. All proceeds from the concert will go to Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. Miss Winter, who grew up in Didsbury, commented, "It's wonderful, if a little nerve-wracking, to be performing in my hometown for the first time. I've been lucky enough to perform all over Europe, but it's been a lifelong ambition of mine to take to the stage at Manchester Opera House." At the end of the article there was a ticket line number. Jack rang it. There were single seats still available. He booked the one with the best view. Then he weaved his way through the headstones to the altar tomb. He glanced around to make sure no one was about. A small, empty silver car was parked outside the cemetery railings near the entrance to the Flats car park. He took out his binoculars for a close-up view of the interior of Camilla's flat. The smaller window looked into a bedroom. The walls were hung with paintings of naked lovers embracing. There was a mirrored wardrobe and a dressing table. From that angle, he couldn't see the bed. The other window looked into a living room. There wasn't much to see. A few more paintings, a mantelpiece with 2 candles on it, and a flat-screen television attached to the chimney breast above it. Shelves of books and ornaments, a closed door. Jack ducked behind the altar tomb as the door opened and a figure stepped into view. It was the man from the car park. Dale. Jack's eyebrows knitted together. Who was he? A friend or relative of Camilla's? Her boyfriend? Dale dropped from view and the television came on. Jack crawled inside the tomb and kept watching. The morning tipped over into afternoon. It was pleasantly cool in the stone cavity. Jack's eyes began to drift shut. They sprang wide when Camilla appeared in the living room doorway. The binoculars made her seem close enough to touch. She was wearing a white summer dress that clung to her tiny waist. Her hair was up in a tight bun. There was little makeup on her face other than eyeliner and pink lipstick. Her lips were drawn into a smile that reached up higher on one side than the other. Jack's heart thumped against his ribs. Rebecca had used to smile like that before depression sank its claws into her. Dale rose back into view. He approached Camilla and they kissed passionately. Jack's knuckles paled on the binoculars. It was almost as if he was spying on Rebecca and a lover. Camilla led Dale by the hand into the bedroom. They made a beautiful couple. Dale was almost a head taller than her. His blonde hair and tan skin contrasted with her dark hair and pale features. They were equally good-looking, unlike Jack and Rebecca had been. Next to Rebecca, Jack had always felt like a cart horse paired with a thoroughbred. She could have had any man she wanted. He'd often wondered why she was with him. He'd asked her that question more than once over the years, to which her reply was always the same. I don't want any man. I want you. Dale pulled Camilla to his chest. They kissed again for what seemed like a long time. Camilla moved to close the curtains. Jack let out a breath of relief, as if he'd been freed from a sight that was as hypnotic as it was painful. He put the vodka bottle to his lips. As the liquid seared his throat, images of Rebecca and himself making love swirled in his mind. Most of the time she'd been happy for him to dictate their love-making, but occasionally she would take control.
"I'll do anything for you,"
he'd used to tell her at such times.
"Just ask and I'll do it."
He'd been true to those words, except for one occasion. He'd pored over that incident countless times since her death, wondering if it had any significance. A year or so after Naomi's birth, their dormant sex life had awoken with a ravenous appetite. They'd got drunk and were going at it on the living room floor. The booze had ignited a wild light in Rebecca's eyes. She kept gasping, "Fuck me harder, Jack. Harder, harder." Suddenly, she'd grabbed one of his hands and pulled it to her throat. "Strangle me, Jack."
"No, I don't want to,"
he'd replied in a shocked tone. His refusal had extinguished the light in Rebecca's eyes. She'd squirmed out from under him and lain with her back to him. He hadn't known what to say other than,
"Sorry. You've got nothing to be sorry for,"
she'd said in a flat voice.
"Please, let's just not talk about it."
And they hadn't talked about it. Jack had all but forgotten it even happened until after Rebecca died. Then it had come back to him and he'd wondered,
did she need something I couldn't give her? Had she looked for it elsewhere?
He'd scoured her belongings and emails, talked to her friends and colleagues, but found nothing to suggest his suspicion was justified. It was late afternoon, and Jack was halfway through the vodka when Camilla opened the curtains. A silky red dressing gown loosely tied at the waist exposed the valley between her breasts. Her thick hair hung around her shoulders. She seated herself at the dressing table and brushed it. Dale appeared fully dressed behind Camilla and nuzzled her neck. She lifted a hand to cup his cheek, then he turned to head for the door. A minute later, a powerful engine revved on the other side of the wall that divided the cemetery from the car park. The sound faded as the car, surely Dale's sports car, accelerated into the distance. Jack hoped Dale didn't return that day. He ached to spend the evening alone with Camilla. She rose and moved into the living room, picking up a sheath of papers somewhere along the way. Pacing back and forth, she leafed through them. She stopped to open the sash window and lift her face to the afternoon breeze. Taking a step back, she broke into song, her voice rising as clear and high as the sky. The language was foreign. It sounded like Italian. Little shudders ran through Jack. He'd never heard anything so lovely, except perhaps Rebecca's laugh. Camilla broke off, frowning as if she'd heard something she didn't like. She sang the same few words 9 or 10 times before slapping the papers down on the windowsill. She grabbed a packet of cigarettes, lit one, took a drag, then hurled it out of the window as if disgusted by it. A faint spiral of smoke rose from where it landed in the cemetery's long grass. She put a cordless phone to her ear. Jack caught a few snatches of half-shouted words. "I can't! I've tried! I can't hit it!" Her voice quivered as if she was ready to burst into tears. She hung up, returned to the bedroom and untied her dressing gown. Jack looked away as the robe fell off her shoulders, but his gaze slid back to her. Her body was as flawless as her face. Beneath the soft curvature of her breasts, a flat belly led down to a triangle of dark hair between milky thighs. She put her underwear and a summer dress on, slung a handbag over her shoulder and left the room. Jack gave it a moment to make sure she didn't return before creeping out of the tomb and over to where the cigarette had fallen. A brief search exposed the nub end. A hint of lipstick stained its filter. He placed it between his lips. It had a sweetish taste. He put it in his jeans pocket and headed for the cemetery's entrance. His stomach was full of vodka and not much else. If he was going to stave off unconsciousness long enough to see Camilla return, He needed something to eat. Chapter 6. Jack was eating a sandwich in a fast food restaurant when his phone rang. It was Laura. He guiltily remembered saying he would call or visit Naomi. Laura wasn't about to allow that one to slip by. She'd become fiercely protective of Naomi since taking her in. Doubtless, she was ringing to give him an earful. It was no less than he deserved. Steeling himself, he put the phone to his ear.
"Oh, sorry, sis," he began. "I've got no excuses,
It's not Aunt Laura,"
a small, nervous voice broke in.
"It's me."
Jack was startled into silence.
"Daddy, are you there?"
asked Naomi. Jack sucked in a head-clearing breath and tried to inject a little lightness into his voice.
Hello, sweetheart. I wasn't expecting it to be you.
"Aunt Laura said you wanted to speak to me. You do, don't you?"
His heart squeezed at the doubt in Naomi's voice.
"Of course I do."
He scrambled for something else to say.
"How's school?"
"It's okay." The response was a verbal shrug.
"Are you okay, Dad?"
"I'm a lot better."
"That's what you said about Mum."
"I know, but I really am a lot better."
Jack hated himself for lying. But what else was he supposed to say?
I'm a drunken mess who'd rather spend his time peeping on a stranger than face the reality of bringing up a child alone.
"Does that mean I can come to live with you?"
He winced. Naomi's hope was even more painful than her doubt.
"Not quite yet."
She made a disappointed little sound.
"When, then?"
"I don't know, sweetie. I thought you enjoyed living with Aunt Laura."
"I do, but I want to be with you. Why can't I be with you, Dad?"
There was a tremor of tears being held back. Jack closed his eyes to dam his own tears.
"You can, just not right now. I'm working through a few things. Tell you what, I'll decorate your bedroom. What colour would you like it to be?"
Blue, like the sky is blue."
Jack was silent. Naomi's old bedroom had been summer sky blue. Rebecca had chosen the colour because it matched her and Naomi's eyes.
"Is that okay, Dad?"
It wasn't okay. Jack knew the colour would hurt him every time he saw it. But how could he say no?
"Of course, sweetheart. Listen, I love you very much. I only want what's best for you. And right now what's best for you is staying with Aunt Laura. But it won't be forever."
Nothing is, he thought. Life had a way of tricking you into thinking things would just go on as they always had, when the reality was the exact opposite. The only certainty, apart from death, was that nothing was certain. Rebecca had taught him that.
"Do you promise?"
"I promise."
"Cross your heart and hope to die?"
"Cross my heart and hope to die. You'll be moving into your new bedroom before you know it, sweetie. I love you," Jack said again. "You know that, don't you?"
"Yes, Dad."
He let out a little sigh of relief. He'd needed to hear Naomi say that.
"Is your aunt there?"
"Uh-huh."
"Put her on."
Laura came on the phone.
"Hi there."
"You could have warned me before putting Naomi on the phone," said Jack.
"Why would you need warning?" Laura asked curtly. "Have you been hitting the bottle again?" Jack didn't try to deny it. He could hear the slur in his voice. All he could offer was another lame, "I'm sorry."
"It's not me you should be apologising to."
He took a deep breath of resolve.
"I'll make this up to her. I don't know how, but I will."
"Well, decorating her bedroom will be a good start," Laura said more softly. "And when you're finished, maybe you'll give serious consideration to what I suggested last time we spoke."
"You mean going back to work?"
"I mean, putting that brain of yours to proper use. Have you seen the news today? Another body's been found. The third in 4 days.
Where?
Chorlton. Jack frowned. His house, he couldn't bring himself to think of it as a home, was in Chorlton. He'd chosen the area because it was a quiet suburb with good schools, plenty of green space and a low crime rate for Manchester.
Was it a dark-haired young woman?
Got it in one. Some psycho stabbed the poor cow to death in her flat. They're saying there might be a serial killer out there.
But the police are saying there's no evidence the murders are linked.
How did you guess?
Denial was their default position. Had the woman's stomach been cut open?
It didn't say so on the news. A hopeful rise came into Laura's voice. Have you been making some sneaky inquiries?
No.
So, how do you know about that stuff?
Jack thought about the woman in the park. Her bloodied and battered face, her spread-eagled legs and the grotesquely smiling stomach wound. He changed the subject. Please don't pull this trick again, Laura. I understand why you did it, but what you've got to understand is I'm trying to protect Naomi.
I'm not sure that's completely true. I think this is more about you than her. But I don't suppose I've got much choice other than to go along with you. I'm telling you though, Jack, next time I come round to your place, you better have at least slapped some paint on Naomi's room.
Jack fell silent. He'd intended to say, I'll phone Naomi when it's done, but he realised how hollow the words would sound. After hanging up, he rose and left the restaurant. The conversation had killed whatever appetite he'd had. His gaze slid longingly towards the cemetery.
What do you think you're playing at?
He muttered. With a disgusted shake of his head, he turned in the opposite direction. Chapter 7. Jack browsed the DIY store's paint aisles. He gingerly ran his fingers over a sky-blue label before putting the tin it was stuck to in a trolley along with gloss, terps, brushes, rollers and dust sheets. He lugged his purchases back to Chorlton. A street of large houses tucked away behind hedges and trees was cordoned off by a blue and white plastic tape. Halfway along the street, police vehicles were clustered outside a 70s-style flat-roofed block of flats. A team of forensic officers in full white scene suits were trooping into the flats. Jack didn't stop to watch. His house was only 4 streets away. Although it was hot outside, the hallway felt cold. He headed upstairs to the room that Naomi had chosen to be hers. Boxes of her belongings were piled on the carpet, along with a plastic-wrapped mattress and sections of a bed waiting to be assembled. The plan had been that Naomi would stay with her aunt for a fortnight while Jack sorted out the house. She'd been there for the better part of 2 months now. An almost unbearable heaviness weighed down on Jack as he contemplated the room. With laboured movements, he shifted the boxes onto the landing. He spread out the dust sheets and poured paint into a roller tray. The paint went onto the walls dark, but dried a pale, bright blue. It was a colour in which you could lose yourself and never find your way back. What happened, Rebecca? Did you fall? Did you jump? Oh, God, please somehow find a way to tell me. Jack realised that he'd stopped painting. The roller hung like a dumbbell at the end of his arm. All around him, all he saw was blue. Blue. The blue suddenly changed to red. He jerked up his arm and hit the wall with the roller, denting the plaster. Next, he snatched up the paint tin and hurled its remaining contents over the room like an unhinged artist. He flung the tin aside and stalked down to the living room. He dropped into the armchair and set to work on the rest of the vodka, not caring that his hands and clothes were smeared with wet paint.
Who are you kidding?
He scowled.
You'll never sort this house or yourself out.
The vodka worked its black magic. Jack felt as if he was shrinking into himself. The room receded from him like a light at the beginning of a tunnel. When he next opened his eyes, the room was bathed in purple twilight.
The first thing he thought about was Camilla. A desperate desire to see her throbbed through his veins. This time he didn't fight the urge. He drunkenly fought his way into clean clothes and left the house. As he swayed along the pavement, a police car cruised towards him. It slowed down and its driver gave him a long look. Then it stopped and 2 constables got out.
"Excuse me, can we talk to you?" "Oh, I can't help you," interrupted Jack. "I wasn't in the area last night."
"Do you live around here?"
Jack nodded, thumbing over his shoulder towards his house.
"Can we see some ID?"
Jack took out a wallet and flipped it open. The constables looked at his ID. They exchanged a glance.
"Sorry for bothering you, sir," said one. "We'll let you get on your way. Have a good evening." "Yeah, right,"
Jack said with a scoff of laughter as they returned to their car. The streets were eerily quiet. Apart from a few foolhardy teenagers and the odd man with the purposeful stride of someone on their way to the pub, Jack saw no one. Word was out. There was a killer on the prowl. A maniac. Lock your doors and don't open them to strangers. He detoured to buy more vodka. It was dark by the time he reached the cemetery. He dragged his alcohol-sodden body over the locked gates and found his way to the altar tomb. The lights were off in Camilla's apartment. He settled down to await her return, taking occasional sips from his new bottle, just enough to stave off the pain without knocking him out. It was almost 11 o'clock when Camilla returned home. Jack's heart soared at the sight of her, but nosedived as Dale stepped into view. Dale was sharply dressed in a grey suit. His face was flushed, his movements jerky. Symptoms Jack recognised only too well from his own heavy drinking. Dale dropped out of sight in the middle of the living room. Camilla left the room and returned a moment later with 2 tumblers of what looked like whiskey. Strands of hair had come loose from her bun on her head. Jack could see tension in her expression. Dale's hand rose into view to take a glass. Camilla approached the window and opened it wide to the muggy night before picking up the sheath of papers. Glaring at them as if they were an old enemy, she broke into a snatch of song. Jack closed his eyes and, for a shuddering few seconds, he could feel her voice touching him like silk. Camilla broke off momentarily. Then her voice rose again, this time in anger.
"Give it a rest! How dare you tell me to give it a rest?"
Jack's eyes snapped open. Camilla's back was to the window. Dale stood up, pointing at his forehead and saying something that Jack couldn't make out.
"I don't care if you've got a headache,"
Camilla yelled, theoretically flinging her arms apart.
"In 2 days I have to perform in front of thousands of people. The national press will be there. If I'm not perfect, they'll tear me to shreds."
Dale's voice rose in response.
"Oh, stop being so bloody melodramatic. This is Manchester, not Vienna, darling."
He emphasised the final word sarcastically.
"No one gives a shit if you don't hit every note." "I give a shit. Don't you understand?"
"Yeah, I understand." Dale's lips curled into an ugly sneer.
"You want them to love you for your voice. I hate to be the one to break this to you, babe, but you don't get the part just because of your voice." "Oh my God, you're so fucking ignorant."
Dale approached Camilla and said something else, his voice dropping too low for Jack to hear. He reached for her breast, but she slapped his hand away and spat a retort at him.
"You disgust me."
Dale's voice grew loud again.
"Ugh, don't play the offended innocent with me, Camilla. I know how your filthy little mind works. You'll make the perfect Violetta, because the thought of being a prostitute secretly gets you wet."
Camilla's hand flashed up. The contents of her tumbler flew into Dale's face. He grimaced at the stinging alcohol. His hand shot out to encircle her throat.
"No!"
Jack dropped his binoculars and scrambled out of the tomb. Dale's hand was still on Camilla's throat. She didn't try to prise it away. Instead, she threw her head back defiantly, as if challenging him to tighten his grip. Jack started running, his eyes scouring the wall for somewhere to scramble over.
"Don't you hurt her," he said to himself. "Don't you hurt my Rebecca."
He saw himself kicking in the flat's front door, wrenching Dale away from Rebecca and twisting the bastard's arm so hard that the bone snapped. His foot hit a fallen gravestone. He tripped and fell flat on his face. Winded, he stared up at the window. Dale let go of Camilla and flung his glass at the wall. She spun away from him as shards of glass went flying. Jack glimpsed her face. He saw no fear. She appeared to be relishing the confrontation. She whirled back around to Dale. "Get out of my flat!" My flat. Those words gave Jack a lift. They meant that Camilla and Dale didn't live together. Dale glared at Camilla for an instant longer before storming out of the room. She stalked after him. Jack struggled to his feet, staggered back to the tomb and resumed his vigil. After a minute or two, Camilla returned to the living room. As if re-energized, she snatched up the sheath of papers and belted out a spine-tingling burst of song, her voice soaring higher than before. She threw the papers down, this time not in frustration or anger, but in triumph. She switched off the light and left the room. Minutes later, she reappeared in her bedroom, having let down her hair, removed her makeup and changed into her dressing gown. With her face unadorned and her hair flowing free, she looked even more beautiful to Jack, just like Rebecca used to do. Rebecca. Jack recalled with a jolt what he'd said as he ran towards the cemetery wall.
"Don't you hurt my Rebecca."
Oh,
"You're going to lose your mind, Jack," he told himself. "You need to leave here and never come back. Get up, Jack. Get up and leave right now."
But he remained where he was, watching Camilla perform her nightly ritual of brushing her hair at the dressing table. Even when she closed the curtains and the light went out, he continued watching, hoping to see her again, if only for a fleeting instant before the night was through. Chapter 8. When Jack awoke from a sleep he hadn't intended to fall into, soft morning light was seeping into the tomb. Shivering and rubbing life into his hands, he put his eyes to the crack. The bedroom curtains were still closed. He squinted at the vodka bottle. There were 2 finger widths left in it, enough to take the edge off his pounding headache. He drank it down, suppressing a cough as it hit his raw throat. He lit a cigarette chaser and settled back into watching the flat. He didn't have to wait long before Camilla emerged from her bedroom, looking as fresh as the morning. She perched on the windowsill in her dressing gown, sipping from a teacup and perusing the sheath of papers. When she next left the room, Jack squirmed out of the grave and headed for the cemetery's entrance. He made his way past the block of flats to a tree, from behind which he could inconspicuously watch the front entrance. 3/4 of an hour later, Camilla stepped outside. As usual, her hair was pinned up and her face was flawlessly made up. She was wearing a close-fitting pastel blue summer dress and matching heels. A little black handbag dangled from her shoulder. She walked with the easy grace of a catwalk model, looking more like someone you would see in Cannes than Manchester. Desire surged through Jack.
"Rebecca,"
he murmured. To his delight, Camilla set off on foot. He waited until she'd gone 100 or so meters before following her. He was careful not to close the distance as he tailed her along leafy suburban streets. Puffs of clouds scudded across the sky, but wherever Camilla went, the shadows seemed to draw back. She made everything around her seem grey and drab by comparison.
"This is so wrong. You have to stop this."
The thought entered and left Jack's mind as fleetingly as the clouds veiled the sun. She's in an abusive relationship. He told himself she needs protecting. But he knew his words were an empty excuse. He didn't simply want to protect Camilla. He wanted to hold her, look into her eyes and call her by a name that wasn't hers. Camilla stepped into a newsagent. She paused on her way out to open a packet of cigarettes. She took a couple of drags on one before stubbing it out and hailing a passing black cab. The taxi accelerated away in the direction of the city centre with her in it. Jack had a good idea where it was going. He phoned for a minicab. When it arrived, he directed the driver to Manchester Opera House. The minicab crawled along a busy dual carriageway lined by post-war semis, fast food outlets and retail parks. Suburbia gave way to bland blocks of flats and glittering steel and glass towers. Construction cranes punctured the skyline, signalling a city on the up. Closer into the centre, the stark modern buildings were offset by streaks of Edwardian red brick and pale stone edifices. The cab pulled over outside the Opera House, a wide building of stuccoed brick with a roof like a Greek temple supported by 6 fluted columns. Above the 2 central columns, a stone lintel was engraved with "The play mirrors life." Half a dozen posters along, the building advertised La Traviata. Camilla, or rather Violetta, stared wantonly out of them, draped in an off-the-shoulder crimson dress. Jack stood motionless for a moment, spellbound by the paleness of Camilla's skin, the blackness of her hair, and, above all, the blueness of her eyes. He peered through a glass door into a deserted foyer. He tried the door. Locked. He caught sight of a black cab reflected in the glass. Camilla got out, along with 2 other women. Jack put his head down and moved away from the doors. Camilla didn't look in his direction. She and her companions approached a windowless side door. It was opened by someone he couldn't see, and they went inside. He took up a position on a street corner opposite the Opera House. With only a day to go until Camilla's performance, he guessed she was in for a long rehearsal. He was right. The day had worn away into a pink-skied evening by the time she eventually emerged from the windowless door. Office workers on their way out of the city centre had been replaced by a steady stream of revellers heading into it. Camilla was at the middle of a chattering, laughing little crowd. She was smiling as if she was happy with the way things had gone. Exchanging kisses and waves, several of the group broke away and flagged down a taxi. The rest, Camilla included, joined the revellers. Jack shadowed them, his eyes fixed on her every move. A few hundred metres along the road, the group entered a busy, glass-fronted bar. Jack watched them mingle into the crowd. His heart tugged as he lost sight of Camilla. The tugging pulled him into the bar. Towards the front, people were perched on tall stools at small round tables. Further back, they were gathered at rectangular tables and a spotlit bar counter. Blackboards advertised tapas and the Cuban's legendary Cuba Libre Granitas. Lilting Latin music played over the hum of conversation. Jack spotted several of Camilla's group at the bar counter. She wasn't amongst them. His gaze swept the room, stopping with an electric jolt on a booth against the left-hand wall. Camilla was sitting side onto him. A spotlight highlighted her every feature. In profile, she looked so much like Rebecca that it dazzled Jack. He became aware that people at a nearby table were casting curious glances at him. In a daze, he approached the bar counter. "What can I get you?" asked a barman. "Vodka. Do you want tonic and—" "Vodka. Straight." Jack knocked back his drink and motioned for a refill. Camilla's companions clustered around her, partially blocking his view. He adjusted his position, drawing nearer. He wasn't worried about being conspicuous anymore. All he cared about was drinking in her face as thirstily as he downed shots of vodka. With bittersweet pleasure, he imagined himself touching her, kissing her, whispering in her ear how much he loved her. He could almost hear her murmuring back, "I love you too, Jack."
A tall, suited figure stepped between him and Camilla. He found himself looking into a face that was tanned and moisturized to within an inch of its life. Dale stared back for a second, his eyebrows pinching together as if he was trying to place Jack's face, before turning to order drinks. Jack dropped his gaze, but he was aware of Dale shooting further glances at him. Dale took a tray of rum shots to Camilla's table and doled them out amongst the group. "Just finish your drink and go," Jack told himself, but he might as well have been talking to a wall. As if he was being manipulated by an irresistible force, his eyes returned to Camilla. His breath caught in his throat. She was staring back at him. There was no uneasiness in her eyes, only a faint curiosity. He gripped the bar counter as if to keep from losing his balance. Dale was staring at Jack too, with far from friendly eyes. As Dale rose to his feet, Camilla caught hold of his arm. He shrugged her off and strode towards Jack. The sight broke the spell holding Jack in place. He turned and made for the front entrance. Dale moved to intercept him and placed a hand firmly on his chest. Dale's 2 white teeth flashed as he said, "I knew I recognised you from somewhere. I saw you outside the flats the other day, didn't I?" "I think you've mistaken me for someone else." "I don't think so. I've got a good memory for faces." Dale's lips curved into a smile that seemed to suggest he could wipe the floor with Jack if he so wished. "Take your hand off me." Jack's voice was steady, unintimidated. Dale's smile faltered, but he didn't back down. "What's your deal? Are you a pap or some kind of sado stalker?" Stalker. The word echoed in Jack's mind. "Is that what I am? Is that what I've become?" "Whoever you are, I'm warning you," continued Dale. "Stay away from my woman. Do you hear me?" Jack made no reply. Dale's voice dropped to an angry hiss. "I said, do you fucking hear me? Knock this prick's teeth down the back of his throat!" Jack's instinct shouted at him. Resisting the urge, he nodded. Dale stepped back, grinning again, pleased with himself. "Now fuck off, and don't come back." Jack headed outside. "I won't," he promised himself. As if to reinforce the words, he repeated them over and over. "I won't. I won't." Chapter 9. Jack suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see Naomi. He broke into a run. 2 groups of lads were drunkenly squaring up to each other on Deansgate. Cutting across the road to avoid them, he turned onto Bridgewater Street. Sweat poured out of him as he passed into the exhaust fume-scented darkness beneath the Metrolink bridge. His lungs struggled to keep up with his legs. He came to a stop with a searing stitch in his side. A year ago he could run 10 kilometres without getting out of breath. There was a whole sea of vodka between then and now. "No more," he told himself. "This stops right now." He flagged a taxi and told the driver where to go. The driver eyed Jack's sweaty, unshaven face. "Hard day?" Resting his head back against the seat, Jack sighed heavily. "Hard year." 20-odd minutes later, the taxi pulled over outside Laura's terraced house. A light glowed behind the downstairs curtains. Upstairs was dark. A low gate led to a postage stamp front yard. Jack knocked softly on the front door, as if afraid of making too much noise. Laura's face appeared between the curtains. Her eyebrows twitched with surprise at the sight of Jack. The curtains fell back into place. A moment later the door opened. Laura was wearing a dressing gown and slippers.
Vertical lines clustered between her eyebrows as she took in her brother's tired and drawn features. Jack preempted her. "Yeah, I know, I look like shit." "And then some." Laura motioned him inside, adding in a hushed voice, "Naomi's in bed." They went into a living room furnished with a comfortable-looking sofa and armchair. There was a thick rug in front of a cast-iron fireplace. A television was muted in a corner. Everything was clean and fresh, the opposite of Jack's living room. Laura picked up a glass of white wine and took a sip. "I would ask if you want a glass, but—" She tailed off meaningfully. "I'd say no if you did. I'm off the drink." Laura arched a doubtful eyebrow. "You smell more like you've been on it all day." "I have, but that was the last time. From now on, I'm teetotal." "What brought on this decision?" There was a cautious note in Laura's voice, as if she'd heard this speech before. With a stab of shame, Jack thought about the past few days of lurking like a ghoul in the cemetery. Every time he'd gone there, he'd felt as if he was moving a little further away from the world of the living. It was on the tip of his tongue to confess all, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. "I've been thinking about what you said. You're right, Laura. If I keep on like this, I'll end up dead. Naomi's already been through more than any kid should ever have to, without me doing that to her. I want to be there for her whenever she needs me, be it tomorrow or 30 years from now." A smile in which happiness and sadness were intertwined broke through Laura's caution. "I can't tell you how glad I am to hear you say that, Jack." "I'm sorry, Laura. I've been so selfish." He rested his forehead on her shoulder. "Why has this happened to me, sis? What did I do to deserve this?" "You did nothing to deserve it. Sometimes bad things happen to good people." Jack didn't argue. He'd seen the truth of those words demonstrated hundreds of times. Somehow, though, it hadn't crossed his mind that one day he would be on the receiving end of that pitiless reality. He'd thought that if he did the right thing, followed the rules, played nice, he would be insulated from the pain. For months after Rebecca's death, he'd despised himself for being so blinkered. Even now, all he could say in reply was, "I just don't understand." "Perhaps that's because there's nothing to understand," suggested Laura. "There has to be. Otherwise, how am I ever supposed to get past this?" "You have to stop asking yourself these questions, Jack. All you're doing is beating yourself up over and over." Laura stepped away from him. "Sit yourself down. I'll make you a cup of tea and a bite to eat." As she left the room, Jack dropped onto the sofa. He only remained seated a few seconds before standing and moving into the hallway. He padded upstairs to an open door. Naomi hadn't been able to sleep with her bedroom door closed since her mum's death. For weeks she'd kept seeing Rebecca's face in the darkness. "You were just having a bad dream," Jack had tried to explain, but she always insisted that she hadn't been asleep. She'd been so certain that one night Jack crept into her room and sat watching her. Deep into the early hours, she'd woken with a sob and called for him. "I saw Mum again," she'd said when he moved to comfort her. A strange sense of disappointment had filled him. He'd seen nothing. Jack peeked into the bedroom. Naomi was lying on her side, knees drawn towards her chest. Her fawn-like limbs poked out of 2 small pyjamas. The anniversary bracelet gleamed on her wrist. The bracelet haunted him almost as much as Rebecca's final text message. Why had she given it to Naomi? Was it because she'd known she wouldn't be returning home? Or had it simply been an impulsive present? Someone to assuage her guilt about the pain she'd caused. More questions with no answers. Naomi's sleeping face looked peaceful. Jack saw nothing of himself in her. He only saw Rebecca. The familiar urge to turn away swept over him. He forced himself to keep looking. His mind returned to Camilla. Only now he seemed to see her face clearly for the first time. It was broader and more angular than Rebecca's. Her eyes held a confidence bordering on arrogance that Rebecca had never possessed.
Rebecca, what happened? Make me understand.
He turned at a touch on his shoulder.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Whispered Laura.
She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Tiptoeing forwards, Jack ever so gently covered Naomi with the duvet. She stirred, but didn't open her eyes.
Sleep tight, sweetheart, he mouthed. Don't dream.
They returned to the living room. Laura had made Jack a mug of tea and a sandwich.
Thanks, he said, but I'm going to head off.
Stay a while. He shook his head.
There's a lot to do to get the house ready for Naomi.
Yeah, but surely you're not going to do anything tonight.
I've wasted enough time, Laura.
Jack headed for the front door and turned to kiss his sister. She grimaced at his stubble.
Do me a favour and have a shave. It's like being kissed by sandpaper.
Jack attempted a smile. It almost looked like the real thing.
I'll see you soon.
He walked away fast, trying to think about Naomi and nothing else. Chapter 10. Jack washed the pots and disinfected the kitchen. He flung out a bulging black sack of empty vodka bottles. He filled the washing machine, emptied boxes, set up the television, hoovered, dusted and scrubbed. He opened every window. It was getting light by the time he started on Naomi's bedroom. After pulling up the paint-encrusted carpet and throwing it in the back garden, he built Naomi's bed. He worked at it with borderline manic urgency, afraid that if he slowed down, the questions would come flooding back, and with them the compulsion to find his way to an off-licence and then the cemetery. Finally, he accepted that if he didn't take a break, he would collapse. After showering, shaving and putting on clean clothes, he drove to a nearby retail park. At a red traffic light, his gaze was drawn to a billboard with Camilla staring out of it. He gaped up at her, sinking into the blue of her eyes. The beeping of a car behind brought him back to the now green light. He accelerated away. He ordered a carpet for Naomi's bedroom, bought another tin of paint and filled a supermarket trolley with all Naomi's favourite food. Back at the house, he painstakingly emulsioned the bedroom. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, thinking about what he needed to do when the paint was dry. Set out Naomi's stuffed toys and dolls, her books, her collection of miniature ceramic cats. Everything would be just so for her first night in her new home.
Home,
Jack said with a certain reluctance. Was that what this place was now? He went around the house looking for jobs to do. In his bedroom, he caught sight of a photo of Rebecca. For an instant, he was caught between the yearning to drop to his knees like a worshipper at an altar, or to turn and run and not stop until he had a bottle to his lips. He did neither. Instead, he snatched up the photo and put it in a drawer. Downstairs, he set about cooking Naomi's favourite meal, spaghetti bolognese. The bedroom wouldn't be ready today, but he could invite her and Laura over for a meal. He figured that would ease Naomi into the idea of moving in. Jack left the sauce simmering and moved into the living room. It felt like a different room, welcoming instead of oppressive. Even the sunlight shining through the window somehow seemed brighter and friendlier. To occupy his mind, he turned on the news. A swarthy, middle-aged man was addressing a scrum of journalists. The man had short salt-and-pepper hair and was handsome, if stern-featured. He wore a grey suit and a suitably sombre expression. A caption at the bottom of the screen identified him as Detective Chief Inspector Paul Gunn.
Newspapers seem convinced that these murders are the work of one individual,
the Chief Inspector was saying in a reedy southern accent.
I would like to stress once again that we have no evidence at this time to support that theory.
Still wheeling out the same old company line, even though he must know it's bullshit, thought Jack. No wonder he looked so stressed.
However, I would also urge caution, especially for women in the Greater Manchester area. If you're planning on a night out, don't travel alone to and from your destination. If you're staying in, make sure your doors and windows are secure. And if someone comes knocking after dark, don't open the door unless you know and trust the person on the other side of it.
Jack snorted a humourless laugh. DCI Gunn might as well have said,
"We haven't got a fucking clue who's doing this or why, so don't blame us if your stupidity gets you killed."
The Chief Inspector said something else, but Jack tuned out of his voice. He'd heard enough to know there was nothing worth hearing. Christ, he was so tired. He felt like he could sleep for a month. He allowed himself to close his eyes. As always, Rebecca was there in the darkness. He inhaled slowly through his nose and out through his mouth. "Accept the pain. Accept that this is your life," he murmured. "Just let it come and let it go. Let it come and let it go." It was a mantra he'd repeated hundreds of times over the past year. A therapist had explained the importance of accepting reality for what it was, rather than what you wanted it to be. Don't run away from painful thoughts, but don't indulge them either, the therapist had told him. Take a step back and let them be. That way they'll gradually lose their power over you. At least that was the idea. It hadn't worked for Jack so far, but that hadn't stopped him from trying. For Naomi's sake, he would have attempted anything to release Rebecca from his mind, even if it was the last thing his heart wanted. Jack's eyes popped open and refocused on the screen. DCI Gunn was gone. In his place was an incongruously bubbly female entertainment correspondent. She was outside Manchester Opera House.
"I'm delighted to have with me the star of tonight's show," she said. "Camilla Winter is a homegrown talent who, after a series of critically acclaimed performances, has the world of opera at their feet."
"I wouldn't go as far as to say that," Camilla put in modestly. Jack leant forwards, his eyes shining. A lacy white dress pushed up Camilla's breasts and flared outwards below her impossibly narrow waist. A silver necklace set with blood-drop gems adorned her long neck. Earrings dangled like chips of ice from her earlobes. Corkscrews of hair spilled from beneath a crown of white flowers. Makeup made her lips as plump as ripe cherries and her eyes as big as the sky.
"Tell us how it feels to perform the lead role in one of the world's most famous operas in your hometown," said the correspondent.
Ever since my mother brought me to this place as a young girl, I've dreamed about singing here."
"So, it's a dream come true."
"It really is, yes." Camilla's voice was soft and assured, but Jack detected a tiny wobble of nerves. A hint of vulnerability that did more to enhance her beauty than any amount of makeup. Tingles rose from the nape of his neck to the crown of his head.
"And the entire proceeds from tonight are going to Royal Manchester Children's Hospital," said the correspondent.
Camilla's glistening lips parted to reply. With an immense effort of will, Jack reached for the remote and switched off the television. He closed his eyes again. Rebecca and Camilla's faces flashed at him like superimposed images. He repeated Laura's words. "You have to be strong." Platitude though it was, he needed it right then. He returned to the kitchen, tasted the bolognese sauce, then looked around himself with a glint of desperation in his eyes. His gaze fixed on the overgrown garden. He dragged the lawnmower out of the shed, pushed it back and forth across the lawns, then set to work on weeding the flower beds. Sweat lathered his face beneath the afternoon sun.
He continually ran his tongue over his lips. He had an itch, but not one he could scratch with his hands. It seemed to start at the centre of his brain and spread through his body like a virus. God, he needed a drink so badly. Even more than that, he needed to see Camilla. "Be strong," he said again, but there was less conviction in his voice. He uprooted weeds like his future depended on it. The itch became tongue-chewingly intense. He wondered if this was how the killer felt. Maybe they'd fought the urge to kill for as long as possible before caving in. "Oh, why should I even try to fight this?" he muttered bitterly. "Tell me, Rebecca, why should I?" A single word echoed in his mind. Naomi. He shook his head as if he didn't want to hear it. "All I ever wanted was to be a husband and a dad. Now I don't know how to do either. What happened, Rebecca?" His voice rose in grief and anger. "What fucking happened?" He strode into the house, turned off the hob and went upstairs. After showering, he put on a white shirt and a navy blue suit. He didn't inspect his appearance in the mirror. He couldn't bear to look himself in the eyes. He phoned for a taxi to take him to the city centre. The opera didn't start for several hours. That suited Jack just fine. He had some catching up to do before then. Chapter 11. Jack drained his glass and glanced at a clock. 7:45. Not long till the show started, but long enough to toss back a couple more drinks. His gaze roamed the barroom. It was quiet for a Saturday night. The few customers who came through the doors were all in groups of 2 or more. Manchester's citizens, it seemed, were paying attention to Chief Inspector Gunn. Jack clocked several of them shooting him. The only solitary drinker in the place, where he looks. He wondered if everyone who'd brought tickets would turn up for Camilla's show. He drifted into a fantasy where he was the only spectator in the auditorium. Camilla sang to him and beckoned him onto the stage. They embraced, and when they drew apart, he found himself looking into Rebecca's face. "I love you more than I can bear," she told him with tears in her eyes. "Why is it more than you can bear?" he asked. She closed her eyes as if afraid he might see the answer in them. "I miss you so much, Rebecca. I miss you so—" Jack flinched at a tap on his shoulder. "Listen, mate, I don't want any trouble," said the barman. "But you have to leave. You're making all the customers nervous talking to yourself like that. And everyone's nervous enough already." Jack left without protest. It was a perfect summer's evening. Turquoise sky, air like a caress. On evenings like this, Rebecca and he had used to sit on the patio, sipping wine and watching swifts draw circles in the sky. Sometimes they would let Naomi stay up, and she would lie snuggled in the crook of his arm, chattering on, asking endless questions. "Do birds talk to each other? Where does the sun go at night? Why is the moon white when the sky is black?" Jack would try his best to answer her, but sometimes he would have to admit, "I don't know, sweetheart." People were queuing out of the opera house's doors. Many were older couples, not put off by the threat of the killer stalking young women. The queue led into a red-carpeted lobby, where stalls sold confectionery and merchandise. Jack purchased a glossy programme with Camilla on its cover. He handed his ticket to an usher and followed a sign for the gallery and bars. A tannoy called people to their seats. Jack continued against the general flow into a bar area. He knocked back a quick vodka and ordered another to take to his seat. The auditorium was an echoing space with an arched ceiling of illuminated square panels. Banks of green velvet flip seats shelved steeply towards balcony rails. Fluted pillars flanked private boxes. A green velvet curtain fringed with gold tassels screened off the stage. The orchestra were fine-tuning their instruments in the pit. People were milling about in search of their seats. Jack found his near the back of the second-floor gallery. Apart from the odd empty seat, the auditorium was at capacity. Despite his fantasy, Jack felt comforted by the enormity of numbers. The last thing he really wanted was for Camilla to see him. After his confrontation with Dale, she was sure to be thrown by the sight of him. He would have hated to ruin her big night. Even worse was the thought that she might try to put a stop to his stalking. Stalking. His forehead creased at the word. But there was no dressing it up as anything else. He'd become the very type of person he despised. A prowler, a deviant, and the worst part of it was that right then he didn't care. He had no thoughts of Naomi, no thoughts of his career or future. The only thoughts he had were of Camilla and of drinking until the final shreds of his personality were stripped away. The lights dimmed. The audience broke into applause as the conductor appeared from the wings and took up his position in front of the orchestra. The conductor bowed to the audience, then turned to the musicians and raised his baton, bringing the string section to life. The horn section joined in, and the pace gradually built. There was a lull in the music. Applause filled the auditorium again. The conductor resumed at a furious pace. As the orchestra responded in kind, the curtain rose to a peal of laughter from the stage. The scene was a lavishly furnished candlelit room. Gilt-framed oil paintings of voluptuous naked women and arrow-wielding cherubs adorned the walls. Men in evening suits were drinking champagne and smoking cigars at a long table decorated with bouquets of red roses. A line of women in ruffled silky dresses danced into the room. At their head was Camilla, or rather Violetta. They milled around, fluttering fans in front of their pale, powdered faces as the men broke into song. White-wigged servants carried in trays piled comically high with cream cakes. Opera glasses were attached to the back of the theatre seats. Jack hired a pair and focused in on Violetta as she took centre stage, surrounded by men who eyed her like a prime cut in a butcher's shop window. She accepted the hand of one and led him to the table, singing words that made Jack shudder, though he didn't understand them. Her voice soared over the orchestra, the other sopranos, the altos, the tenors, the baritones, and the basses, leaving them so far behind that he lost sight of them. He watched Violetta like someone lost in a memory. When she sank onto a divan sofa, theatrically coughing and clutching her chest, he made as if to rush to her aid. He was halfway to his feet before he came to his senses and sat back down. Minutes or hours might have passed when the curtain fell in front of Violetta, leaving the auditorium in darkness. Jack blinked as the lights rose. Camilla appeared from between the curtains to rapturous applause. She bowed, blew kisses and mouthed thanks to the audience. Other cast members emerged to share in the applause before all retreated from view. The tannoy announced that there would be a short interval before Act 2. Jack headed for the bar. 2 drinks later, he was back in his seat. Act 2 began in a wood-panelled sitting room. The paintings of voluptuous women had been replaced by sombre portraits. The champagne flutes had been swapped for china teacups. There followed what seemed to Jack an interminable scene involving a country gent and a maid. Jack's eyelids drooped. He had no interest in these characters. Finally, they left the stage and Violetta reappeared. His eyes popped wide open, following her every movement. His ears hung on her voice. Other characters came and went without him noticing. When Violetta broke down in tears, he felt a sting in his own eyes. All too quickly, she departed the stage again. The country gent returned. So too did Jack's drowsiness. It settled over him so heavily that before he realised it, his chin was resting against his chest. He awoke with Rebecca's voice seeming to echo in his ears.
I love you more than I can bear. More than I can bear.
A brightly illuminated bed with Rebecca lying on it filled his vision. Her hair was lank. Her pallor was sickly. Fear and something else that he read as a desperate appeal for understanding lined her face. She clutched a pillow to herself as if struggling against pain. Jack stood up, stretching out a hand to comfort her. "Could you please sit down?" The annoyed voice came from behind him. He blinked as if jolted out of a trance. The woman on the bed was no longer Rebecca. It was Camilla, or Violetta. "Sorry," he fumbled out. He suddenly felt suffocated. He had to get outside into the fresh air. He squirmed his way to the end of the row and half ran out of the auditorium. Upon reaching the street, he leant against a wall, heaving in lungfuls of air. Light-headed, he swayed across the road, forcing a car full of young lads to brake sharply. "Wanker! Brake!" they shouted. Jack knew they were right on both counts. He was a wanker for letting down Naomi, and a freak for stalking Camilla. And yet he also knew he wasn't going to sober up and make another desperate attempt to pull himself together. He was going to buy a bottle and take it to the cemetery. Chapter 12. Jack made his way to the cemetery on foot. He just barely had the energy to haul himself over the gates and worm his way into the tomb. Camilla's windows were dark. He wasn't surprised. She would be at an after-show party, celebrating her success, soaking up the congratulations. No doubt Dale would be with her, basking in her reflected glory. He wrinkled his nose as if he'd caught a whiff of something nasty. Now there was an arsehole who deserved to be put in his place. He shone his phone light at the opera programme, running his eyes and fingers over Camilla's face. Muffled laughter attracted his attention. The living room light was on. Camilla and Dale were holding each other. Dale was wearing a black suit and bow tie. Camilla had changed into a red dress. They danced round the room, laughing, kissing and swigging from champagne flutes. They looked luminously alive. They made Jack feel like something dead and decaying. Dale upended a champagne bottle, but nothing came out. Pulling a mock-sad face, he retreated from Camilla and out of the door. She pirouetted towards the window, snatched up the sheath of papers and triumphantly flung them into the air. As they fluttered down around her like oversized confetti, she danced through to the bedroom. Jack felt a crawl of pleasure as Camilla examined her reflection at the dressing table, running her tongue over her lips and applying fresh lipstick. She let her hair down and brushed it slowly, sensuously. From the length of time Dale had been absent, Jack guessed he'd gone out to buy more champagne. He hoped some accident befell Dale on the way to the shop. Nothing too serious. A sprained ankle would do. 10 more minutes. That's all I want with her, he told himself. But he knew it wasn't true. 10 minutes, an hour, a day, it would never be enough. A flicker of movement drew Jack's gaze back to the living room. He squinted as if unsure of what he was seeing. It wasn't Dale. Unless Dale was playing a trick on Camilla. No, definitely not Dale, decided Jack. Whoever it was, they were a good few inches shorter than Dale. The figure was wearing a bulky black raincoat that made it impossible to tell if they were a man or woman. Thin black hair contained a face like something out of a horror movie. The skin was a yellowish green and wrinkly as a week-old corpse. The nose was witchily long and hooked. The eyes were lost in black ringed sockets. It's got to be a mask, hasn't it? But if it's not Dale underneath, who is it? The figure pressed their back to the wall next to the living room and raised an arm. The light caught on something in their gloved hand. A knife. The sight pierced the alcoholic miasma of Jack's mind. He sprang up so suddenly that his head crunched against the roof of the tomb. He fell back to his hands and knees, dazed. His gaze swam towards the living room window. He saw what had put the figure on alert. Dale appeared in the doorway, a bottle of champagne in one hand, a bouquet of red roses in the other. He stepped into the room with a big, dumb smile on his face. "No, you idiot, look behind you!" Jack slurred like a drunk at a panto. The knife flashed downwards, plunging into Dale's back. An almost comical look of bewilderment replaced his smile. His expression turned to horror as the knife rose and descended again. He took a few faltering steps before turning towards his attacker. A groan whistled past Jack's teeth. The knife blade was buried to the hilt in the back of Dale's head. The champagne and flowers dropped to the floor. Dale swayed on his feet for a second before following them. His killer stooped to retrieve the knife and turned towards the hallway. Jack's gaze darted to the bedroom. Camilla was staring towards the door as if she'd heard something. Dale didn't appear to have cried out, but his body must have made a thud when it hit the floor. She rose to her feet. Jack moved too, flinging himself towards the hole in the tomb's wall. As he scrambled outside, the ivy seemed to clutch at him like restraining hands. He threw a glance at the living room window. The knife-wielding figure was gone. He hesitated as a possibility tumbled through his mind. Maybe they hadn't been there in the first place. Maybe the figure and Dale had been a hallucination conjured by grief, alcohol, and lack of sleep. He hoped he was right. Better that he was losing his grip on his sanity than any harm came to Camilla.
"It's not real. It's not real," he chanted, willing his words to be true.
He looked at the bedroom again. Camilla was gone too. A heartbeat later, she reeled back into view. She wasn't alone. The killer sprang after her, stabbing downwards. Camilla twisted so that the blade skimmed past her. She grabbed her attacker and they staggered around as if in a clumsy parody of her dance with Dale.
"It's real!" Jack's mind screamed. "It's real!"
He started running. Although he pumped his legs as hard as possible, it felt as if he was moving in dreamlike slow motion. Then he was at the cemetery wall. He half climbed, half threw himself over it, landed off balance, pitched forwards and hit the tarmac. A little winded, he scrambled upright and ran to the front door. It had been wedged open with a stick. A light automatically clicked on in the high-ceilinged hallway. To the right and left were doors to ground-floor flats. He raced up a broad staircase and came to an abrupt halt on the first-floor landing outside Flat 7. There was no sign of forced entry. He reached for the handle, but hesitated.
"Easy now, Jack," he cautioned himself. "That fucker's got a knife."
He glanced around for something he could use as a weapon, or at least to defend himself with. There was nothing. He snatched out the opera program and rolled it up. Oh, it wasn't much, but it could deflect a knife thrust. He tried the handle. The door clicked open. Had Dale left it unlocked? Was that how the intruder had got in? The door led to a hallway with a parquet floor. Numerous pairs of high heels were balanced haphazardly on a shoe rack. A jumble of coats, jackets, and gossamer-thin scarves hung from pegs. Photos of opera singers cluttered the walls. A rich, dark scent rushed up Jack's nostrils. Surely the smell of Camilla's perfume. Rebecca had rarely worn perfume, but when she did, it was always something subtle. A scent that was all the more lovely because it was only caught in passing. There were 2 doors to the right, 2 to the left, and 1 straight ahead. The door straight ahead was open. A brown leather sofa, a tall uplighted lamp, and the sash window were visible through it. Dale was lying face down on the floor. The roses protruded from under his chest, their petals almost as dark red as the blood pooling around him. Jack knew Dale was dead. Dale had been stabbed at the base of his head. Even a seemingly innocuous injury to that area could fatally damage the brainstem. Jack's gaze moved to the second door on the right. It had to lead to Camilla's bedroom. The door was a few centimetres ajar. There was no sound from beyond it. The silence was as threatening as a snake coiled to strike. Heart going like a piston, Jack crept to the door and prodded it open with the magazine. Next to the door was an unmade double bed with clothes strewn over it. At the far side of the bed stood an antique-looking wardrobe with a mirrored door. Jack caught sight of his reflection. Wide eyes, sweat-sheened forehead, dishevelled hair. A stool lay overturned in front of the dressing table. The dressing table mirror had been smashed. Jagged fragments of glass gleamed amongst the wreckage of perfume bottles and other beauty products. The bedroom appeared to be deserted. Then Jack heard it. A sound like water bubbling from a leaky radiator. He glanced behind the door. Nothing. He edged towards the foot of the bed. The first thing he saw was a pair of bare feet, red varnished toenails facing upwards. The feet were attached to slender, smooth legs. The wet sound came again, louder. Jack took a quick step forward, his breathing accelerated in turn. Camilla was lying on her back, her eyes bulging at the ceiling. Bright red blood was frothing out of her mouth. Her right hand was flung out to the side. Her left hand rested close to a large shard of mirrored glass protruding from her neck. Blood streamed along the shard, pooling like spilt ink on the floor. Forgetting his caution, Jack grabbed a dress from the bed. He bundled it up and pressed it against the wound, taking care not to dislodge the shard. Blood soaked through the material. Camilla's eyes slid towards him, radiating pain and fear. He pressed another item of clothing over the sodden dress. Pressure. That was the key to stopping the bleeding. The second layer of material seemed to do the trick. He reached for his phone, explaining how he saw the attack on Camilla would destroy his career. That was bad enough, but infinitely worse was that Naomi would find out what he'd been up to. Dale's voice echoed back to him. Are you some kind of sado stalker? It made Jack shrivel with shame to think of Naomi knowing that that was exactly what he was. But if it meant Camilla survived, it was a price he was willing to pay. Wasn't it? Of course it was. Christ, how can you even ask yourself such a thing? He rebuked himself. As Jack dialed, Camilla's left hand twitched downwards. Try to stay still, he cautioned. If the shard comes loose, I won't be able to stop. He broke off in dismay as Camilla's eyes rolled white. No, no, keep looking at me, Camilla. Her dilated pupils flickered back into view. That's it. Good girl. Just hold on, Camilla. You're going to be okay. An ambulance will be here soon. Her hand moved again, pointing. Jack followed the line of her finger. Her red dress clung wetly to her stomach. The hem of it was ruckled up to just below her groin. He lifted it with the magazine. She was wearing a thong whose string had been cut. He lifted the dress higher. What he saw made him want to squeeze his eyes shut. Camilla wasn't going to be okay. Even a trauma team couldn't have saved her. She'd been slashed halfway open from her left side to her navel. A bloody, veiny tangle of lacerated organs bulged through the wound. It was as if a crazed surgeon had gone to work on her. He looked into Camilla's eyes. She didn't have long. The gurgle of her breath was subsiding. Such beautiful eyes. Suddenly, it was as if a light had been snuffed out in them. Then there was silence. Chapter 13. Jack ground his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. Why did ugliness always seem to triumph over beauty? His face was ashen. He felt empty. drained to the point where his own heart might give up the ghost. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. A shuddering breath later, he looked at his phone again. The killer couldn't be far away. If he gave the police the heads up, they might get lucky and catch the bastard. He would still have a hell of a job explaining his presence, but there was one crucial difference. Without Camilla alive to ID him as a suspected stalker, he didn't have to tell the whole truth. He could spin a tale that he'd seen someone acting suspiciously outside the flats and decided to investigate. Lying to the police was a huge risk, one that could land him in prison for a long time. Was it a risk worth taking? Not for the sake of his job, it wasn't. But what about for Naomi? He thought about the way she used to look at him, her eyes so full of a pure and loving trust. That trust had already been dented. It would be shattered if the truth came out. His phone pinged, once, twice. 2 messages. No caller ID. He opened the first message. It was a video file. His eyebrows pulled into a knot. The camera lens was directed through the window of a busy bar. People were chatting, smiling, laughing, and enjoying cocktails to the sound of Latino music. Towards the back of the barroom, customers were lined up at a counter. Amongst them was one man who stood apart from the crowd. Not because he wasn't smiling, or because his cheeks were sunken and shadowed with stubble, but because of the look in his eyes. Jack had seen plenty of people like him in the streets. Rough sleepers, addicts, prostitutes, beggars. People existing on the fringes whose wild, lost eyes inspired sympathy and unease in equal measure. He realized with a shudder that he was looking at himself. The camera panned across to the object of his attention, Camilla. She was staring back at him. She stood apart from the crowd too, but for different reasons, like a diamond amongst lumps of coal. Dale's angry face came into the picture. The lens followed him as he moved to intercept Jack. The 2 men squared up to each other. Watching himself eyeball Dale, Jack thought, "He's not the arsehole. You are. He was right to warn you off. You would have done the same if some guy had been looking at Rebecca like that." The video finished abruptly as Jack hurried from the bar. He thought back to that night. He'd turned right out of the door, meaning he'd passed the killer. Who else but the killer could have shot the footage? But his head had been down. He'd seen no one. Jack opened the second message. It was a photo of him in the cemetery, peering into Camilla's window through binoculars. This was the money shot. The scene in the bar was damning, but didn't explicitly identify him as a stalker. There was nothing ambiguous about the photo. The man in it was a voyeur, a peeping Tom. The photo had been taken earlier in the day of his altercation with Dale. There had been no one around. The only thing that had caught his eye was a silver car parked outside the cemetery railings. Did the car belong to the killer? Was that the moment they'd realised they weren't the only ones stalking Camilla? He flinched as his phone rang. No caller ID. "Don't answer it," warned part of him. "Call the police. You need to get to them first. Tell them the whole truth and nothing but. If someone else beats you to them, you could be implicated in the serial murders." There was no doubt in his mind that Camilla and the other 3 women had been killed by the same assailant. The slashed stomachs, the blue eyes and black hair. It couldn't be a coincidence. But another part of him cried out, "Answer it! You might pick up some scrap of information that leads to the killer. If the killer's caught, the police may well be willing to overlook the role you played. Naomi would never have to know about this. It's worth the risk," Jack repeated out loud. He put the phone to his ear and waited for the caller to speak. Tentacles of silence seemed to reach out of the earpiece and squeeze the breath from him. Finally,
A voice, softly spoken, not identifiable as male or female, came over the line. "Who's been a naughty boy, then? Jack?" Jack fought for calm in the wake of those chilling words. "How did you get this number?" he asked, noting that his voice echoed back at him. He could guess the answer. After watching him watch Camilla, the killer had followed him home. From there it would be simple enough to find out his name. A quick rifle through his bin would do the trick. It was full of mail he hadn't bothered to open. It wouldn't be difficult for someone armed with that information to find out his mobile number. After Rebecca's death, he'd put out online appeals for witnesses to contact him. The only response of any real note had come from a woman who'd been walking her dogs on the cliff tops. She'd seen Rebecca looking out to sea. She remembered thinking Rebecca was dangerously close to the edge. That was about 1/4 of a mile from where Rebecca plunged to her death. At that spot, the cliffs weren't sheer. A falling body would bounce off rocky outcrops on the way down. Had Rebecca been looking for a suitable place to jump? Or had she been taking in the view? More questions to torment him. There had to be some logic, no matter how twisted, to their answers. There just had to be, didn't there? Right that moment, other questions were tying Jack's mind into knots. Why had the killer contacted him? Just for the hell of it? Or did they want something from him? That was why he'd asked a question to which he knew the answer. It was Psychology 101. Questions create communication. Communication creates a connection. The more you communicate, the deeper that connection becomes, and the deeper the connection, the more likely you are to find out what you really want to know. "What do you think of my little film?" asked the voice. Clever bastard, thought Jack. Answering a question with a question was an old trick favoured by psychiatrists, policemen, politicians, and paranoid killers since time immemorial. The killer wasn't going to play his game, but that didn't mean he had to play the killer's game. "I thought it was—" He sought a word that disclosed as little as possible of what he was thinking. "Interesting." There was the sound of low laughter. "You're a cagey one, aren't you? I can tell we'll have fun together." Fun. The word made Jack shudder. He said nothing. What were you supposed to say to something like that? "Don't go quiet on me, Jack. I hate it when people do that." He ran his tongue dryly over his lips. The conversation was slipping out of his control. Time to cut to the chase. "What do you want?" "Patience, Jack. We'll get to that soon enough. For now, I just want to talk. Rebecca was a beautiful woman. Even more beautiful than Camilla. You must have loved her with all your heart." A scowl twisted Jack's face. Rebecca. It sounded like a blasphemy coming from this fucker. "Don't say my wife's name," he growled, and instantly wanted to kick himself for letting emotion get the better of him. The killer chuckled again. "That's more like it, Jack. Now we're getting to know each other. You know I don't like being given the silent treatment, and I know you don't like talking about your dead wife. You know I like spying on beautiful young women, and I know you like to do the same." "No," Jack began to blurt out denial, but broke off. "What were you about to say? I hope you weren't about to deny it, because we both know that would be a lie, don't we?" Jack was silent. With a little rise of irritation, the killer repeated, "Don't we?" "Yes," Jack replied, in a voice weighed down by shame. Christ, what the hell was he thinking answering the phone? Perhaps there'd been a time when he could have outwitted this psycho, but that time was long past.
All he was achieving was to allow the killer to put more distance between his or herself and the crime scene. The echo on the line was a sure sign that the killer was on hands-free whilst driving. He couldn't hang up, though. If the killer had issues with people going silent on them, God knows how they'd react to him hanging up. It could send them into a homicidal rage. Someone else might die because of his stupidity, and the burden of that on his conscience, along with everything else, might well be enough to drag him under for good.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Jack, because it's important that we're honest with each other. There has to be trust. If there's no trust, then I think you know what happens.
Jack called the killer's bluff.
So do it. Send the video and photo and anything else you've got on me to the police. What will happen? I'll lose my job and get a slap on the wrist. Big deal. Who said I would send them to the police?
Jack's stomach was suddenly like ice. The insinuation was clear. The bastard would send them to Naomi. He held his tongue in the slim hope he was wrong. After all, the killer couldn't have seen Naomi at the Chawson semi, and her name had been kept out of the newspapers after Rebecca's death.
Social media's a big problem for parents these days, don't you think?
Continued the killer, seemingly unbothered by Jack's silence this time.
It's so difficult to keep track of what kids are doing online, especially if you're a single parent who doesn't have much time to talk to their kids. For instance, Jack, did you know your daughter has a Facebook account? You're supposed to be 13 before you can open an account, but it's so easy to lie about being older than you are. The reverse is also true. An adult can pretend to be a child. They can follow the timelines of children, find common ground, make friends with them, groom them. That's become a nasty word, hasn't it? Groom. It used to make me think of horses and weddings. Nowadays it makes me think of kiddie fiddlers. That's not what I am, Jack. I hate those sick fucks. If it was up to me, I'd round up every last one of them and put their hands on spikes. But anyway, back to the point. Common ground. I love cats. So does Naomi. She's been feeding a stray on your sister's street. Every evening after school she goes out with a bowl of... Words were surging up Jack's throat like lava. He couldn't contain them any longer. Stay away from my daughter, or I'll rip your fucking heart out. Whoa, the killer said delightedly. I don't doubt for a second that you would. You're like me.
Jack just about reined in his anger.
I'm nothing like you. Don't fool yourself, Jack. Under the right circumstances, you could end up just like me. You're already halfway there. All it would take is a little push in the wrong direction. Who pushed you? Didn't Mummy and Daddy give you the attention you needed?
Jack drew a cruel pleasure from the question. It only lasted a second. Then he shook his head in self-disgust. Are you trying to get someone else killed? Don't provoke the bastard.
Wouldn't you like to know? The killer replied in a voice that gave nothing away. Which brings me to my next point. Do you know what the maximum sentence for voyeurism is? 2 years. You wouldn't get anything close to that, not considering your background. You'd end up doing a few weeks. 3 or 4 months at most. Like you said, a slap on the wrist. Just enough to ruin what's left of your life. Imagine getting out of prison with no job. You wouldn't be able to find another job, because no one employs ex-cons. Especially not ones on the sex offenders register.
I'm not a sex offender.
You're a stalker, Jack. You spied on Camilla in her own home. I'll bet you felt a little stirring down there when you watched her undress, didn't you? Did you wank yourself off? No, Jack retorted. It wasn't like that.
He broke off. He wasn't about to talk to this sicko about the feelings Camilla had reawakened. She reminded you of Rebecca. Watching her must have been sweet torture. I bet it felt like your guts were being torn out when you saw Camilla and Dale getting it on. Jack bit his tongue so hard that he tasted blood. He knew that if he allowed one more word out, others would erupt from him. He would lose the plot, threaten every type of violence. He also knew that doing so would only play into the killer's hands. Power. That's what it was all about. Power was everything to psychos like this. But to get power, you first needed control. And the easiest way to control people was through their emotions. That was another thing Rebecca had inadvertently taught him. She'd put him through so many emotions, love, elation, sympathy, confusion, fear, that it had got to where he would have done whatever she asked to try and keep her happy. A sharp sigh filled the line. Are you really going to play the silent card again, Jack? Do you want me to contact Naomi? Keeping his teeth clamped together, Jack made a negative noise. Of course you don't, said the killer, because you know what things like this do to people. They stay with you for life, like a stain nothing can wash out. Whenever Naomi looks at you, she won't just see her dad. She'll see a pervert. Perhaps she'll even see a killer. Because if the police can't catch me, they'll look for someone else to pin this on. And you're the prime candidate. Not if I hand myself in, I won't be. Killers like you don't hand themselves in. They carry on doing whatever floats their boat until they're caught or killed. Jack's voice was steady. He felt on surer ground, talking about a subject he was well versed in. Even if they try to pin it on me, it won't stick because when you kill again, which you will do, I'll either be in prison or far away from here. He noted with satisfaction that the killer was silent for a moment. You've no idea how patient I can be, Jack, came the insidious voice. If I have to wait years to get what I want, then I'll wait years. And Naomi will spend that entire time wondering, what if? What if? That kind of doubt can send a person off the rails. Not Naomi. She's too level-headed. A tremor was back in Jack's voice. You mean like her mum was? Jack winced. Naomi's nothing like her mum was. He tried to reassure himself. She's more like who? Like you? Look at yourself. Laura told you to be strong, but you're a weak, self-pitying drunk. Is that what Naomi's got to look forward to? Depression, alcoholism, maybe even suicide? Will that be your and Rebecca's legacy to her? He gave a hard shake of his head. No. He'd do anything to make sure Naomi didn't end up like Rebecca or him. Anything. Why are you doing this to me? He asked. The killer's voice rose again, not in irritation, but in throat-constricting anger. Imagine the biggest rush you ever had, the highest high. You've stole that from me, Jack. He glanced at the sickening wound to Camilla's stomach. It was only half as long as the injury inflicted to the Alexandra Park victim. He'd disturbed the killer before they could reach the climax of their ritual. And how do you expect me to pay you back? There's no need to sound so down, Jack. It's not as bad as you think. It's not like I want you to cover up my crimes. Then tell me what the fuck you do want. Jack felt like screaming. So, here's the thing, Jack. Believe it or not, The killer paused theatrically. I want you to catch me. Jack's frustration turned to skepticism. Why? Why do you think? I'm a psycho killer. I have to be stopped before more people die.
Was the bastard serious? Jack couldn't tell. The voice was deadpan.
Tell me where you are. I'll come and take you in right now.
There was that chuckle again.
Where would be the fun in that? Oh, and I'm using prepaid GSM phones in locations that won't lead you to me. So don't waste your time trying to catch me that way.
And what happens if I catch you?
I'll go to prison, and you're off the hook. You have my word on that.
Jack almost let slip a derisive laugh. Psycho killers weren't exactly known for keeping their word.
How can I be certain you won't try to take me down with you?
I gave my word, didn't I? Like I said, this won't work unless we trust each other. Do you think you can do that, Jack, after everything you've been through?
That was a good question. Since Rebecca's death, Jack had struggled to trust anyone, least of all himself. Just about the only person he had any faith in was Laura. So he wasn't about to trust this scumbag.
I'm not sure,
he said, for fear that an outright no might anger the killer even more than silence.
I hope for Naomi's sake you can, Jack, because the alternative doesn't bear thinking about. She's such a beautiful girl. Try to imagine where she might be in 5 or 10 years if she goes off the rails. She could fall in with the wrong crowd, get hooked on drugs, get in trouble with the police. She might even end up selling herself on the streets. Can you picture that, Jack? Can you picture Naomi sucking some old man's cock for 20 quid? Answer me, Jack. Can you picture it?
Jack would have rather put a bullet in his brain than picture those words, but he forced a yes through his teeth.
That's good, Jack. Hold on to that image. It'll help you do what you need to do. Which is, right now you need to get some sleep. But first, you're going to phone Paul Gunn and tell him you want to return to work. And don't try to pretend you don't know who Paul Gunn is. You two used to work together in Sussex. He got you a job at GMP after Rebecca died.
Jesus, these bastards really done their homework, thought Jack.
The killer's words transported him back to Rebecca's funeral. After the agony of watching the empty coffin slide through the velvet curtains, the mourners had traipsed to a wake at a nearby hotel. Paul and his wife Natasha had driven down from Manchester. A traffic jam on the M25 caused them to miss the memorial service. After apologising, Paul had told Jack, "I realise now's not the time, but a position will soon be opening in SCD." A year or so before Rebecca's death, Paul had snagged a plum job with the Serious Crime Division of Greater Manchester Police. Laura, Jack's only family besides Naomi, was a ward sister at Manchester Royal Infirmary. The move made sense, but Paul had been right. Jack couldn't bear to even think about selling the house Rebecca and he had once been so happy in. Several months of living with its strange new emptiness and listening to Naomi crying in her sleep had changed his feelings. He'd been a nervous wreck at the interview. He wouldn't have had a cat-in-hell's chance of getting the job if it hadn't been for Paul. He'd hoped the change of scenery would help Naomi and him overcome their grief. His hope proved to be partly justified. Naomi's nightmares had eased off, but for him there was no outrunning the memories. On what was supposed to be his first day in his new job, he'd sat paralysed in the car park of GMP headquarters. Nothing. Not his scene of duty, not guilt at letting Paul down could have incited him to enter the building. After an hour, he'd driven to the nearest off-licence and bought a bottle of vodka. The following day, he'd gone to his GP and asked to be signed off sick. Paul hadn't been angry. He'd told Jack to take as much time as he needed to get himself together. The job would be waiting for him when he was ready.
"It's not as simple as just making a phone call," said Jack, I'm on long-term sick leave. First, I have to provide a fit note. Then I have to attend a return-to-work discussion. And even if I can convince them I'm ready, they won't throw me straight into a high-profile investigation. After the way I've messed them around, I'll be lucky if they let me chase up parking fines.
The killer tutted.
Don't undersell yourself, Jack. I've read all about you. You're a highly decorated officer. I'm sure they'll make an exception for you. No exceptions. Well, then I'm sorry to say that you know who's in for another nasty little reality check. Jack's fingers contracted on the phone. I'll try. I know you will, Jack. I think I've said all that needs saying for now. And you've got a lot to be getting on with, so I'll leave you to it. Just remember to keep that picture in your mind before you make any decisions. We'll speak again soon. The killer hung up.
Chapter 14. Jack pressed his hands to his face. His head was spinning. Blood was pounding in his ears. Everything seemed surreal, like a bad dream. Is this even happening? He asked himself once again, peering through his fingers at Camilla. The pool of blood had spread from her stomach and her throat almost to his feet. A strong smell of feces and urine assaulted his nostrils. The muscles controlling her sphincters had relaxed, evacuating the contents of her bladder and bowels. Her facial muscles had slackened too, giving her a blank expression. She was no longer beautiful. Yes, this was happening. Camilla and Dale were dead. Naomi, his career, his freedom, they were all slipping away.
Shit, what are you going to do? Calm down, Jack told himself. He took a few slow breaths. Focus. Think. You answered the phone because you wanted to learn something about the killer. Well, what have you learned? He'd learnt one thing for sure. The killer was a good actor. Adept at donning disguises, whether of clothes, speech, or personality. Obviously, homicidal tendencies were not considered to be a positive character trait. For people who carried that craving with them, concealing their true self became second nature. That often meant surrounding themselves with the trappings of normality, friends, lovers, family. They went to work, came home, kissed their wives, played with their kids, ate, drank, laughed, argued, and screwed. Even those closest to them didn't know the truth about who they really were. So what chance did the police have of identifying them based on speculative psychological profiling? Almost zero. Better to start with the facts, or at least near facts, and build from there. Fact: the killer had a phone. Near fact: they almost certainly had a car, possibly a small silver one. That meant they had money, and most likely a job and a place to live. They weren't some down-and-outer on a suicide mission. Fact: the killer had stalked Camilla. They'd watched and waited for their opportunity. They hadn't panicked, even when things went awry. That meant they were organised and cool-headed. In other words, they were a copper's worst nightmare. Near fact: unless it was a part of the act, the killer didn't like being given the silent treatment. Who did? But then again, he hadn't actually ignored the killer. He'd been at a loss for words. The killer's reaction was symptomatic of a fragile ego. Perhaps it went back to the way their parents had treated them. Or perhaps they'd been spurned by a love interest. Logically, it followed that the love interest was a dark-haired, blue-eyed woman, which in turn suggested, although by no means proved, that the killer was a man of a similar age to the victims. "I'll bet it felt like your guts were being torn out when you saw Camilla and Dale getting it on," the killer had said. Those words were an interesting choice, especially when you considered how the victims were mutilated. Had the killer seen his or her partner, wife or whatever, getting it on with a lover? Is that what had pushed them to act out their homicidal urges?
Jack cautioned himself not to go too far into the realm of guesswork. Back to the facts. Fact. The killer had been following and possibly even contacted Naomi through Facebook. They would be using a fake profile, but it was worth finding out if that led anywhere. Fact. The killer claimed to love cats. Maybe they had a pet cat, or simply admired the way cats stalked and played with their prey. Fact. The killer had watched Naomi feeding a stray cat over the course of more than one day. Someone on Laura's street might have seen them doing so. Fact. The killer claimed they wanted to be caught. No amount of grief or alcohol could have made Jack blind enough to take that statement at face value. The killer hadn't exactly sounded chewed up by guilt. Maybe they did want to be caught or even killed, but not before they'd played out their game. The muffled wail of a siren drew Jack's gaze towards the window. The pitch identified it as an ambulance siren. The noise faded into the distance. Another crucial fact. He'd been in Camilla's flat too long. He needed to decide. Dial the emergency services operator, or Paul. Play it straight, or play the killer's game. The killer's game, he repeated to himself. They make the rules. They control the outcome. If you join in, the bastard will own you. With a sudden movement, Jack dialed 999. An image rose from some dark place in his mind. Naomi and an old man. Oh, Christ. It was almost enough to make him retch. He cut the call off before it connected and shook himself, as if trying to dislodge the sickening image. The way the killer had described what could happen if things went bad for Naomi hinted at personal experience. Yes, the killer was a master of manipulation. But Jack was sure he'd heard a flash of something real in their outburst about putting kiddie fiddlers' heads on spikes. Had childhood sexual abuse set them on a path to drug addiction and prostitution? If so, it was likely they'd come into contact with the police. That would hardly narrow down the list of possible suspects. The world was a conveyor belt of such tragic cases. But not Naomi. Jack swore to himself. Not my little girl. I'll make sure of that no matter what. You mean like you were able to save Rebecca? Scoffed another voice in his mind. Nothing you did made any difference to her. And it won't make any difference with Naomi either. The killer's right. There's only one way out of this. You've got to play the game, and you've got to win. You can do it. You can catch this bastard. To his surprise, Jack realised there was a degree of conviction in the thought. The investigative part of his brain had been in hibernation for so long. Now he could feel it stirring back into life, sharpening his senses, calming his nerves. Yes, he could catch the bastard. But what then? Could the killer be trusted to keep their word? Of course not. But if he could get his hands on whatever incriminating material they had and destroy it, then it would be the killer's word against his. And no one would believe a scumbag murderer over a policeman. He scrolled through his phone's list of contacts to pull Gunn. His finger hovered over the dial button. His mind was a mess of conflicting voices. What if I've lost the ability to be a copper? Like I've lost the ability to be a dad? Then you fight to get it back. What if I get someone killed? What if you save someone's life? Where did it all go so wrong? Was it your fault? Was it something you did or didn't do? What happened, Rebecca? What? He cut his thoughts off. This wasn't the time for losing himself in that question. You know what you've got to do, so just fucking do it. He pressed dial, and this time he didn't hang up. A voice came over the line, a voice of someone happy to hear from an old friend, but also concerned. Hello, Jack. Sorry for calling so late, Paul. I hope I didn't wake you. Paul blew into the receiver. Have you been following the news? On and off. Then you'll know I've slept about 3 hours in the past 3 days. How are you holding up? Still not sleeping? Actually, I'm a hell of a lot better than I was last time we spoke. Glad to hear it. And how about Naomi? Is she settling into school and making new friends? Making new friends. Those words sent a shiver down Jack's back.
Yes. It always amazes me how adaptable kids are, remarked Paul. Whatever life throws at them, they... Listen, Paul, interrupted Jack. The reason I'm calling is I want to return to work. Are you sure? Your job's safe. Don't feel you have to come back before you're ready. I'm 100% ready. Okay. Well, you know the procedure. You sort out the fit note and I'll arrange the rest of it. I'll be in contact in a few days.
A note of urgency quickened Jack's voice.
No, not in a few days. Monday.
There was a pause, followed by,
What's the rush?
A warning prickle passed through Jack at Paul's inquisitive tone. Back in Sussex, Paul had been dubbed the Duracell Bunny for working cases tirelessly and meticulously. If he suspected something was off, he would chip away until he found out what it was. Jack forced a note of levity into his reply.
I'll tell you what the rush is, Paul. I'm bored shitless sitting here watching crap on the TV all day. If I don't get some action soon, my brain will turn to mush.
Paul made an approving noise.
Well, I can understand that. Personally, I find holidays more stressful than work. I'll tell you though, Jack, this case is pushing me to the limit. Sounds like you don't have much to go on. Sod all. But sooner or later these psychos always make a mistake, and I'll be there when this one does.
Not if I'm there first, Jack said to himself.
So you think it's the work of one individual? It looks that way, but then again...
Paul trailed off. Jack understood where his reticence came from. It was dangerous to assume that the same MO signified one killer. There could be copycats out there seeking to exploit the situation.
As far as the public's concerned, the official line is that we can't say whether the murders are the work of a serial killer, said Paul. You know what happens when we start using those two little words.
Jack knew.
He'd been involved in cases where speculation about whether a serial killer was at large had played havoc with the investigation. First, the media went into a feeding frenzy, pumping out all sorts of panic-inducing crap. Then the cranks came out to play. False confessors, psychics, people with grudges to settle, serial killer groupies. Even level-headed coppers could get caught up in the hysteria. They started thinking, I can make a name for myself if I catch this bastard. The next thing you know, they were hounding some innocent who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Look, I'd love to talk longer, but I've got to crack on, continued Paul. No problem, mate. See you soon. I'm looking forward to getting my teeth back into the job. That's the best news I've had in ages, Jack. We need you.
Jack got off the phone and drew in a steady breath. A hell of a lot better than I was last time we spoke. He realised those words weren't an outright lie. Considering his predicament, his stomach should have been churning with anxiety. Instead, for the first time since Rebecca's death, he felt a clear sense of purpose. The SCD might not have any leads, but he did. Chapter 15. Jack peered into the hallway. The front door was shut. That was good. A door left open at this time of night would have aroused the curiosity of any residents who happened by. He approached it, pulled his sleeve down over his hand and flicked the Yale lock closed. He knew what he had to do. He had to remove any trace of himself from the flat. At the same time, he had to try not to disturb any forensic traces the killer might have left behind. Taking care not to touch anything with his bare skin, he found a carrier bag, duster and polish in the kitchen. He listened at the front door for sounds of movement before easing it open and polishing the exterior handle. The killer had worn gloves, so the only fingerprints of any relevance he would be removing were his own. He returned the duster and polish to the kitchen, then put the blood-soaked clothes he'd used to staunch Camilla's neck wound into the carrier bag. Their absence might be noticed, but he couldn't risk leaving them behind. Not only would they muddy the crime scene reconstruction, but advances in vacuum metal deposition, The coating of evidence with fine layers of metals at low pressures allowed fingerprints and palm impressions to be recovered from fabrics. A search revealed a hoover in a store cupboard. A conflicted expression pulled at Jack's features as he considered whether to use it. There was a good chance he might have left behind clothing fibres and hair fragments. Of course, the same went for the killer. The hair root was needed to extract a DNA profile. The vast majority of naturally shed hairs didn't have the root attached, so the chances of either him or the killer being identified by a hair were slim. But hair provided evidence aside from DNA. In particular, ethnic characteristics and colour. Clothing fibres too could provide many investigative leads. They might retain particles from where the killer lived or worked. They might even identify the make and manufacturer of the killer's clothes. And if those clothes were individually tailored, they could lead right to the killer. Jack thought about the killer's wizened yellow-green face, witchy nose, hollowed-out eyes, and long black hair. If it was a mask, then perhaps a strand of that hair had come loose during the killer's struggle with Camilla. And just maybe, that strand would prove to be a vital clue. He shook his head. No, he couldn't bring himself to use the hoover. His suit was an off-the-rack thing, impossible to trace him. His hair was medium brown, the same medium brown as thousands of others in the surrounding area. Apart from the risk of disturbing Camilla's neighbours, he would be compromising the integrity of the crime scene for little or no reason. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:42. How long had it been since he first saw the killer? 40 minutes? 50? He wasn't sure. It seemed like hours. He took a last quick look around. He'd done everything he could to mask his presence. He knew that. Yet he couldn't help but feel he'd forgotten something. Rebecca had used to get the same feeling when they went on holiday. One time she got so stressed about it that she broke down in tears. After that, they'd always made a list of items, clothes, sun cream, toiletries, etc., to tick off as they packed their suitcases. He sighed. Rebecca had been high maintenance for sure, a fact of which she'd been acutely aware. He'd lost count of the time she'd apologised for making his life a misery. His reply had always been the same. I'd rather be miserable with you than without you. His gaze moved between Dale and Camilla. Dead lovers, separated by only a few metres, but forever beyond each other's reach. Grief swept over him like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes and pictured Naomi, using the image to restrain the sobs that threatened to burst from him. He poked his head out of the front door again. The landing was deserted. He considered leaving the door open, but reluctantly decided against it. He couldn't risk an inquisitive neighbour discovering Camilla and Dale's bodies before he disposed of evidence linking him to the scene. He padded downstairs, keeping an eye out for CCTV cameras. There weren't any. The lobby door was shut. Had Dale dislodged the stick, wedging it open on his way in? Or had the killer done so on their way out? It didn't matter. What mattered was getting off the premises without being seen or heard. Watching for people returning from a night out, he headed for the street. There was a light on behind curtains in a top-floor flat. The car park was full. Dale's Porsche was amongst the cars. Jack slunk through moon-splashed streets, walking fast, but not so fast as to draw unwanted attention, dropping his head whenever an occasional vehicle, usually a taxi, passed by. He resisted the urge to head to Laura's house, wake up Naomi and give her the 5th degree about Facebook. That would have to wait until the morning. There was plenty to keep him occupied until then. Upon arriving at his house, Jack changed his clothes, bagged up everything he'd been wearing along with the opera programme and scrubbed the blood off his hands. He packed a baseball cap, torch, gloves and lighter fluid into a rucksack. His car was in the garage at the side of the house. He mixed a handful of earth with water in a bowl and pasted mud over the number plates and maker's badges. He smeared more mud over the bumpers and hubcaps to make the camouflage seem natural. He drove towards the eastern outskirts of the city, taking care to observe the rules of the road. If he was stopped by the police, it was all over. His blood alcohol level must have been 10 times the legal limit. Suburban housing estates gave way to a semi-rural landscape of sooty buildings, boarded-up old industrial mills and modern light industrial estates. He spotted what he was looking for at the far side of a railway bridge, a narrow lane that branched off towards a patch of woodland enclosed by a spiked fence. After following it for 60-ish metres, he saw a mound of fly-tipped junk, mouldering mattresses, torn plastic bags, broken furniture, rusty kitchen appliances, builder's waste that had clearly built up over time. That was good. It meant few people passed by here. He pulled over, put on the gloves and baseball cap and got out. He extracted a washing machine from the mound and pushed it against the fence. Next, he dragged a sagging mattress to the same spot. He clambered on top of the washing machine and draped the mattress over the spikes. Then he took the carrier bag that contained his and Camilla's clothes out of the boot. He dropped the bags over the fence and boosted himself after them. Following the beam of his torch, he made his way into the thickest part of the woods. The whoosh of a passing train came from nearby as he piled up twigs and leaves. He put the carrier bags on the pile and squirted lighter fluid over them. He sparked his Zippo and held it against the leaves. Flames crackled into life. When the pile was reduced to blackened globs of melted plastic, he climbed over the fence and returned the mattress and washing machine to where he'd found them. He turned the car around and set off back the way he'd come, not switching on the headlights until he hit the main road. Chapter 16. During the journey back to Chawton, Jack ran through the night's events. Was there anything he'd missed? Anything else he could do to cover his tracks? No, he'd done everything possible. He just had to hope it was enough. There were factors he couldn't control. Someone besides the killer might have seen him at the block of flats. He might have been caught on CCTV near the crime scene. And then there was the killer to consider. Perhaps the bastard was already homing in on their next victim. Jack had done his best to preserve the crime scene, but that wouldn't help much if no one alerted the police. Tomorrow was Sunday. There was a good chance Camilla and Dale's absence wouldn't be noticed until at least 9 a.m. Monday, 33 hours after the killings took place. The first 48 to 72 hours were critical in any murder investigation. With every hour that ticked by, evidence became degraded, witnesses scattered, potential leads went cold, and the chances of success dropped dramatically. It made Jack's jaw clench to know more women might die because of his actions. Beautiful young women whose lives would be prematurely snuffed out in the worst way imaginable. You had no other choice, he told himself, but it was a lie. There was always a choice. And there was no point agonizing over that choice now. What was done was done. The only way to atone was to catch the killer. But what if you can't? What if you're not up to it? What if... Jack cut off his thoughts. Those kind of doubts would paralyze him. Perhaps he'd never been much good at being a husband or a dad, but there was one thing he'd always been good at: catching criminals. You will catch this fucker before they can hurt anyone else, he told himself as if he was stating a fact. Jack pulled into his garage, rested his head against the steering wheel and heaved a breath. His body buzzed with physical and nervous exhaustion. His feet dragging as if he was wearing concrete boots, he went into the house. His mouth tasted of vodka and anxiety. He put it to the kitchen tap and swallowed water until his stomach was full. He took the hoover to the garage and meticulously hoovered the car's interior. Then he cleaned it inside and out with hot soapy water and disinfectant and rinsed the exterior down with a hose pipe. Back inside the house, Jack cut his fingernails, taking care to collect all the clippings and flush them down the toilet. After that, he scrubbed himself from head to toe in the shower until his skin shone like sunburn. Downstairs in his dressing gown, he slumped into an armchair. Christ, he was so tired, but sleep wasn't an option. What now? Where to start? Jack frowned thoughtfully before booting up his laptop and Googling Halloween masks. He scrolled through pumpkin, skeleton and witch masks. Nothing resembled the face he'd seen in Camilla's living room window. He tried scary face masks. More ghouls, devils, zombies, werewolves, and killer clowns interspersed with images of real faces grotesquely transformed by makeup or digital effects. He typed in variations of the search term: scary woman masks, scary man masks, horror masks, ugly face masks. A witchy face with hollowed-out eye sockets and long black hair caught his eye. He followed a link to a site selling popular, cheap Halloween masks. Too unrealistic, he decided. The next image his gaze paused on was labelled Ugly Mask. Yellowish skin, hooked nose, black lips, thin black hair. That's close, he murmured. The adjoining link took him to a gallery of intricately detailed masks in various stages of completion. The mask he was interested in was described as an ugly hag straight out of a fairy tale. The downturned lips and deeply lined skin seemed designed more to express disgust than incite fear. Its creator was a Lucrezia Moretti. He clicked the name and brought up a profile of the artist. There was a photo of a waifish, dark-eyed woman with crimson hair and goth gloves. She was in a studio surrounded by her creations: witches, vampires, werewolves, and other supernatural creatures. Her profile read, Lucrezia Moretti, character artist, United States. Ciao a tutti. I am an artist from Italy, now living in San Diego and working at Monstrous Creations. For more information, visit my website, www.lucreziamoretti.com. Jack did as suggested. There was a shop page where the mask was on sale for $699. Not exactly a mass-market product. There couldn't be many of those things out there, especially in the UK. He headed to the Contact Me page and typed a message into the contact form. Dear Miss Moretti, my name is Jack Anderson. I'm a detective inspector with the Serious Crime Division of Greater Manchester Police in the UK. I have reason to believe that your ugly hag mask may have been used in a crime in the Greater Manchester area. There is no reason to be alarmed. You are not under any suspicion. However, could you please contact me? This is a matter of the utmost urgency. I would also ask that you do not contact anyone who has purchased this mask. I cannot stress this last point enough, with regards for both your personal safety and that of persons here in the UK. After pressing submit, Jack looked at the ugly mask again. Moulded from high-grade silicone and hand-painted, this hideously wrinkled and warty old hag has a terrifyingly realistic appearance, boasted the product description. Her greenish skin, crooked nose, and pointed ears are the stuff of nightmares. That description certainly fitted the face he'd seen in Camilla's window. Was this the same mask? If the killer was careless enough to wear something so traceable, perhaps they were also careless enough to buy it using their real name. In which case, a list of customers would be all he needed to nail the killer. Surely it couldn't be that easy, could it? Paul's words came back to him. Sooner or later, these psychos always make a mistake. That wasn't strictly true. Some serial killers were never caught. But there was also a lot of truth in the words. The more victims serial killers claimed, the more it fed their sense of invincibility. And that was often their undoing. They let their guard down and took unnecessary risks. Sometimes they even taunted the police. Jack wondered whether the killer had known he was watching Camilla's flat tonight. Maybe they'd wanted him to see her die in order to draw him into their game. Imagine the biggest rush you ever had. The highest high. You stole that from me, Jack. Those words of the killer suggested otherwise. More likely, they'd watched him working on his house and garden and thought he was turning over a new leaf. Jack checked his inbox. Empty. What was the time difference between California and England? 8 hours. It would be almost midday over there. Lucrezia would be awake. An email alert might have pinged up on her phone. Another minute or two crept by. He hit refresh. Still empty. Waiting for an email that might never arrive would get him nowhere. But what else was there to do? The silver car was an interesting lead. It would be worth finding out if any of Camilla's neighbours had noticed the car hanging around. Obviously he couldn't go asking those sorts of questions before the crime was discovered, though. It would also be worth finding out if the car had been picked up on CCTV. It wasn't likely that he would be able to single out the car from footage captured near Camilla's flat. The vast majority of security cameras in that area would be privately owned by shops, pubs, offices, warehouses, and the like. They tended to be angled to catch anyone breaking into the premises. The council's CCTV cameras that were thinly spread throughout the suburbs would, of course, have picked up plenty of silver cars. But how to identify the one he was looking for? Crooks loved silver cars because they were by far the most popular coloured car. Police hated them for the same reason. The city centre was a different matter. It was watched over by a network of cameras. The killer had been outside the Cuban cocktail bar at around 10 p.m. on Friday. There was every chance they'd been caught on CCTV. The footage was held on file at the council's CCTV control room. If this had been Hastings, Jack would have known who to contact to get a sly look at it. But this was Manchester. He was a stranger here. If, by some miracle, he convinced his superiors to assign him to the murder investigation, he would have access to the footage. But even then, he would have to put in an official request, which might raise awkward questions. With a gnawing sense of frustration, Jack mentally shelved the silver car for now. The next thing was to look at the victims, search for connections between them. Paul and his team would be all over that, but they didn't know about Camilla. Jack found his way to a local news segment about the murders. To dramatic music, photos of the 3 known victims scrolled across the screen. He recognised the first woman from the newspaper. The second he recognised from the park. The final photo was of a pretty woman with shoulder-length dark hair and a friendly smile. Abigail Hart, Zoe Saunders, Erica Cook, a voice announced somberly. Jack committed the names to memory. A camera panned in on a reporter in the city centre. A police van was conspicuously visible in the background.
"Good evening," said the reporter. "Welcome to Manchester, a city living in fear after what has been one of the most shocking weeks in its recent history. 3 young women are dead, 3 lives brutally cut short. Their killer is on the loose, and the police desperately need a breakthrough. Earlier today, I spoke to Detective Chief Inspector Paul Gunn of Greater Manchester Police. This is what he had to say."
Paul's battle-worn face appeared on the screen. He spoke to the camera.
"We are investigating the possibility, and I stress it's only a possibility, that the 3 incidents are connected,"
he admitted, before appealing for anyone who might have seen anything suspicious in the Chorlton area on Wednesday night. The night of Erica Cook's murder, to get in contact.
"It doesn't even have to be something suspicious," he emphasised. "Someone out there might have seen something critical to our investigation without even realising it."
The video ended with the reporter giving out the hotline number. Jack scanned the sidebar for links to related stories. His gaze pulled up on the headline, La Traviata wows audience and critics alike at Manchester Opera House. He stared at it for a long moment before clicking it. It took him to a video still of a stage with a painfully familiar figure at its centre. He pressed play, and a bubbly entertainment reporter declared that the performance was a sparkling success, and Camilla was being touted as the next big thing in the opera world. A camera swept in on the stage. Camilla was bathed in a spotlight, pale with makeup but radiant with life. Her eyes seemed to reach out of the screen. Jack's gaze fell away from them. But he couldn't look away from the jumble of images in his mind. Camilla's dead eyes, Rebecca's desolate ones. The crowd on the cliffs, the crowd in the park, Zoe Saunders' mutilated body. Jack pinched the bridge of his nose with a trembling hand. "Focus," he said through gritted teeth. The waves frothing against the rocks, the blood pouring from Camilla's throat, the helicopter circling, the text message, "Rebecca, what happened?" He shook his head. "Don't think about that. Think about what you need to do." As if a heavy hand was pressing down on him, he raised his eyes to the screen. He navigated to an article about the first victim, Abigail Hart, and read, A murder investigation has been launched after a woman's body was found in Fletcher Moss Park, Didsbury.
Fletcher Moss Park. So, assuming the known victims are the only victims, victims 1 and 2 were killed in public parks, but victims 3 and 4 were killed in their flats. What made the killer change their MO? What happened? Speak to me, Rebecca. Don't go quiet on me. I hate it when people do that. Stop!
Jack hissed at himself.
Just stop!
He refocused on the article. The body was found after police were called at around 7 a.m. on Thursday. Detectives are
not treating the incident as suspicious. Rebecca Anderson is believed to have been out walking alone when she fell from the cliffs near Fairlight Coast Guard Station.
Jack couldn't see the words anymore. His eyes were wet with tears, but his mouth was a desert begging to be watered with alcohol. Before he even knew what he was doing, he was hurrying into the kitchen and rooting through the cupboards. Nothing. He stuck his head into the outdoor bin. Empty bottles. Their scent made him groan with yearning. He continued his desperate search, flinging cushions off the sofa, overturning the armchairs. He upended the bathroom bin, pulled towels out of the airing cupboard. There had to be a bottle somewhere. Just one bottle with one mouthful left in it. He peered under the bed, and there it was. He clasped the bottle to himself, as if it was the Holy Grail. Several centimetres of liquid sloshed around in it. He unscrewed the top. His hand was shaking so much he could barely put the bottle to his lips. He grimaced as if a hand was twisting at his guts. Be strong for Naomi. Tears rolled down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Laura. I can't do it. His phone rang. He flinched so hard he dropped the bottle, spilling its contents. He snatched his phone out. No caller ID. Rage surged up his throat. No caller fucking ID. He wanted to hurl his phone at the wall, smash it to pieces, but he knew he had to find out what the killer wanted. He put the receiver to his ear and waited for them to speak.
Hello again, Jack, began the softly spoken voice. It didn't take you long to answer the phone. Were you already awake? Have you begun your investigation? I'm impressed, but don't tire yourself out too much, otherwise you'll be of no use to anyone. What do you want? Jack muttered. You could at least pretend to be happy to hear from me, especially as I'm calling to congratulate you on making the right choice. The right choice? How does this bastard know what choice I made?
Two possibilities occurred to Jack. The killer had watched him sneak away from Camilla's flat, or was listening in on a police scanner. If the first possibility was the case, perhaps they were still watching him.
Was it the right choice?
Jack asked, more so as not to irritate the killer than because he was interested in their answer. Daylight was creeping through the newspaper taped over the bedroom window. He peeled it aside. The street was deserted. It was a little after 6 a.m. Most people were still in bed, and considering it was Sunday, would remain there for several more hours. The car he'd seen at the cemetery wasn't amongst the vehicles parked in the street.
How can you even ask that? What matters more than Naomi? Nothing. Life is full of difficult choices, Jack. Good or evil. Failure or suicide.
Jack's forehead creased into deep furrows.
Failure or suicide? What's that supposed to mean? You know what it means. Bye for now, Jack.
The line clicked off. Failure or suicide? The words reverberated in his mind. They bothered him as much as anything else the killer had said. More. Did they refer to Rebecca? Did the killer know something about her death? He shook his head. It wasn't possible. The bastard was playing mind games. That's what sickos like that did. They found a chink in your armour and jabbed at it until you would do anything to make them stop. He looked at the now empty bottle, reflecting bleakly that he should have thanked the killer. They'd stopped him from making yet another mistake. The killer had been right about one thing. If he didn't get some sleep, he would be of no use to anyone. He lay down and closed his eyes. He felt strangely still, as if nothing, not even his heart, was moving inside of him. The calm after the storm. It wouldn't last. It never did. The killer followed him down the rabbit hole of sleep, stalking him through lucid dreams, stabbing him, slicing open his stomach. Except that whenever he looked down, to his horror and bewilderment, the hands holding the knife were his own. Chapter 17. A noise pried its way into Jack's sleeping mind. Ping! He awoke with a jolt and groped for his phone. Had the killer sent another incriminating text? He was only a little relieved to find 2 messages from Laura. The first had been sent at 10 o'clock that morning. How's it going? I told Naomi you're getting the house ready for her. She's super excited. An hour later she'd sent another text. I hope you're keeping busy, Jack. Don't lie around dwelling on things. 11 o'clock. Shit, he muttered. He hadn't meant to sleep for that long. As he got up, a headache tried to pummel him back onto the pillows. He phoned Laura. Where are you? He asked when she picked up. I'm at my house. Stay there. I'm coming over. Before Laura could reply, Jack hung up. He swallowed painkillers, showered, shaved and dressed. His pallor was off-white, but apart from that he looked surprisingly well considering what he'd been through. He couldn't remember the last time he'd slept 5 hours straight in a bed. He descended to the kitchen. His stomach grumbled at the aroma of bolognese sauce. Realising he was ravenous, he spooned the cold sauce into his mouth. God, it was good. Since Rebecca's death, everything he ate had been as flavourless as stale bread, but now his taste buds had flowered back into life. He ate from the pan in front of the television. There was nothing on the news about Camilla and Dale. Shit, he said again. 12 hours had already ticked by since their deaths. 12 hours of lost possibilities for Paul and his team. He checked his emails. Nothing. Triple shit. After dumping the pan into the sink, Jack hurried to his car. On the way to Laura's, his eyes flitted between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. There were plenty of small silver cars around, but none of them appeared to be tailing him. Laura was waiting for him at the front door, wearing a concerned expression. You sounded worried on the phone. What's going on? I need to speak to Naomi. She's in her bedroom. Jack moved past Laura and climbed the stairs. You're not going to do anything to upset her, are you, Jack? Asked Laura, following him. He didn't reply. One day, if she met the right person, Laura would make a great mum. But until then, she wouldn't understand that sometimes as a parent you had to do things that upset your children. Naomi was messing around on her iPad as Jack entered her bedroom. She jumped up, smiling. Dad! Yay! It hurt to think about putting a dent in her smile, but not enough to stop him from doing what needed to be done. I'm going to ask you something, Naomi, and it's important that you give me an honest answer. She frowned at her dad's serious tone. He motioned for her to sit down and dropped to his haunches in front of her. Do you have a Facebook account? Her big blue eyes got even bigger. Who told you that? She shot a suspicious glance at Laura. Don't look at your aunt like that. It wasn't her. Besides, it doesn't matter how I found out. What matters is that you tell the truth. Naomi's gaze dropped to her lap. Her fingers fidgeted with each other. I'm not angry with you, sweetheart, but I will be if you lie. Jack gently pressed. Naomi looked at him sheepishly from under her dark eyelashes. I'm sorry, Dad. So you do have an account? She nodded. I didn't know about this, said Laura. I'd have told you straight away if I had done. I know, said Jack. If anyone's to blame for this, it's me, not you. He returned his attention to Naomi. How long have you had an account? Not long. Loads of girls at school have them. They showed me how to open one. I only speak to my friends on it, that's all. Show me. Naomi navigated to Facebook on her iPad. Jack noted down her password, took the iPad from her, and opened her timeline. He didn't have a Facebook account, but he'd used it plenty of times to help with investigations. It never ceased to amaze him how many criminals were stupid enough to boast about their offences on social media. At the top of the timeline were selfies of Naomi and several other girls her age. The photos were innocent enough, but Jack was only too well aware how these things could attract the attention of undesirables. He resisted the urge to launch into a lecture. There were more immediate concerns. He pointed to the other girls. "Are these school friends?" Naomi nodded.
"That's Joanna, and that's Lucy, and that's Ellie and Phoebe."
Her voice rose apprehensively.
"You're not going to tell their parents, are you? They'll all hate me, and they're my only friends."
"We'll talk about that later." Jack scrolled down the timeline. The bulk of it was taken up by the 5 friends chatting about classmates, films, pop songs, pets, birthday parties, YouTubers, etc. Other people had joined in the conversations. He scanned through them one by one. "Who's this girl?"
"She's a friend of Joanna's from Year 6.
"Who's that?"
"That's Henry, a boy from my class, and that's his sister Nikki."
Jack came to a post from 7:34 p.m. on Thursday, 20th of July. A few hours after he'd seen the silver car. "And what about him?" He pointed to a photo of a good-looking boy with coiffured brown hair. "He looks far too old to be at your school."
"That's Harry Styles."
"Why is that name familiar?"
"He used to be in my favourite pop group."
"Oh, yes, I remember. What are you doing talking to him?" Naomi rolled her eyes.
"It's not really him, Dad. It's just someone who calls themselves Harry Styles."
"So, if it's not him, who is it?"
"I think he's friends with someone Ellie knows. Ellie and me were talking about songs we liked and stuff, and Harry joined in."
Jack read through the conversation. Once again, it all appeared to be innocent enough. As Naomi had said, Ellie and she were discussing which was their favourite One Direction song. Then Harry had joined in with, "Hi, people say I look just like Harry. What do you think, Naomi?" Jack frowned. The way Harry singled out Naomi rang alarm bells.
"Lol, you are funny,"
she replied, followed by a series of emoji.
"You look like Katy Perry." "I love Katy Perry," butted in Ellie. "Do you want to be a pop star, Naomi?"
Jack's frown tipped towards a scowl. This Harry, whoever the fuck they really were, was interested in one thing: Naomi. He navigated to their profile. The only conversation on the timeline was the one he'd just been reading. The only uploaded photo was of Harry Styles. Their only friend was Naomi. He clicked on About. Their work was listed as professional lookalike, gender male, places he's lived, Manchester, Greater Manchester. Everything else was blank. It had to be the killer, didn't it? He read the rest of the conversation. "I want to be a singer," said Ellie. Again, Harry didn't reply to her. That was at 7:41. The next post was at 7:45. "Naomi, are you still there, or what?" Jack's stomach knotted. It was the killer, all right. He could almost hear the irritation in the question. "Yes," replied Naomi, "but I'm going to bed soon." "You didn't tell me what you want to be when you grow up." "That's because I do not know. I guess I just want to be happy." Jack felt a sudden sting of tears at the back of his eyes. I just want to be happy. The insinuation was clear. Naomi was unhappy. It hardly came as a surprise, but it still hurt like hell to see it written there. "I hope you get what you want," replied Harry. "Sleep tight, Naomi. XX. Thanks, XX. Those digital kisses made Jack want to reach into the iPad and break Harry's fingers so that he could never elicit affection from Naomi again. He. Was the killer a he? Who the hell knew? Maybe even the killer wasn't sure what gender they themselves were. One thing had the ring of truth, though. The killer very possibly lived or had once lived in Manchester. More specifically, the south side of Manchester. The victims had all been killed within a few miles of each other, suggesting the killer was confident with the area's geography. Jack let his anger simmer down before asking Naomi,
Are you on any other social media sites? Twitter, Instagram?
No.
So you've not had any other online contact with Harry or other strangers?
No, Dad. Honestly.
Jack had no reason to doubt her. She'd never lied to him. But the killer must have known he'd stop her from using Facebook. Did that mean they had another way to contact her? He held up the iPad.
I'm confiscating this.
Naomi looked at him as if he'd told her he was amputating one of her limbs.
For how long? As long as necessary.
Naomi opened her mouth as if to protest further, but thought better of it. She pouted at the floor. Jack gave her an uncertain look. His mind had moved on from Facebook to another uncomfortable topic. Was she better off staying here or moving in with him? His first instinct was to keep her as close as possible. But if he got on the investigation, he would be working long, odd hours. There was no way he'd be able to keep a close eye on her, even if she was living with him. He told himself that the killer wouldn't harm her so long as she was being used to leverage control over him. But still, he couldn't bear the thought of leaving her, or for that matter, Laura, unprotected. This very moment the killer could be watching them. A solution occurred to him.
I need to talk to your aunt for a moment.
Jack and Laura headed down to the living room.
You don't think this Harry is some kind of predator, do you? Laura asked.
Whoever they are, I'm not comfortable with it. I think I should stay here for a few days.
Why? Do you think Naomi's in danger?
I'm probably just overreacting, but it's best to be on the safe side.
Laura looked at him closely.
Is there something you're not telling me, Jack?
I've decided to return to work.
Laura's voice lifted in pleasant surprise.
That's great news. When do you start?
Hopefully this week.
Isn't that a bit soon?
Don't get me wrong, I'm over the moon you're returning to work, but it would be good if you and Naomi could spend time together first. Go on holiday. Get out of the country. A week or two on a beach would do you both the world of good.
I'm sure you're right, Laura, but it's just not possible at the moment.
Jack didn't elaborate. Laura knew him better than anyone alive. He couldn't tell her the truth, and she would spot an outright lie a mile off. Better to say as little as possible.
I'm heading back to Cheetham to pack some things. I won't be long. In the meantime, do me a favour. Keep Naomi in the house.
He darted a glance out of the window at a passing vehicle. A red car. The midday sun was shining from a cloudless sky. The window was wide open. He closed it. He moved through to the kitchen, closed the window in there too, and checked the back door was locked. Laura watched him with troubled eyes.
You're starting to really worry me, Jack. This isn't just about Facebook, is it?
He made no reply.
Don't do your silent thing. Talk to me, persisted Laura.
Jack's stomach tightened again at this distorted echo of the killer's words.
Like I said, I'm probably just being overprotective, but the thing is... Well,
he threw Laura a pained glance.
Naomi's all I've got left.
Laura's frown faded. She smiled sympathetically.
She's not all you've got left,
she said, following Jack to the front door. He returned her smile.
I won't be long.
Laura closed the door. Jack waited to hear the key turn in the lock before heading to his car. Chapter 18. Jack packed a bag with enough clothes for a few nights, an extendable steel baton, and a set of handcuffs. It was unlikely that, even if he flat out refused to cooperate with their demands, the killer would try anything with him around. The 4 victims were slightly built women, doubtless targeted for their vulnerability. Like any hunter, the killer wanted to maximize the chances of a successful kill. That meant not attacking anything that might fight back and win. But then again, hunters of human game were unlike other hunters. They weren't driven by hunger or pleasure. Well, at least not in the conventional sense. They were driven by hate. Pure, unadulterated, insane hate. And that made them dangerously unpredictable.
He put his bag and laptop into the boot and headed out again. He detoured to a rail park and bought a smartphone with parental controls and location tracking. It was mid-afternoon when he arrived back at Laura's. His heart gave a little lurch when he saw Naomi in the front yard stroking a skinny black cat. Laura was watching over her from the doorway. Jack's gaze scoured the street. A woman walking a dog, a group of teenagers. Nothing suspicious. He parked up and retrieved his things from the boot.
"Who's this?"
he asked as he entered the yard, taking care not to show his concern to Naomi.
"It's Elsa,"
said Naomi. As Jack stooped to stroke the cat, she added,
"Aunt Laura says you're coming to stay with us."
"Just for a few days."
"Because of what I've done?"
"No, sweetheart, because I've been away from you too long. I'll stay here until the house is ready. Then we'll move there together."
Jack ran his hand over Naomi's hair that was as smooth and black as the cat's.
"I won't be apart from you like that again."
They stroked Elsa for a while before going inside. The smell of roasting meat filled the air.
"I'm cooking Sunday lunch,"
said Laura, heading into the kitchen. Jack followed her, leaving Naomi in front of the television.
"Sorry," she said. "The cat was whining to be fed. I didn't see any harm in it."
He waved away her apology.
"I meant what I said about not being apart from Naomi again."
"I know." Laura reached for a glass of white wine, but hesitated, glancing concernedly at Jack.
"How are you feeling?"
He lifted his hand, displaying a slight tremor.
"I've got a touch of the DTs, but I'll be all right. Drink your wine."
Jack returned to Naomi.
"I've got something for you."
He took out the phone.
"Don't get too excited,"
he added as her eyes widened.
"It's programmed to only ring 2 numbers, mine and your aunt's. If you can't get through to either of us in an emergency, you can also ring 999. I want you to keep this on you at all times when you're out of the house. Understood?"
"Yes, Dad."
"Good girl."
Naomi pressed her head into Jack's shoulder, a sure sign that she wanted a cuddle. He put his arm around her. She snuggled in and resumed watching TV. Jack knew he should be doing whatever he could to dig up leads on the killer, but he couldn't bring himself to move. It came to him with a jolt that he hadn't thought about Rebecca all day. He was content just to sit and be with Naomi. They stayed like that until lunch. Afterwards, Laura helped Naomi with her homework, while Jack went out on the pretense of buying toiletries. Instead, he knocked on every door along the street, showed his police ID and asked a few questions that were specific enough to get what he wanted without revealing details that might come back to bite him.
"Have you seen any strangers hanging around or acting suspiciously? What about vehicles you don't recognise?"
No one had seen anything of interest. Jack returned to Laura's and got on his laptop. Still no reply from Lucrezia Moretti. Still nothing on his news feeds about last night's murders. He turned his attention to the victims the police knew about. The first to die had been Abigail Hart. An hour later, he dug up most of what the internet had to offer on her. She had profiles on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. For anyone who wanted to stalk her or steal her identity, all the information they needed was easily accessible. Abigail had been a junior estate agent at the Booth Street branch of Barlow & Co. Estate Agency, the agency he'd bought his house through. Before that, she'd studied for a degree in real estate development at the University of Manchester. She was 26 years old and originally from Coventry, where her parents Russell and Suzanne Hart still lived. Russell was a 51-year-old chemistry teacher at a Coventry high school. Suzanne was a 50-year-old PE teacher at the same school. Abigail was their only child. There were photos of her out drinking with friends, at concerts, hiking in the Pennines. All perfectly normal. Nothing that marked her out as the potential victim of a serial killer. Zoe Saunders came next, but she would have to wait. Naomi was at school in the morning. It was time for her to get ready for bed. Jack bathed her and helped her into her pyjamas. He read her a story and tucked the duvet around her. Her eyes glimmered with heartbreaking uncertainty.
"Are you all better now, Dad?"
As Jack opened his mouth to say yes, some other words of Naomi's came back to him. I dreamt Mum was better. Is she better? She's a lot better today, he'd replied. A short time later, Rebecca had plummeted to her death. There had been more than enough lies already. All you need to know is I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here with you, okay? Okay. Naomi closed her eyes. Jack held her hand until her soft, rhythmic breathing told him she was asleep. He padded down to the living room. Laura was stretched out on the sofa. Is she asleep? Jack nodded, settling into an armchair with his laptop. I've made such a mess of things, he sighed. I just hope I haven't done her any permanent damage. If anyone's done her permanent damage, it's Rebecca. There was a sharp edge to Laura's voice that Jack had heard before when she mentioned Rebecca. I don't suppose she was thinking about that when she broke off as if she'd thought better of speaking her mind. When she what? Said Jack. Go on. Say it. When she threw herself off the cliffs. Sorry, Jack. Just ignore me. I've had too much wine. They sat in silence with the television murmuring in the background. Laura had never said outright that she thought Rebecca killed herself, but she'd made enough sideways comments for Jack to know that was what she believed. He thought about the killer's parting words. Failure or suicide. Which one was it? He wrenched his attention back to Zoe Saunders. He worked intensely, using the details of her short life to blot out everything else. Through newspapers and social media, he learned that Zoe had been a pharmacist at Moss Lane Pharmacy, 3/4 of a mile from where she lived on Stanley Road. She'd studied pharmacy at the University of Central Lancashire in Preston. She was 29 years old and originally from Blackburn. Her parents were Greg and Ellen Saunders. Greg was a 55-year-old occupational therapist at HMP Prison. Ellen was a 56-year-old housewife. They had 2 other children, Joshua and Adam. Laura left the room and returned with a bundle of sheets and a pillow. I'm off to bed. Are you taking Naomi to school tomorrow? Yes. Good night. Laura looked at Jack as if contemplating saying something else. To his relief, she turned and left without doing so. He didn't want to get into any difficult conversations about Rebecca or anything else related to him and Naomi. He needed all his energy for the task ahead. After checking the doors and windows were locked, he made himself a strong coffee and got back down to it. He moved on to the third victim, Erica Cook. Erica Cook had been a bank teller at the Chorlton branch of RBS. She'd worked there since finishing her A-levels at the Manchester College in 2004. She was 33 and from Wythenshawe. Her parents, Roger and Stacey, still lived there on Greenbrow Road. Roger was a 58-year-old bus driver for Stagecoach. Stacey was a 56-year-old cashier at Asda, Wythenshawe. They had 3 other children, Heather, Mark and Evan. Jack sighed. So many names. So many lives reduced to rubble. There would be others to add to the list. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews. The shockwaves travelled outwards and outwards. Nothing about the 3 women jumped out at him. But a few details piqued his interest. First, all had worked in customer-facing jobs. It was possible that the killer had used their services. Camilla's face had been in the public eye too, albeit in a different way. Second, Greg Saunders worked in a prison. Jack looked up HMP Preston. It was a Category B prison for adult males. That meant there were all kinds in there, except the highest-risk violent offenders such as murderers and terrorists. Could the killer have passed through HMP Preston? Perhaps even come into contact with Greg. No doubt Paul was all over that possibility. Jack's thoughts returned to the female victim the police didn't know about. Camilla Winter. What did he know about her? She'd toured with La Bella Vita Opera Company. She'd been in a stormy relationship. Apart from Rebecca, she'd had the most beautiful eyes he'd ever seen. Oh, God, those eyes. So blue. He took a deep breath. Google led him to Camilla's website. The homepage was dominated by a photo of her that threatened to destroy his focus. He navigated to her bio. Camilla Winter was born 19th of March 1986 to Gabriel and Lilith Winter. Jack did a quick calculation. 31 years old, 2 years younger than the oldest victim. She grew up in Didsbury, Manchester, and attended Manchester High School for Girls. He opened another tab and looked at the school's website. It was a private school, with fees running into thousands of pounds a term. Camilla came from an affluent background. No surprise there. Everything about her had reeked of a privileged upbringing. She showed a talent for singing from an early age that was nurtured by her mother. After high school, she was accepted into the Royal Northern College of Music, where she received operatic training at the School of Vocal Studies and Opera. The bio described how Camilla was mentored by a renowned Russian conductor, under whose guidance she sang many prominent roles. After joining La Bella Vita Opera Company, she performed to growing acclaim throughout Europe. However, she returned to Manchester after her mother fell seriously ill. Jack had a scout around for information about Lilith and Gabriel. There was nothing to be found. No social media profiles, no phone book listing, nothing on the Electoral Roll's open register. Probably to spare them from being pestered by Camilla's fans, journalists and, well, stalkers like him. He sat back thoughtfully. He'd found nothing to suggest a connection between Camilla and the other victims. If anything, what he'd learned pointed in the opposite direction. Abigail, Zoe and Erica came from different strata of society to Camilla. They might have crossed paths with her on a professional level, but not on a social one. Estate agents, pharmacists and bank tellers rarely tended to mingle with opera singers. Yawning, he glanced at the time. 2:31 a.m. Barring delving into genealogical records, he'd gone as far...
This audiobook is free, with no ads or interruptions. Take this moment to rest your mind with some soft music.
as he could without access to police resources. He had to be up in a few hours to take Naomi to school, and after that there was the fit note to sort out. He would need to look at least half alive if he was to convince his GP to hand over the required note. He made up his bed on the sofa and got into it. He lay awake for a long time, alert to every nocturnal sound, his fingers twitching against the steel batten, before sleep finally took him. Chapter 19. Jack watched Naomi all the way into school. She gave him a final wave before disappearing from sight. He lingered near the gates, scanning for anything suspicious. There was nothing. It was 8:55 a.m. He'd made a doctor's appointment for 9:30. With a last look around, he returned to his car. He examined his reflection in the sunshade mirror. Not bad, apart from the bags under his eyes. Those things were big enough to fit a body inside. On the way to the surgery, Jack rehearsed what he needed to say. "I've stopped drinking. I'm sleeping well. I'm getting the house ready for my daughter to move in. I think I'm really getting my life back under control." In the waiting room, he looked at his hands. There was a slight DT's tremor, nothing that couldn't be concealed. He exchanged a few pleasantries with the doctor before getting down to business. He was careful to keep his performance believable and balanced. The most important thing was to appear on an even keel, neither too low nor too high. 20 minutes later,
Jack was back in his car with Fitnote. His phone rang. It was Paul. Jack answered it and said,
I was just about to phone you.
I hope it was to tell me you've got the Fitnote, because I've wrangled you an appointment with your line manager for 11 o'clock this morning.
I've got it right here.
Great. Pop in to see me afterwards.
Thanks, Paul. I owe you big time.
Jack got off the phone. He scanned his surroundings. No silver punto. He checked the location of Naomi's phone. It was right there where it should be.
Stop fretting, he told himself. The killer needs you. They're not going to harm her.
He looked at his inbox. Empty. He skimmed through the local news. No mention of Camilla or Dale. That would change soon. Camilla hadn't worked regular hours, but Dale needed an income to pay for his flash car. He thought about Dale's grey suit, the sort of thing you'd wear in a swanky office. If Dale had a regular 9-to-5 office job, it wouldn't be long before his colleagues started to wonder where he was. Jack's mind turned to his own clothes. He needed to put a suit on before seeing his line manager. But his suits were crumpled in a heap at the bottom of the wardrobe. He hadn't expected Paul to come through so quickly. Greater Manchester Police Headquarters was situated to the north-east of the city centre. He would have to stop and buy a suit on the way there. He checked his phone for the nearest men's suit shop, put its postcode into the sat-nav and set off. A few minutes later, he was pulling over outside the shop. He ran in, grabbed what he needed, changed into it and paid. Catching sight of himself in a mirror as he strode out of the shop, he pulled up. He found himself looking at a man he hadn't seen in a long time. D.I. Jack Anderson. All business, ready for anything. The roads were busy with mid-morning traffic. He chain-smoked his way to the headquarters. It wasn't far off 11 o'clock when he arrived, but he didn't immediately leave the car. He sat staring at an imposing 6-story glass and concrete box adorned with a huge 7-pointed silver star. Dozens of tall, tinted windows seemed to stare back at him, blank yet watchful. The shiny new HQ was on a business park of soulless buildings, antiseptic lawns and high-security car parks. There were plenty of cars around, but no people, giving the place a deserted air. He knew all too well, though, that the windows concealed a hive of unremitting activity. He could feel sweat forming under his armpits. He'd been here before, in more ways than one. He drew in a breath like someone about to dive into deep water.
You can do this, he told himself. You have to do this.
He got out, approached the staff entrance, pressed an intercom, and informed the voice on its other end of who he was and why he was there. The door buzzed open and he made his way along a corridor lined with glass cabinets of police memorabilia. Helmets, truncheons, handcuffs, and the like. One wall comprised of an illuminated blueprint depicting police officers in uniforms dating from the 18th century to the present day. The place had a clean, airy feel. Unlike many of the antiquated police stations he'd visited around the country, where the prevailing smells were coffee, sweat, cheap aftershave, rising damp, and, if he ventured down to the holding cells, cleaning fluids with an aftertaste of feces, urine, puke, and something else indescribable. Jack took a lift to a corridor whose inner-facing windows overlooked a glass-roofed atrium furnished with potted magnolias, round tables, bar stools, and benches. It looked more like a swanky hotel lobby than a police HQ. But to Jack's eyes, there was something calculated about this display of modernity. It shouted a warning loud and clear. We're the best-trained, best-equipped force out there. Fuck with us, and we'll use every up-to-minute investigative technique available to bring you to justice. He knocked on a door. A voice responded. Come in. Jack's line manager was a middle-aged woman with sympathetic eyes. She'd left 6 messages on his phone throughout his absence, inquiring after his welfare. He hadn't returned her calls. She smiled, gesturing him to a seat. The next hour tested Jack's nerves more than many major incidents he'd attended. Fighting to keep his voice steady, he answered a lengthy list of questions about the reasons for his absence and the general state of his health. His efforts were almost scuppered by the question,
How likely do you think it is that there'll be a recurrence of your issues?
Recurrence. Issues. Those words made Jack want to retort, "This isn't some passing phase. I'm not depressed about my love life. My wife's dead. I'll never get over it."
Somehow he clung on to his composure.
"It won't happen again. I'm ready for full operational duty."
The line manager wasn't so sure. She prattled on about action plans and recuperative duties. Jack didn't argue. He learnt long ago that in the force, as in every area of life, if you wanted something, you spoke to the organ grinder, not the monkey. When the interview was over, he wiped his palm on his trousers, shook hands and thanked the line manager for seeing him on such short notice. He took the stairs to Paul's office, giving his nerves a chance to settle. DCI Gunn was almost lost behind a desk overloaded with a keyboard, a monitor, 2 telephones, framed photos of his wife and 2 kids, stacks of papers and plastic folders, and a bucket-sized mug of coffee. His small office was wallpapered with a pin-dotted map of Greater Manchester, a heavily scrawled calendar, stick-it notes, memos, newspaper clippings, headache-inducing charts, graphs and lists of names. The scene looked chaotic, but Jack knew there was an order to it. Paul was like a spider at the centre of a web, alert to the softest touch on any strand. Paul was on the phone. He motioned Jack to a chair in front of the desk. Jack's gaze lingered on photos of the 3 known victims. Not the smiling photos that had appeared in the newspapers. These were crime scene photos of women's corpses. Their names were written in luminous marker. One in particular caught his eye. Zoe Saunders, the woman from the park. She was as he'd seen her. Beaten, stabbed, slashed, legs akimbo. Next to Zoe's photo was Abigail Hart. She was nestled amidst overgrown grass, posed similarly to Zoe. One arm was flung up over her head, the other rested on her chest. Her blouse, it was difficult to tell if it was white or light pink, was torn open. She was naked from her bra on down. Her torso was one big smear of blood, but her face was untouched and looked strangely serene. Intestines protruded like a long sausage through a jagged horizontal incision in her abdomen. One of her legs was positioned at a right angle to her body. The third victim, Erica Cook, was on a blood-drenched beige carpet beside a sofa. The blood furthest away from her body was bright red arterial blood. That nearest to it was black gut blood. She was naked except for a wide-open dressing gown. Her hands rested on her slashed stomach as if trying to hold in her internal organs. She was peppered with so many stab wounds it was difficult to count them. Her legs had been forced open to an almost impossible angle. There was a chunk of flesh missing from her inner left thigh, as if a wild animal had taken a bite out of her. Each photo represented a progression in the killer's evolution, an intensifying bloodlust, a need to push the bounds of their depravity. For the officers working the case, each photo was a reason to start work early and go home late. Jack read those extra hours in the lines around Paul's eyes and the grey flecks in his hair. It was only midday, but Paul already looked as if he'd done a full day's work. Paul put the phone down, smiling and extending his hand.
"Good to see you, mate. You're looking better."
Jack shook Paul's hand.
"You look as if you're working too hard."
"Yeah, well, that's the job, isn't it?"
Paul rested back in his chair, eyeing Jack.
"So, what have you been up to this past couple of months?"
"Not a lot. I've decorated the house. Done a lot of thinking."
"And what about the drinking?"
"The vodka and I are getting a divorce. I'm filing for custody of my liver."
Jack's attempt to make light of the issue met with a frown.
"I'm glad you've rediscovered your sense of humour, Jack, but this is no joking matter. The super won't tolerate an alcoholic on his staff, and neither will I."
"I don't expect you to, Paul. All I want is a chance to do what I'm good at."
Jack's gaze drifted back to the photos.
"Gruesome, aren't they? Someone did a real job on them."
"Any developments?"
Jack was thinking about Camilla and Dale.
Just because it hadn't been on the news didn't mean they hadn't been found. Nothing worth mentioning.
No suspects at all?
We're working through a list of the usual lowlifes, violent offenders, perverts. We're also looking at family, friends, acquaintances and work colleagues of the victims. People who live near them, people who take part in hobbies and leisure activities with them. We're talking to local therapists to find out if some head case with a grudge against women has sought help recently. What we really need to find is something that links the victims. A person more than one of them may have known or had dealings with. A place they may have all shopped, drank or eaten out at.
How's the tip line doing? Getting many calls?
Not as many as we'd like. We're releasing CCTV footage of Abigail and Zoe making their way home and timelines of all three women's final hours. Hopefully that should generate activity.
Sounds like a good idea. What else are you doing?
We've got an army of plain clothes on the streets and in bars and nightclubs, keeping an eye on women who look like potential victims. Wherever this arsehole pops up next, we'll be there.
So, basically you're waiting for the next incident and hoping the killer makes a mistake?
That's not the way I'd phrase it, but I suppose that's what it amounts to.
Paul agreed.
I'll be honest, Jack. We could be in trouble on this one. If we are dealing with a single perp, they're careful and well-organised. I mean, you don't stab someone 50 times without getting a lot of blood on yourself. But no one's seen anyone with blood on them. In fact, no one's seen anything at all.
You're wrong about that, thought Jack.
What about forensics? There's next to no forensic evidence. We have found one thing. A 15-centimetre-long synthetic black hair at the Erica Cook scene.
The killer's long black hair came to Jack's mind.
Surely this confirmed they'd been wearing a mask.
So her killer might wear a wig?
We're working on one theory that we're dealing with a transvestite, someone who's been sexually humiliated because of their proclivities. We're talking to local trannies and prostitutes. So far, nothing. Paul sighed. 3 women are dead and I feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall. What do you think? What's this sicko's deal?
Jack was silent for a moment. Not so much because he needed to think about what to say, but because he needed to think about what not to say. He had to give Paul enough to convince him he was ready to work on such a big case, whilst being careful not to mention anything that suggested he knew more than he should.
For starters, there can't be much doubt that we're looking at the handiwork of one individual. The MO seems clear. The killer chooses dark-haired, blue-eyed women, all of whom are between approximately 25 and 35 years old, and all of whom are slim and attractive. Was anything taken from the victims?
Not as far as we know.
So robbery isn't a motive? What about evidence of sexual assault?
No sexual discharge has been found on the victims or at the scenes. No signs of vaginal penetration. Erica even had a tampon left in.
So, we're not looking for a rapist. As for where the crimes took place, victims 1 and 2 were killed outside. Victim 3 was killed in her flat. That muddies the waters. You said you're releasing timelines for the nights of the murders. Can I look at them?
Paul handed Jack a printout. Abigail Hart, to the 17th of the 7th, 2017. 2030. Abigail and 5 friends, 3 females, 2 males, had drinks in Apotheca Cocktail Bar. 2200. The group went to NoHo Cocktail Bar. 2230. Abigail felt unwell. A male friend accompanied her to Piccadilly Gardens. They walked via Lever Street. 2240. Abigail boarded the number 42 bus, alone. 2316. Abigail disembarked at Disbury, Wimslow Road, Fletcher Moss Gardens. 2317. Abigail proceeded along Millgate Lane towards the flat she lived in, on St Michael Court. 6:56. Abigail's body was found by a dog walker approximately 100 metres to the west of Millgate Lane in an overgrown area of Fletcher Moss Park. The next timeline followed a similar pattern. Zoe Saunders, 18th of the 7th, 2017 to 19th of the 7th, 2017. 2000. Zoe met 3 female friends in the Fitzgerald Cocktail Bar. 21:30.
All four made their way along Portland Street and New York Street to the Alchemist cocktail bar. 23:20, Zoe's friends left. She stayed in the Alchemist talking to a man who remains unidentified. 23:40, Zoe left the Alchemist and made her way alone along Portland Street to Piccadilly Gardens. 23:50, Zoe caught the number 101 bus. 00:06, Zoe disembarked at Moss Side, Alexandra Park, Princess Road. 00:07, Zoe proceeded into Alexandra Park towards her house on Stanley Road. "Where I was passed out under a tree," Jack added to himself. He knew what happened next. Someone attacked Zoe. She screamed and suppressing a grimace at what he'd done, or rather hadn't done, he moved on to the final timeline. Erica Cook, 19th of the 7th, 2017, to the 20th of the 7th, 2017, 1700. Erica left work at the Chorlton branch of RBS, 464 Wilbraham Road. She proceeded homewards on foot. 1705, Erica called in at the Wilbraham Road Co-op for bread and milk. 1720, Erica arrived at her flat on Whitelow Road. 1850, Erica's boyfriend phoned to invite her over to his house. Erica declined, saying she was suffering from period pain. 800 hours. A neighbour leaving for work noticed the door to Erica's flat was ajar. She entered the property and discovered Erica's body. There was no sign of forced entry. Jack handed back the printouts, running through a fourth timeline in his mind. Camilla Winter, 22nd of the 7th, 2017. 2000. Camilla sings in front of a full house at Manchester Opera House. 23:40, give or take 10 minutes, Camilla and Dale arrive at her Chorlton flat. 23:42, Dale leaves to buy champagne. 23:55, a masked figure enters the flat. 23:56, Dale returns. The masked figure murders him and Camilla. 23:59, I enter the flat and... Jack cut off the thought. He couldn't allow himself to relive what happened next. Not here. "What are you thinking?" asked Paul. Jack almost flinched. "I'm thinking Abigail and Zoe appear to have been opportunistic kills, and Erica's murder looks like more of a pre-planned thing. The killer might have known of Erica's existence from before Abigail and Zoe were murdered. The lack of any sign of forced entry could mean Erica knew the killer well enough to let them in. Or it could mean the killer knows how to pick a lock. In which case, we may be looking for someone with a history of burglaries and other petty crime. What did Erica do at RBS? He knew the answer, but he couldn't remember it if it had been in the newspapers. She was a bank teller. We should speak to her colleagues and check through RBS's security footage, find out if any customers acted oddly around her or made a particular point of using her. We're already on it. Nothing so far. But we've still got a ton of footage to go through." Jack's gaze moved to the map of Greater Manchester. Coloured pins showed where the victims had been found. They formed an uneven triangle with 1.5 miles between Abigail and the other two victims, and maybe 3/4 of a mile between Zoe and Erica. Camilla's flat was at the centre of the triangle. There's not much distance between where the bodies were found. Could indicate the killer lives locally. At the very least, it suggests the killer knows the area well. That's good, but it's not what I need. What I need is to get into the head of this character. Find out what they're thinking. I can give you the same profile I'm sure you've already constructed. Jack ticked off points on his fingers. We're most likely looking for a white male, over 30 years old. There's a good chance he's single, separated or divorced. Conversely, he may hide behind the normality of family life. He may have a history of mental illness. He may also have a police record as a violent offender. He may have been betrayed or perceive himself as having been betrayed by a dark-haired, blue-eyed woman. His prime motivation is a need for power, control and revenge, not sexual gratification. The absence of sexual discharge may indicate that he's impotent, in which case he may have sought treatment for his problem. At this last possibility, Paul picked up a pen and made a quick note. I could go on, said Jack, but you know as well as I do that this type of guesswork should be taken with a big pinch of salt.
If you want something more substantial, I need to read the case files. More importantly, I need to get out there and speak to people.
Paul pressed his fingertips together.
I'd love to have you on my team, Jack. God knows we could use the extra manpower. The super's been on my back day and night about the amount of attention this case is generating. But I'm not sure you're ready to be thrown in at the deep end. It makes more sense to ease you back in. You could do half shifts for a few weeks, see how things go. There's a series of muggings we think are connected.
I didn't move up here to investigate muggins, interrupted Jack.
His voice took on a faintly pleading tone as he thought about the consequences of not getting on the murder inquiry.
I need this, Paul. I swear I won't fall off the wagon, if that's what you're worried about.
It's not just about that, Jack.
Paul grew hesitant, almost sheepish.
After we spoke the other night, I was looking at the victims and something occurred to me. They all bear a distinct resemblance to Rebecca.
Jack gripped his thighs to conceal the sharp tremors the observation sent through him.
What are you getting at? Am I a suspect?
What gave you that idea?
Exclaimed Paul, visibly taken aback.
Well, let's see. I live locally. I'm white, over 30. You could say I'm separated from my wife. You could say I have a history of mental illness. Maybe you could think I suspect Rebecca betrayed me in some way.
The tremors found their way into Jack's voice.
And, to be honest, I've often wondered if she did. Who knows? Perhaps she was having an affair and it drove her to suicide.
Rebecca would never have done that to you.
Wouldn't she? When someone you love dies like that, it makes you question everything you thought you knew. Who was Rebecca, really? Did she have some whole other secret life?
Paul shook his head.
Sorry, Jack, but I won't listen to this. That woman loved you, and her death was an accident. That's all there is to it.
How can you be so sure?
Because if there's one thing I know, it's people. And Rebecca wasn't the type to just give up on life.
You didn't see her in those last few weeks, Paul. When I looked in her eyes, I saw nothing. It was like she was already dead.
Paul sat in furrowed silence for a moment. He gave another shake of his head.
No, I can't bring myself to believe it. And as for you being a suspect, I've never heard anything so ridiculous. I'm just worried that the only reason you want on this case is because you've somehow got Rebecca and those women, he pointed to the photos, mixed up in your head.
Jack thought about the way Rebecca and Camilla's faces had seemed to blend into one another like shadows. Paul hadn't hit the bullseye, but he was disconcertingly close to it. Jack knew better than to feed his friend an outright lie.
Perhaps there's some truth in that, but I'm not on a personal mission here. Someone out there is getting their kicks from killing young women. Look at those photos. Look at the all-consuming rage. This killer's only just getting started. Like I said, all I'm asking is for a chance to...
Paul held up a silencing hand.
All right, you've convinced me. I'll speak to the super. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but the way things are going, I doubt he'll say no to an extra pair of hands.
Jack felt an almost tearful rush of relief. He was over the first hurdle. Now he had breathing room to work out how he would salvage the wreckage of his and Naomi's life.
You're a good friend, Paul.
Paul smiled.
I'm not doing this out of friendship.
He glanced at the photos.
I'm doing it for them.
He pushed back his chair.
Come on, I'll introduce you to the team.
He paused at the door.
One thing. It's fine to talk like old mates when it's just you and me. But when we're around the others, I'd appreciate it if you observe rank. You understand, I can't be seen to be playing favourites.
Of course, sir.
Paul nodded, as if he liked the sound of that. You know, I always assumed I'd be the one who ended up calling you, sir. Back in Sussex, the brass were always singing your praises. It's funny how life turns out sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, thought Jack. But not always.
Chapter 20. Incident Room. No unauthorized access, warned a laminated sign. Paul tapped a security code into metal keypad and opened the door the sign was pinned to. The office was as functionally modern as the building it inhabited. Detectives, male and female, but mostly male, occupied a central bank of desks, their eyes glued to monitors, their ears to phones, their pens to paperwork. They worked surrounded by blown-up aerial photos of the areas where the victims were found. Whiteboards with names, dates and locations scrawled on them in a variety of colours. Crime scene photos, CCTV stills, shelves that, the longer the case went on, would become ever more overstuffed with documents and files. Red lines radiated from photos of the victims, traversing maps and stick-it notes, probing for the elusive connection that would break the case. Paul introduced his team. This is D.S. Gary Crawley, and this is D.C. Olivia Clark, and this guy with the impressive moustache is D.I. Steve Platts. More names came at Jack. The faces that went with them were instantly familiar. He'd worked with people like them half his life. They were the best people he'd ever known. Serious, friendly, sharp-witted, generous, enthusiastic, overworked. And he was betraying them with every moment that he kept quiet about what he'd witnessed. Their smiles made the knowledge all the harder to bear. It was all he could do not to turn and walk out of the room. He conjured up an image of Naomi and held it tight. Paul finished his introductions at a 30-ish slim woman with no-nonsense short blonde hair and an angular makeup-free face. This is D.I. Emma Steele. Emma will bring you up to date on the investigation. Right, Jack, I'll have to leave you to it. I've got calls to make. Give me a knock before you leave. Paul headed back to his office. Emma spread her hands and said, "Welcome to hell." The deadpan remark went a long way to easing Jack's nerves. That bad, is it? After all, through God knows how many hours of CCTV footage in the past few days. Only another few thousand to go. So, what do you want to know? Everything you've got. We've got a lot, but not much, if you know what I mean. Tell you what, let's start at the beginning. Emma led Jack to an aerial photo of Fletcher Moss Park. She pointed to a wooded area at the eastern edge of the park. This is where the first victim, Abigail, was found. There were traces of blood 20 metres to the east on Millgate Lane. The houses on the opposite side of the lane are screened by trees, so the killer could act without too much risk of being seen. Abigail was dragged through the bushes into the park. She may have already been dead or unconscious since there was no evidence of defence wounds. She was stabbed 14 times in her back, chest and abdomen. The fatal blow entered her back and pierced her heart. Most of the other wounds were shallow. Further traces of blood were found 40 metres to the southeast at a dirt access road to the park. We believe the killer may have parked a vehicle there. It had rained that night, and we were able to make casts of a pair of tyre prints and a partial footprint. Emma rooted out photos of the casts and print. As you can see, the tyre tread is worn down. They're of a size and type used on smaller cars, so that narrows it down to about 20 million cars. Or one small silver car, thought Jack. We think the footprint was made by a trainer, said Emma. Notes a circular tread and pattern and wide heel. We're still trying to ID the brand. We estimate it's a size 7. There's a lot of wear on the inner heel. I used to do that to my shoes when I was a kid. My mum gave me hell for it. Said I'd end up flat-footed. And she was right, quipped D.I. Steve Platts, a crew-cut 40-something who looked as if he'd found his way into the police from the army. Ignore Steve, said Emma. He's just jealous because I've got bigger feet than him. Jack started to smile, but stopped himself. He couldn't allow himself to be lulled into a full sense of security by the familiar banter. He needed to stay on his guard, keep his colleagues at arm's length. So, you work with the DCI in Sussex, said Steve. We joined up at the same time. Jack wondered what else his new colleagues knew about him. Had Paul told them about Rebecca? The possibility made him feel exposed and ashamed, as if they might wonder, as he so often did himself,
whether he was somehow responsible for her death. He brought the conversation back to the matter at hand.
What about the second crime scene? This guy's a bag of laughs.
Jack caught Steve remarking as Emma moved on to an aerial photo of Alexandra Park. He was relieved to hear the sarcastic aside. It surely meant that D.I. Platts didn't know about Rebecca. Either that or he was an insensitive arsehole. Jack made a mental note to steer clear of Steve. "There are similarities between where Abigail and Zoe were found," said Emma. "There are also differences. Zoe's body was approximately 100 metres into the park. There was no sign of it having been moved."
"The killer was more experienced," observed Jack. "They chose a better spot."
"I don't know about that, but I'll tell you this. They were a lot more brutal. Zoe was stabbed 30 times in the face, back, neck, chest, etc., and the cut in her abdomen was twice as long." Emma scrunched her nose. It was not a pleasant sight.
"Imagine the biggest rush, the highest high."
With those words echoing back to him, Jack said,
"It only takes one hit to become a junkie. After that, the junkie's always trying to recapture their first high."
"And the only way to do that is to up the dosage," put in Emma. "I think the words the behavioural analysts use were an obsessional, almost erotic compulsion that grows stronger with every act. Although I find that odd when you consider that no sexual discharge was found at the scenes."
"Plenty of people find power erotic, and there's nothing more powerful than taking a life."
"I suppose that's true if you're a dickless psychopath." Emma traced a line on the map. "There was a blood trail in Alexandra Park too. This one led south towards Demesne Road."
"So on both occasions the killer went south. Seems to back up the theory that they live on the south side of Manchester.
Or it could just be a coincidence. I've been screwed over by coincidence more times than I can count." Jack replied with a wry smile that said, "You and me both." He couldn't help but like Emma. She was a what you see is what you get sort of woman. Not the type he was attracted to, but the type whose company he enjoyed.
"What about the guy Zoe spoke to in the cocktail bar? Any leads on him?"
Emma pointed out a CCTV still of a burly, shaven-headed man with a face 2/3 hidden behind a thick blonde beard. The man was wearing a black suit and shirt. He was at a bar counter, talking to a dark-haired woman in a short skirt and high heels. Jack recognised Zoe Saunders. "This guy's at the top of our hit list," said Emma. "He spoke to Zoe for half an hour on the night of her murder. She left the Alchemist on her own at 20 to 12. At 5 to 12, this same guy was caught on CCTV on Princess Street." She showed Jack a photo of the bearded man walking along a pavement with his head down as if trying to make himself inconspicuous. Jack scrutinised the image. The man didn't look particularly tall, maybe 5'7" or 5'8", although it was difficult to get a proper perspective. His height was roughly in line with what Jack was looking for, but his shoulders looked far too broad. Even with a bulky raincoat on, the killer had been nowhere near that well built. Had they? Thinking back on it, all Jack could see clearly was the witchy mask. Everything else was clouded by a haze of vodka.
"He looks like a bouncer."
"That's what we thought. We're doing the rounds of the nightclubs and bars. No luck so far."
"I hate prejudice, but he also looks like he might have a record. I take it you've run him through facial recognition."
Emma nodded. "No match. Might be something to do with the crappy hipster beard."
"Where's Princess Street?"
Emma pointed out a long road about 200 metres southwest of the Alchemist.
"So Zoe went north to Piccadilly Gardens at 20 to 12, said Jack. Quarter of an hour later, this guy was heading in the opposite direction. That would seem to rule him out of the running for Manchester's Most Wanted.
Unless he knew where Zoe was going.
Doesn't seem likely that she would have told a stranger in a bar where she lived. They could have met before, but surely someone amongst Zoe's friends and family would know of him. I'm assuming that's not the case."
"Correct." Jack pointed at the bearded man's black shoes.
"Also, those look bigger than size 7.
"I agree. But it's a solid lead, and we haven't got many of those right now. Emma turned her attention to a third aerial photo. It showed an area of large houses, many of whose front gardens had been converted into car parks, marking them out as offices or flats. Her finger landed on a boxy building at the midpoint of Whitelow Road. It's a much more built-up area. Still, it's not a bad spot for the killer. Erica's flat overlooks St. Jack's Church. There are bushes beside the church car park, from which the killer could have watched Erica. Her flat is part of quite a large block. A lot of young professional types live there. People coming and going at all hours. Wouldn't be too difficult for the killer to sneak in and out without attracting attention. None of the neighbours heard a disturbance, which is amazing, considering the number the killer did on Erica. She was stabbed over 70 times and gutted like a fish. I noticed what looks like a bite mark on her left thigh. Yeah, I thought it was a bite mark too, but it turns out the flesh was cut away with a serrated knife. Erica had a tattoo of a red rose and Cupid there. Before you ask, neither of the other victims had tattoos. Perhaps the killer took a trophy. Or perhaps they liked it so much they decided to get the same tattoo. Emma's tone was jokey, but Jack's was serious as he replied, "We could be onto something. You should make an image of the tattoo. Take it around local tattooists. Find out if anyone's had the same tattoo done since Erica's murder." I'll speak to the DCI, see what he thinks. Anything else you want to know? Can I have a look at the victim's background files? Emma retrieved the files and pointed Jack to an empty desk. She resumed poring over CCTV footage while he skimmed through the files. Erica Cook had been in a relationship with a man named Luke Fraser. Luke had rock-solid alibis for Erica and Abigail's murders. Apart from that, the files told Jack almost nothing he didn't already know. There were, however, queries relating to them that he wanted answers to. Greg Saunders. Emma nodded as if she'd expected to hear that name. Poor bloke's in a right old state. He's worked at HMP prison for 15 years. Says he's always very careful about not discussing his private life with the prisoners. A lot of cons have passed through that place in 15 years. A fair few that Greg's treated are now living in Manchester. We've spoken to several of them. So far, we've come up with sweet F all. Any suggestion that Greg has ever been involved in anything untoward? Inappropriate relationships with prisoners or anything like that? No? Anything else? Barlow & Co. Estate Agency and Moss Lane Pharmacy. We're going through lists of customers for both places. We've also got CCTV from the pharmacy. Nothing connects so far. Can I see the lists? Emma fetched them. They were hundreds, if not thousands, of names long. Paul's team had found no connections, but they didn't know about Camilla. Jack was particularly interested in the Moss Lane Pharmacy customer list. Lilith Winter was seriously ill. Maybe she, her husband, or someone else connected to the Winters had picked up prescriptions from there. He scanned through the names. "You're wasting your time," said Steve. "Not necessarily," countered Emma. "He's a fresh pair of eyes. He might pick up on something we've missed." Jack barely heard them. He was too intent on his task. The afternoon ticked away. Upon reaching the end of the pharmacy customer list, he glanced at his watch. It was almost 2:30. The Barlow & Co. Estate Agency list would have to wait. He told Laura he would pick Naomi up from school. "Anything catch your eye?" asked Emma. "No. Can I get copies of these?" "Take those. Do you need anything else?" "Yes, a PNC password so I can dig deeper into the lives of Camilla and her family, and also access to city centre CCTV footage," Jack thought. But he couldn't use official channels to investigate those lines of inquiry until Camilla and Dale were found. "I think that covers everything for now. Thanks, Emma." "My pleasure. I hope you get on the team. We could do with you." Jack made a quick exit from the incident room. He didn't want to get caught up in conversation with any of the other detectives. He poked his head around Paul's door. Paul was on the phone again. He beckoned Jack into the office. "Yes, sir, I understand completely. Thank you, sir." Paul hung up and turned his attention to Jack. "That was the super. You're on the investigation. But there are conditions. First and foremost, if I get even the slightest whiff that you've fallen off the wagon, you're out. And I mean out for good. Second, if you feel you're struggling to cope, you must tell me. I can't have you cracking up on me. It wouldn't be good for anyone, least of all you and Naomi. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thanks again, Paul.
Don't thank me, Jack. Just do your job.
I won't let you down.
Jack despised himself for those words. He'd failed Naomi. Now he was failing Paul. Lines from his swearing and oath rang in his mind.
I will, to the best of my power, cause the peace to be kept and preserved and prevent all offences against people and property. I will, to the best of my skill and knowledge, discharge all the duties thereof faithfully according to the law. There was a time when he would rather have walked away from the job than break that oath. Now the words seemed to have no more substance than an echo in a cave. When do I start?
Tomorrow. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Then all that's left to say is, welcome to GMP, D.I. Anderson.
Jack gave a casual salute. He pointed to Paul's family photo.
Say hello from me to Natasha and the kids. I hope they're well.
They are, and I will.
Chapter 21. As Jack drove to Chorlton, his eyes strayed to an off-licence. The past few hours had felt him feeling as frazzled as burnt bacon. What he wouldn't have given to lose himself in a bottle of vodka. But that wasn't an option. He needed to find the missing link and find it fast. The increasing violence of the murders suggested it wouldn't be long before the killer's rage overwhelmed them again. He mentally sifted through the evidence. The footprint, the tyre tracks, the blood trails, the synthetic hair, the tattoo cut from Erica's thigh, the bearded man who'd spoken to Zoe in The Alchemist. What did it all add up to? As Emma had said, a lot, but not much. The footprint might or might not belong to the killer. If it did, then that would seem to rule the bearded man out as a suspect. The guy was surely too big to have size 7 feet. Moreover, as Paul had pointed out, the killer was careful and organised. Why would they risk talking to Zoe in a public place? The blood trails reinforced the theory that the killer had a connection to South Manchester. The tyre tracks were interesting, but too commonplace to be conclusive. The synthetic hair, on the other hand, removed any lingering doubts that the same killer was responsible for all 5 murders. The tattoo. What did the missing tattoo signify? Was it a trophy, or was there more to it? The dashboard clock caught Jack's eye. 3:13 p.m. Naomi finished school in 12 minutes. He put his foot down, weaving in and out of traffic. He didn't want her waiting around. She was coming out of school when he rushed into the playground.
Daddy!
She called out, running to give him a hug. For a second, something clutched at his heart. Those eyes, that hair. Rebecca. But only for a second. He took her bag.
Hi, sweetheart. How was your day?
He asked as they walked to the car, hand in hand. During the drive to Laura's, they chatted about what Naomi wanted for tea and what presents she wanted for her upcoming birthday. Just a normal conversation, but it made Jack feel like crying. There'd been a time, not so long ago, when he'd wondered if they would ever talk like that again. Naomi went upstairs to change out of her school uniform, while Jack made them both a drink. He was pleased to note that he felt no temptation as his gaze passed over a bottle of wine. His phone rang and "No caller ID" flashed up. He scowled. Why did the bastard have to spoil this moment? He closed the kitchen door and put the phone to his ear.
"Hello, Jack," said the androgynous voice. "How's my favourite accomplice doing?"
Favourite accomplice? Were there others? I'm not your accomplice.
You mean like you weren't Camilla's stalker? Let's not get off on the wrong foot again, Jack. Now I'll ask you once more. How's my favourite accomplice doing?
Jack pushed the required words through his teeth.
I'm doing okay.
Okay. Is that all you've got to say?
What else is there to say?
You could start by telling me how your meeting with Paul went.
So you are following me, thought Jack. I start work tomorrow.
That's good, Jack. Keep this up and the future will soon look bright for you and Naomi. So tell me how the SCD's investigation is going.
Jack's forehead wrinkled. That wasn't part of the deal.
The deal is you help me and I help you.
Why do you need to know how the investigation's going? I thought you wanted to be caught.
I do. Eventually. So,
the killer trailed off meaningfully. No fucking chance, Jack said to himself. If you do this, this bastard will always be one step ahead of SCD. But another part of him countered. Calm down. You knew it would play out something like this. Give them a few scraps of information to chew on. Nothing important.
There's not much to tell. I haven't got access to the case files until tomorrow.
A soft sigh tickled his eardrum.
I thought we agreed to be honest with each other.
I am being honest. The police force is all about rules and regulations. I spent half my life wading through red tape.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer? This isn't Who Wants to Be a Fucking Millionaire. Jack caught the retort on the tip of his tongue. I can tell you what you already know. Where the victims were found, the nature of their injuries. But as for the finer details...
Okay, Jack. If that's how you want to play it. Bye for now.
The line went dead. Jack stared at the phone with troubled eyes. If that's how you want to play it. That had sounded like a warning. Was the killer going to show him the consequences of not fully cooperating? He clenched his fist. Damn it, you should have just given them what they wanted. Better that than someone else gets hurt. He thought about the crime scene photos. The blood. The entrails. His gaze returned to the fridge. His hand trembled as he reached to open it. He ran his tongue over his lips at the sight of the wine. He quickly closed the fridge as Naomi bounded into the kitchen. From somewhere, he found a smile for her. They took their drinks out to the backyard and sat in the late afternoon sun. Laura arrived home. She joined them with a glass of wine. Jack couldn't watch her drink it. He returned inside and checked his inbox yet again. Still no reply from Lucrezia Moretti. Doubts gnawed at him. You're not going to be able to catch the killer. You should have told the truth when you had the chance. More people would die because of you. Christ, no wonder Rebecca was depressed being married to an idiot like you. He refreshed his inbox every few seconds. Empty, empty. The muscles of his jaw pulsed. The air seemed to whisper, Rebecca, Rebecca, vodka, vodka. Naomi and Laura came into the living room. Naomi was in a good mood, dancing around and laughing. To Jack, every sound was like a nail scraping down a blackboard. He clasped his hands together to keep them from shaking. Laura gave him a concerned glance. When Naomi popped out of the room, she said, What is it? The DTs. Jack nodded, but it wasn't the DTs. She laid a hand on his wrist. You're doing so well, Jack. I'm proud of you. Proud. He held in a scornful laugh. The last thing anyone should be was proud of him. Why don't you ever lie down on my bed? Suggested Laura. Thanks, I think I will. On the way upstairs, Jack checked that the front and back doors were locked. How long will you have to live like this? He wondered. Weeks? Months? Years? The rest of your life? Naomi stuck her head out of her room. I'm going for a lie down, he told her. She looked at him with that old anxiety in her young eyes. Aren't you feeling very well? Jack resisted the instinct to tell her he was fine. I'm tired. It's been a long day. He ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I won't miss bath time. Laura's bedroom was furnished with modern, functional furniture.
pretty much the opposite of Rebecca's taste. She'd furnished their cottage with a mishmash of furniture from charity shops and vintage stores.
Rebecca, what happened? Where did it all go so wrong?
He looked out of the window. A woman was pottering about in a front yard across the street. There was no one else around, nor were there any silver cars. He drew the curtains and flopped onto the bed. When he closed his eyes, faces rushed at him one after another. Rebecca's, Camilla's, Dale's, Abigail's, Zoe's, Erica's. And over them all loomed a yellow-green face that might have been conjured up in a childhood nightmare. Chapter 22. It was pitch dark when Jack awoke with a gasp. Someone had covered him with a duvet. 3:43 a.m. read the bedside clock. He'd slept through bath time, and a long way beyond. Laura must have bedded down on the sofa. If that's how you want to play it. The killer's parting words rose into his mind again. He groped for his phone, scrolled through the newsfeed and had a glance at Naomi's Facebook account. A bud of relief opened inside him. There was no news of a fresh attack, and there had been no activity on the account. He padded onto the landing and peeped into Naomi's bedroom. She was sound asleep. He went downstairs. The soft sound of snoring from the living room told him Laura was also asleep. He headed into the kitchen to make a cup of tea. The wine bottle was on the work surface. Empty. It seemed he wasn't the only one who'd been hitting the bottle too hard. He sighed. There was no wonder, really. For the past couple of months, Laura had been dealing with full-time work, Naomi, and a brother on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Jack smoked a cigarette out of the back door, then took his drink up to bed. There was no way he was getting back to sleep. He felt wide awake, hyper-alert. He sat sipping tea and scanning the list of people who'd bought, sold, or rented property in Greater Manchester through Barlow & Co. It was arranged chronologically, from most recent to oldest, dating back a year from Abigail's death. He Googled any customers who lived within the triangle formed by Abigail, Zoe, and Erica's murder scenes. Some had left little or no online trace of themselves. A few maintained websites or blogs. Several seemed almost to live through social media, posting the minutiae of their daily existences. There were people from all walks of life. Teachers, shop workers, therapists, IT workers, receptionists, plumbers, labourers, etc. But all of them had one thing in common: no discernible connection to the victims besides geography. It was light outside by the time Jack was finished. He took a long shower, kneading the tension out of his neck. Laura was eating breakfast when he went downstairs. "Sleep well?" she asked. Jack nodded.
"You should have woken me. I only meant to close my eyes for a half an hour."
"I couldn't bring myself to." Laura eyed his shirt. "Take that off. I'll iron it. We can't have you going to work in a creased shirt on your first day." Naomi came into the kitchen. Faint lines disturbed her forehead. "Are you okay now, Dad?" Jack tousled her hair.
"Yes, sweetheart."
He moved the conversation on to lighter topics.
"What lessons have you got today?"
Naomi rolled her eyes and shrugged. Her standard response whenever she couldn't be bothered to talk about something. Jack smiled. That was fine with him. He wasn't much for chit-chat in the morning either. Half an hour later, Jack was bundling Naomi into his car for the school run. "Good luck," said Laura.
"I don't know what time I'll be finished."
"That's okay. I'll pick up Naomi."
"Make sure you're there on time. And if anyone you don't know approaches you, call me straight away."
Laura frowned.
"You're not still fretting about that Facebook nonsense, are you? Just humour me, will you, Laura?"
Jack puffed his cheeks as he ducked into the car. It wasn't easy to pull the wool over Laura's eyes, nor did he want to. If Naomi really was in danger, then Laura was in danger too, in which case she had a right to know what was going on. But what the hell was he supposed to tell her?
"I'm being blackmailed by a psychopath."
obviously wasn't an option. He put the question to the back of his mind. He had another minefield to negotiate before it needed answering. He went through the same procedure as on the previous day. Watch Naomi all the way into school. Check to make sure no one else was watching her. Check her phone locator. As he returned to the car, he lit a cigarette. The cigarette was long finished by the time he'd fought his way through rush hour to headquarters. He took a deep breath and headed into the building. The corridors were busy, with officers coming on and going off duty. A claustrophobic feeling prodded at him as he caught a crowded lift to the SCD's floor. He knocked on Paul's door.
"Come in,"
called Paul. Jack entered. "Morning, sir."
"Morning. Jack, relax. Like I said, you only need to observe rank in front of the team."
Paul eyed him intently.
"Nervous?"
"Yes, but I'm raring to go."
"Glad to hear it.
Paul rose from behind his mountain of paperwork.
I'll show you to your desk."
Jack's new colleagues already had their heads buried in phones, computers and files. He nodded at them and said, "Morning." The only names that had stuck in his mind were D.I. Emma Steele and D.I. Steve Platts, the former because he'd instantly liked her, the latter for the opposite reason. Steve looked unsmiling at Jack. The feeling appeared to be mutual. Paul led Jack to a desk neighbouring Emma. She was still trawling through CCTV footage from the RBS branch where Erica Cook had worked. She gave Jack a friendly, albeit jaded, smile. "Still hard at it," said Jack. She pointed to her blonde hair. "This'll be grey by the time I'm done."
"Emma knows this division inside out. Any questions, just ask her," Paul said briskly. "You need a building pass card. Oh, and a mobile phone. I'll get them sorted out for you."
He glanced at his wristwatch.
"Morning briefing is in about 20 minutes, so I'll leave you to settle in."
Paul strode from the room like a man fighting a losing battle against time.
"It tires me out just looking at him,"
said Emma. "Has he always been like this?" Jack nodded. "Natasha, his wife, used to complain that she hardly ever saw him. I used to say to him, 'You ought to be careful. Nothing's worth putting your marriage at risk for.' He should have listened to you." Jack frowned curiously. "What does that mean?" Emma hesitated to reply.
"If the DCI said nothing, then it's not my place to."
"They're getting divorced,"
Steve put in with a smirk. Jack's eyes widened. "Since when?"
"Since a few weeks ago. The DCI hasn't breathed a word about it. Only reason we know is because I went to his house on business and he wasn't there. His wife told me he's living in a Premier Inn. Poor sod. Mind you, they do a bloody good peri-peri burger at the Manchester Central Premier Inn."
"Click," Emma muttered loud enough for Steve to hear. He blew her a kiss. Jack wondered why Paul hadn't mentioned the breakup to him. Was he too embarrassed? For the most part, Paul kept his work and personal life separate. Still, they'd been friends for years. They'd gone to each other's wedding. Natasha and Rebecca hadn't been particularly close, but they got on well enough. "Rebecca. Maybe that's it," thought Jack. "Maybe he doesn't want to burden me with his troubles because of Rebecca. Rebecca." He flipped open his wallet. A photo of Naomi smiled out from it. "She's gorgeous," commented Emma. "What's her name?" "Naomi. She looks like you." "No, she doesn't," thought Jack. Rebecca's eyes stabbed at him from Naomi's face. He remembered the first time he'd looked into Rebecca's eyes. It was like he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. He closed his wallet. He couldn't bring those memories here, or he might as well hand in his badge right now. A man in his late 20s or early 30s, with a face as yet unmarked by the rigours of the job, approached. "I'm Gary," he said. "We met briefly yesterday. I've been working on the Mustang Pharmacy and Barlow & Co. lists. Emma tells me you've been going through them. Come up with anything interesting?" Jack gave Gary the short list of names he'd made, along with whatever information he'd dug up online. "I don't think it will be of much use."
No, this is great, thanks. It looks like most of these people live in Didsbury.
Pfft, interrupted Steve.
Give me a break. Our guy isn't some guardian reading ponce from Didsbury.
He slid a glance at Jack.
Or Chorlton.
Jack pretended not to notice. He'd come across plenty of blokes like Steve on the force. Alpha males who started pissing all over the place whenever a potential rival wandered into their territory. The best policy was to ignore them. Take away their oxygen.
How do you know it's a guy?
Asked Emma.
Of course it bloody is.
Steve pointed to the crime scene photos.
A woman wouldn't do something like that. Not unless she was some psycho dyke.
Rolling her eyes, Emma said sarcastically,
D.I. Steve Platts, the face of progressive policing.
Steve came back with a retort, but Jack had already zoned out of the conversation. He was looking at Paul, who'd just marched into the room in a manner that suggested he had big news to tell. Jack's heart was suddenly in his mouth.
Someone's either found Camilla and Dale, or a new victim. Oh, Christ, don't let it be a new victim.
Okay, everyone, listen up, began Paul.
The room fell silent.
2 bodies have been found in Chorlton, a male and a female, both approximately early 30s. The female fits the victim's profile and has injuries consistent with our perp's MO. The male appears to have been fatally stabbed. A call came in from the female victim's mother, a Mrs. Lilith Winter, an hour ago. She was worried because she hadn't been able to contact her daughter in 2 days. The daughter's name is Camilla Winter. Apparently she's quite a well-known opera singer. She was in a show at Manchester Opera House last Saturday night, so we know she was killed sometime after that. 2 constables from West Didsbury Station got Camilla's landlord to let them into her flat. We haven't got a definitive ID yet, but the description fits Camilla. The man is believed to be her boyfriend, Dale Hopper of Brooms Lane, Levenshulme. That's about all we know right now. This scene is potentially already several days old.
Paul clapped his hands.
So come on, let's not let it get any older. Gary, Steve, I want you to canvass the neighbourhood. Emma, Jack, you're heading over to Didsbury to break the news to the mother.
Jack could have thrown his head back in relief, partly because he dodged the bullet of talking to neighbours who might have seen him lurking near Camilla's flat, but mainly because no one else had been killed. He wasn't surprised Emma had landed the unenviable task of breaking the news to Lilith Winter. She had a direct but gentle way about her that made her a natural candidate for such duties.
What do we know about Lilith?
Asked Jack.
She's 64, a widow. Camilla was her only child. No employment history, no criminal record.
Jack's heart gave a squeeze for Lilith. She'd outlived her husband and child. He couldn't imagine anything worse than that. Paul resumed firing out orders, and the team sprang into action. Chapter 23. A convoy of marked and unmarked vehicles exited GMP HQ car park. Jack's mouth was bone dry. He'd used to live for the thrill of heading to a crime scene, his stomach queasy with anticipation. But the thrill was gone. Only the queasiness remained. The convoy skirted the city centre and raced south along Princess Road. They passed Alexandra Park, where Zoe Saunders's screams had echoed unheeded into the night.
This wouldn't be happening if you hadn't been too drunk on vodka and self-pity to go to her aid, thought Jack. Zoe might be alive. So might Erica, Camilla, and... Stop! You can't change what's happened.
When the other vehicles turned right towards Chorlton, Emma turned left towards Didsbury. She pulled over outside a handsome Victorian house on a tree-lined road. A gravel driveway led from stone gateposts to a pillar-flanked front door. To either side of the pillars were tall bay windows. High above them, a Gothic spire stabbed at the sky. The large garden was in need of attention. The paths, driveway, and flower beds were riddled with weeds. Trees and bushes competed for space, casting deep shadows. The house gave off a similar air of neglect. Its brickwork bore the green scars of leaky guttering. Its paintwork was cracked and curled. They got out of the car and crunched along the driveway. The house loomed over them, blotting out the sun.
"Mrs. Winter must have money," commented Emma. "Places like this are worth an absolute fortune round here." "Looks like she's fallen on hard times to me." Jack noted that the curtains were closed in one of the upstairs windows. It made him think of Rebecca. For the last few weeks of her life, she'd refused to allow the bedroom curtains to be opened. She'd lain in semi-darkness. Someone for whom the sun had become a tormenting reminder of a world that, seemingly for reasons unknown to anyone but herself, she wanted no more part of. They climbed several stone steps, and Emma knocked on the front door. Jack could see the tension in her face. Breaking the news of a loved one's death was one of the hardest parts of the job. You never know how people would react. Some went silent. Others became hysterical. A few refused to believe their ears. One woman had even launched at Jack like a wild cat, as if being the bearer of bad news somehow made him responsible for its cause. The door was opened by a slim, somewhat sallow-faced woman with shoulder-length grey hair. Thick glasses perched on a prominent nose, magnifying dark brown eyes. She was wearing a functional blue blouse, black trousers and sturdy shoes.
"Can I help you?"
Her flat-voweled Manchester accent was as deadpan as her expression. "Are you Mrs. Lilith Winter?" asked Emma.
"No, I'm a nurse."
Emma displayed her warrant card. "I'm Detective Inspector Emma Steele. This is Detective Inspector Jack Anderson. We're here to talk to Mrs. Winter about her daughter."
"Oh, I see. Have you found Camilla?"
"Can I ask your name, please?"
"Stella Lloyd. Would you like me to pass on a message?"
Emma jotted down her name. "We need to speak to Mrs. Winter in person."
"You know that she's seriously ill."
"What's wrong with her?"
"Emphysema. She may only have months left to live."
"I'm sorry to hear that. May we come in? This is an urgent matter."
"Mrs. Winter is very weak. If you're here with bad news, please break it to her as gently as possible."
"How do you gently tell someone that their daughter's dead?" wondered Jack as they followed Stella into a high-ceilinged entrance hall. A glass chandelier dangled above a chessboard-tiled floor. A gold clock ticked on a dark wood sideboard set against the wall of a long hallway. Jack's nostrils flared at a sulphurous odour. "What's that smell?"
"Acetylcysteine," said Stella. "It's administered by a nebulizer to clear mucus. Very effective, but it smells like bad eggs."
She led them up a broad staircase, carpeted in once plush but now threadbare scarlet. Dusty golf-leaf-framed paintings of hills and moors decorated the walls, adding to the air of faded opulence. "When did you last see Camilla?" asked Emma.
"About a week ago. She's not been round much lately. She's been busy rehearsing for her show."
Sunlight slanted through a stained-glass window, casting a hazy rainbow glow over the landing. Stella rapped on a panelled door.
"Mrs. Winter, there are police officers here to see you."
A brittle, breathless voice replied.
"Come in."
They entered a large, gloomy bedroom where the sulphurous smell was so strong it made Jack's eyes water. The window was cloaked by thick curtains whose floral pattern matched the red velvet flock wallpaper. The only light was a faint glow from a lamp beside a four-poster bed. A plastic medicine trolley and an oxygen cylinder flanked the bed. A dressing table was crowded with framed photos of Camilla. Some had the polished look of publicity shots. Most were family scenes. Jack's gaze lingered on what looked to be a teenage Camilla between a dark-haired woman and a tall, dark-haired man. The woman was elegantly beautiful.
plump lips, high cheekbones, cat-like eyes, a mane of gently curling hair. Reminiscent of Elizabeth Taylor in her prime. The man was handsome too, but his chiselled features were offset by steel-rimmed glasses, a serious expression and a high forehead that gave him a dry, scholarly air. Propped up on a mound of pillows, Lilith was swathed in a lacy nightgown and silk duvet. Her hair was an unruly shock of white, her skin was jaundiced and slack, her lips were dry and bloodless. Only her eyes hinted at the beauty she'd once possessed. They glistened like blue gems from between heavy lids. A tube snaked from the cylinder to an oxygen mask clutched in Lilith's arthritic-knuckled right hand. Her chest rattled with each laboured breath. "Hello, Mrs. Winter, my name's Emma." Lilith waved away introductions.
"Just tell me,"
she said in a prep school accent, grimacing as if each word was painful to form. "It might be best if we spoke privately." Emma glanced at Stella. The nurse stood her ground. "I think I should stay, in case Mrs. Winter needs me."
"Stella stays,"
said Lilith. She had the manner of someone used to being obeyed. "I'm afraid it's not good news, Mrs. Winter," said Emma. "At approximately 8 o'clock this morning, officers gained entry to your daughter's flat. They found a deceased adult female fitting her description, and deceased adult male who we believe to be one Dale Hopper." Jack noted approvingly that Emma maintained eye contact with Lilith and didn't pussyfoot around the matter at hand. Directness was always the best policy in these situations. As for Lilith's reaction, there wasn't one, at least not one he could see. Slowly she lifted the oxygen mask to her face. She kept it pressed there for a full minute, her eyes bulging as she dragged air into her crippled lungs. Lowering the mask, she said,
"How did Camilla die?"
"We don't know yet. Like I said, we're not 100% certain that the deceased is your daughter."
"It's her."
A fatalistic light glimmered in Lilith's eyes, as if there was something inevitable about what was happening.
"How can you be so sure?" put in Jack.
Lilith seemed to notice him for the first time. She reached up as if to smooth her hair, but her hand stopped, then dropped back onto her stomach. She gave a hiss as if to say, "What's the point?"
"Camilla always comes to see me after an important performance."
"When was the last time you saw or spoke to your daughter?" asked Emma.
"Saturday night. She rang me on the way home from the opera house. She was—"
Lilith ran out of breath. She sucked at the oxygen mask again before continuing.
"She was in a taxi with that boyfriend of hers."
Her tone suggested she had a less than high opinion of Dale. "How long had the two of them been together?"
"Not long. 9 or 10 months." "Why? Do you think he killed her?"
"We have no evidence to suggest so. Can you tell me about the conversation you had with Camilla?"
"She was as happy as I've ever known her. Her performance in La Traviata had been a great success."
Lilith made a flourish with her hand that reminded Jack of Camilla.
"She was going away with Dale for a couple of days to celebrate. She promised to come and see me as soon as she got back."
"Where were they going?"
"Does it matter? She's dead."
A scrape of emotion shook Lilith's voice.
"My Camilla is dead."
Emma was silent while Lilith collected herself. Then she asked, "What was Camilla and Dale's relationship like?" Lilith prepared herself to speak with a blast of oxygen.
"Dale was—"
She sought for the right words.
"Not marriage material. He had an ingratiating way about him. like a used car salesman. I told Camilla, by all means enjoy him. Just don't allow yourself to fall in love with him. A man like that will ruin your life.
Jack wondered whether Lilith was speaking from experience. His eyes strayed back to the family photo. Gabriel Winter, assuming that's who the man at her side was, didn't look like that kind of man.
Exquisite, isn't she?
Said Lilith.
Yes,
agreed Jack. A slight thickening of his voice threatened to give away just how exquisite he thought Camilla was. He pointed to the bespeculated man.
Is that Camilla's dad? Yes. Gabriel died 11 years ago. Heart attack. He was a cardiologist. Quite famous in his field. Ironic, don't you think?
Jack looked at Lilith. Was that an upturn of bitter amusement at the corners of her mouth? Or was she simply struggling for breath? He moved in as if for a closer look at the photo, but instead cast his gaze over Lilith's medication. The prescription stickers were marked Peak Pharmacy, Wilmslow Road. Emma brought the conversation back on track. Did Dale ever verbally or physically abuse Camilla? Lilith made a dismissive gesture.
Big mouth, no spine. That was Dale. They had their arguments, but there's nothing unusual in that. If you don't argue, there's no passion. Don't you agree?
The question was directed at Jack. He thought about the arguments Rebecca and he used to have in the early years of their relationship. Fiery rows sparked by petty jealousies and followed by intense lovemaking. Sometimes it has seemed as if they'd argued just to make up. He slammed a mental trapdoor on the memories.
How long were you married?
31 years. We married in 1975. I was 22. Gabriel was 2 years older and studying medicine at Manchester University. We were children by today's standards. We met at the Twisted Wheel, a nightclub that played Northern Soul. Gabriel loved that music. We bought this place in 78.
Lilith glanced around wistfully.
It was a different house back then. I used to throw parties and all of Manchester's high society would come. But that stopped when...
A deep, racking cough broke off her words.
When what?
Pressed Jack. Lilith tried to speak, but couldn't catch her breath. She put a handkerchief to her mouth. When she took it away, there was blood on the material. Stella stepped forwards to give Lilith a sip of water.
Can you think of a reason anyone might have wanted to hurt Camilla and Dale? Asked Emma.
Mrs. Winters answered enough questions for now, the nurse said firmly, strapping the oxygen mask over Lilith's face. Lilith closed her eyes.
Camilla, she murmured. Oh, my little darling.
We'll be in touch as soon as we have anything more to tell you, Mrs. Winter, Emma said as Stella ushered the detectives from the room.
Lilith opened her eyes and beckoned Jack to her side. He stooped over her, intrigued as to what she might be about to say. She must have known she didn't have long to live. Perhaps she was wanting to confess something.
Cigarette,
she whispered. He looked at her in astonishment. Was she trying to catch a cigarette? She mouthed the word again, adding,
I can always tell a smoker.
She ran a finger over the deep lines around her lips. Jack glanced at Stella, who was eyeing them suspiciously.
I don't think your nurse would approve.
Then don't tell her.
Lilith nudged her hand against Jack's thigh, below the level of Stella's sight.
It could kill you.
Lilith gave him a look that said as clearly as if she'd shouted it, "What have I got left to live for?" She had a point, reflected Jack. If he lost Naomi, that would be the end of the line for him.
He would have slipped Lilith all the cigarettes he had, let her smoke to her heart's content, except for one thing. With or without realising it, she might know something crucial to the case.
Sorry,
he said, straightening. Compressing her lips, Lilith turned her eyes away from him, as if she'd decided he wasn't worth knowing. As Stella showed them to the front door, she said,
Mrs. Winter asked you for a cigarette, didn't she?
Yes, admitted Jack.
Please tell me you didn't give her one.
I didn't.
Good, because just one could finish her off. That's not to mention the dangers of smoking around oxygen cylinders.
What was Mrs. Winter's relationship with her daughter like? Asked Emma.
She thought the sun shone out of Camilla's backside, Stella stated bluntly. She's nearly bankrupted herself supporting her. The life of a glamorous opera star doesn't come cheap. She opened the door. Please don't come here again. Mrs. Winter hasn't got long left. Let her live her final days in peace.
Emma gave the nurse her card. If anything important comes to mind, or if Mrs. Winter takes a turn for the worse, please call me. As they returned to the car, Emma sighed.
Bloody hell, that was rough.
If that was me, I'd be glad I didn't have long left to live.
So, what now?
Asked Jack. We'll head over to Chawton. Let's grab something to eat on the way. I didn't have time for breakfast.
Good to know you've got your priorities straight,
Jack commented wryly. Can't do this job on an empty stomach. There's a cafe in Withington that does the best fry-up around. The prospect of getting up close and personal with a corpse clearly didn't bother Emma as much as her grumbling belly. Jack smiled despite himself. He'd missed being around that kind of mortuary rationality. Funny old bird, isn't she? Emma said as they drove. I get the feeling Mrs. Winter was a real bitch back in the day.
What makes you say that?
Woman's intuition. Did you see the look on her face when she was talking about her husband? There wasn't much love lost there. I bet she gave him hell. Emma's phone rang. It's the DCI, she said. Jack's heart kicked. Had there been another new development? Had someone seen him prowling around on the night Camilla and Dale were murdered? Was there a witness waiting to ID him? Emma put the call on loudspeaker. Hello, sir?
Where are you?
We're on our way to you, said Emma. We finished talking to Mrs. Winter a short while ago. Nothing much to report. Mrs. Winter's bedridden. Emphysema. She hadn't seen or spoken to her daughter since Saturday.
You can give me a full report later. Don't come here. I need you to head to Clarity Advertising Agency. Dale Hopper worked there.
Where's that?
City Centre, Key Street. They're expecting you.
Are they aware of the situation?
Not yet.
The implication behind Paul's words were clear. Emma and Jack had another unpleasant duty to perform. How are things going there? Jack couldn't resist but ask.
Well, the bodies are at least 48 hours old. The female's been cut open like the others. You can imagine the stink.
Jack didn't want to imagine what 2 days of decomposing in the summer heat had done to Camilla.
Any witnesses?
Not that we know of.
The news didn't do much to ease Jack's anxiety. Manchester Opera House and the Cuban Cocktail Bar were also on Key Street. He'd hoped to avoid going anywhere near those places for the foreseeable future. There was also the question of whether any of Dale's colleagues had been in the Cuban on Friday night. If so, his career with SCD would be short-lived to say the least. Well, that's breakfast out the window, Emma said ruefully, as she changed direction. Chapter 24. Clarity Advertising Agency was one of several businesses housed in a tall Georgian stone building on Key Street. The Opera House was a short distance to the west. A little further away in the other direction was the cocktail bar. A receptionist buzzed Jack and Emma in and directed them to the top floor. They were met out of the lift by a sharply dressed 30-something man.
I'm Tom. The man introduced himself, extending his hand. Jack didn't recognise him, and there was no flicker of recognition in Tom's expression. Tom led them to a plush office with Tom Cooper, Creative Director, on the door. The walls were covered with framed adverts for various brands. He directed them to a sofa and perched himself on the edge of a desk. So, what's this about? Emma went into her "I'm afraid I've got bad news" spiel. Tom pressed his hands to his face. Oh my God. Dale and Camilla are dead. As if struggling to make sense of the words, he repeated, Dale and Camilla are dead. Are you sure it's them? His reaction was a touch melodramatic, but appeared genuine enough. 99%. How? Who? Why? We're treating it as murder. As for the who and why, that's what we're trying to find out. Whatever I can do to help, just tell me. Emma exchanged a glance with Jack. He knew what she was thinking. This man's got nothing to do with the murders. The first thing a guilty person said was, well, I didn't do it. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, she said. We need to talk to your staff. No problem. You can use my office. Tom shook his head. This is insane. Fucking insane. How could anyone hurt Camilla? Such a beautiful, gentle woman. Gentle. Camilla hadn't struck Jack as particularly gentle. Not like Rebecca. She was the gentlest person he'd ever known. She'd never hit or even shouted at Naomi. Not once. Rebecca and he had occasionally fallen out, but even during their fieriest rows, she'd always been careful not to say anything truly hurtful. When they had their first lovers' tiff, she'd cautioned him, Be careful what you say, Jack, because believe me, words can do just as much damage as fists. Jack pushed down the memories. Did you know Camilla well? Not very. Do you know the Cuban bar just a long road from here? His stomach contracted. Yes. I used to see her drinking in there sometimes. Well, I mean, you could hardly miss her with that face and those big baby blues. Big baby blues. Jack's thoughts strayed further. Rebecca, what happened? Is that where Camilla and Dale met? Asked Emma. Tom nodded. The first time Dale saw her, he said he was going to make her his wife. He was only half joking. I told him she was out of his price range. You were right, Jack silently agreed. Camilla wasn't interested in Dale, said Tom, but he kept plugging away until she agreed to go on a date. The memories pushed back so hard that Jack lost his grip on the present. Suddenly he was jogging on the coastal cliffs of East Sussex. He saw a woman fall to the ground. He rushed to her aid. She twisted her ankle. He'd always thought love at first sight only existed in novels and movies, but when she looked him in the eyes, he knew was wrong. He helped her to her car. He was so flustered by his feelings that he only remembered at the last moment to ask her name. Rebecca, she said. He gave her his number and asked her to call and let him know how her ankle was doing. Stalker. The word brought Jack back to the room with a jolt. He blinked. Still seeming to hear from an impossible distance the whisper of waves breaking against cliffs, the cliffs where it had started and where it had ended. Sorry, I was miles away, he apologised. What was that again? Dale was convinced Camilla had a stalker, repeated Tom. He came into the office last Saturday morning to go through slogans for an ad campaign. He was hungover. I asked if he'd had a good night. He said yes, except he'd had to warn off some nutter who was eyeing up Camilla. He reckoned he'd seen the guy hanging around outside Camilla's flat the day before. At what time? He didn't say. Did Dale tell you what this man looked like? Asked Emma. Jack's breath stopped as he waited for Tom's reply. Only that he was a scruffy-looking dude. By scruffy, you mean what? He was unshaven, his clothes were a mess. I don't know. Dale didn't say. Jack still didn't breathe. It was obvious what Emma's next question would be. Where did Dale's confrontation with this scruffy guy take place? The same place I mentioned before, the Cuban. There it was. Jack's chest deflated. A slew of conflicting thoughts raced through his mind, arguing back and forth. You're fucked. You're totally fucked. You should have seen this coming. You've got to tell the truth. He gave a sharp little shake of his head. Yes, dozens of people saw Dale confront you, but many of those people will have been drunk by the end of the evening, and drunk people tend to forget things. No way will you be recognised. You hadn't shaved for days. On top of which, your medium build, medium height, short brown hair, and every man, unmemorable, ordinary. But what about CCTV? Stop jumping ahead. The bar might not have CCTV. Of course it fucking does. Oh, Naomi, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. Get a grip. You're in this now. You've got to see it through.
Were Dale and Camilla out alone? Asked Emma.
No, some of Camilla's fellow cast members were with them. Don't ask me who, though. Anyway, Dale and I went through the slogans. Then he, A catch came into Tom's voice. He cleared it and continued. He left, and that was the last time I saw him. The last time I'll ever see him. I can't get my head around it. You will do, thought Jack. For months after Rebecca's death, he'd harboured a tiny, agonising hope that one day she would walk back into the house. He'd concocted all sorts of fantasies. She hadn't drowned. She'd been washed up unconscious somewhere, suffering from temporary amnesia, or she'd done a Reggie Perrin, or aliens had abducted her. Anything would do just so long as he didn't have to accept reality. But even for him there had come a time when he couldn't live in denial anymore. He'd been sorting through Rebecca's things, and one thought had suddenly bludgeoned him over and over. She's dead, and you'll never see her again. Until he collapsed to his knees. Tom fetched the agency's staff into his office one by one. Some were in floods of tears, others seemed relatively unaffected. All sang the same tune. They hadn't seen or spoken to Dale since before the weekend. They didn't think Dale would have hurt Camilla. They didn't know of any reason anyone would want to hurt them. They couldn't believe, or more accurately, couldn't comprehend what had happened. It was early afternoon when Jack and Emma left the offices of Clarity. Fancy a bite to eat? My shout, offered Jack. Inevitably, Emma would want to check out the Cuban, but if he could delay doing so, there was a chance something more urgent might come up, or he could fabricate an excuse to duck out of accompanying her. Sounds good. We'll just have a quick chat with the Cuban's employees. Jack's gaze travelled beyond her to the bar's crimson awnings and glass doors. Shouldn't we call the DCI first? What for? Emma added jokingly. I think we're big enough to make our own decisions. In desperation, Jack said, OK, tell you what, you talk to the employees, I'll get on the phone. See if I can find out which of Camilla's fellow cast members were out with her and Dale on Friday. Emma frowned. You'd let me walk in that bar on me own? Jack had no answer for that. He knew what Emma was getting at. For all they knew, Camilla's stalker might be acquainted with the Cuban's employees. He might even be friends with them. If Jack didn't have Emma's back, he was worse than useless. He was dangerous. No one would want to work with him. He'd become an outcast on his first day. Even worse, his colleagues might come to suspect he had an ulterior motive for not wanting to be seen in the Cuban. Sorry, Emma, I wasn't thinking. She smiled. Oh, forget it. Jack motioned for her to lead the way. He lit a nerve-calming cigarette. His footsteps faltered outside the bar. Emma glanced at him. He dropped the cigarette and ground it out with his heel. Just get it over with. If they've got you on CCTV, you're done for no matter what. Walk confidently. Act with authority. You're not that sad sack who Dale confronted. You're D.I. Jack Anderson. The front doors were locked. Emma knocked. A woman popped up from behind the bar counter and called to them. We're closed. Emma took out her warrant card.
Police! We need to speak to the manager.
The woman lifted the counterflap and opened the doors.
That's me.
Her face wasn't familiar to Jack, but he couldn't be sure she hadn't served him drinks. His brain had been like scrambled eggs on the night they were there to inquire about. They stepped inside. Sunlight was streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jack made sure he stood with his back to the glare. Say nothing. Let Emma do the talking.
I'm D.I. Emma Steele, and this is D.I. Jack Anderson. Can I ask your name?
Leah. No recognition showed in the manageress's eyes as she looked from Emma to Jack.
What can I do for you? Who was working here last Friday night?
Oh, quite a few of us. Friday's our busiest night.
Are any of them here now?
Yeah.
Adam and Millie. Do you want me to fetch them?
Please. And we'll need the names and contact details of any others.
Leah disappeared through a doorway. A moment later she returned with the staff members. Once again, Jack didn't recognise them, and they didn't appear to recognise him.
We're interested in an incident that occurred here on Friday night,
Emma informed them.
There were a few minor incidences that night,
said Leah.
You know how it is. Long hot days plus too much alcohol equals trouble.
She shrugged as if to say, what can you do?
The incident involved a man named Dale Hopper.
Emma showed them a photo of Dale.
Do any of you know him?
The question received a no from Adam and Millie.
He seems familiar,
said Leah.
He works at Clarity Advertising Agency, a few doors along from here.
Leah shook her head to show the name meant nothing to her.
He was in here with Camilla Winter, said Emma.
The opera singer,
put in Adam.
That's right.
Adam pointed to a booth.
She was sitting over there with her friends. I remember because she's one of those people you remember.
I heard something kicking off on Friday,
offered Millie. A ripple of tension passed through Jack as she said,
some guy was shouting, something about someone looking at his girlfriend. I didn't pay much attention. Maybe Dave saw what happened?
Dave's our doorman,
said Leah.
I've rung him. He's on his way here. If anyone can help you, it's him.
What time did this incident occur at?
Emma asked Millie.
I'm not sure. Maybe 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Do you have CCTV?
Yes,
said Leah.
I can show you the footage from last Friday.
She led Jack and Emma to a room at the back of the building. She switched on a flat-screen TV. The screen was divided into 9 segments, marked Cam 01 to 09. 3 of the segments displayed footage. Camera 1 was directed at the front entrance. Camera 2 overlooked the barroom, and Camera 3 was in a corridor by the toilets. Jack's legs were trembling. He put a hand against a wall to steady himself as Leah opened the DVR system's main menu. His mind raced for an explanation as to what they were about to see.
I'm sorry,
said Leah.
The footage isn't there.
At those words, Jack felt like dropping to his knees and offering thanks to someone, anyone. For once, luck or whatever seemed to be on his side.
What do you mean?
asked Emma.
The hard drive's empty. It's been wiped.
Is there any way to retrieve the footage?
Not that I know of.
Who has access to this room?
Everyone who works here. But only me and Dave are trained to operate the CCTV. He must have formatted the hard drive.
Would you be willing to let our techies look at the DVR?
Sure.
Could you step out of the room? And if Dave turns up, bring him to us.
Leah nodded and left.
What do you think?
Emma asked Jack. He was still dazed with almost incredulous relief.
Seems too coincidental.
Too bloody right it does. Do you remember what you said when you saw the footage of the guy who spoke to Zoe in The Alchemist?
I said he looked like a bouncer.
What if you were right? He might be mates with this Dave.
Jack was silent, as if considering the possibility. The voices in his head were arguing again.
Dave could get into a lot of trouble over this.
Relax. He might get a grilling, but it won't go any further than that.
Oh, what if it does?
Leah came back into the room with a burly man wearing sunglasses. Jack suppressed an urge to lower his head.
Stand up tall, he told himself. Act like D.I. Jack Anderson, and that's all this guy will see.
This is Dave. Leah introduced the doorman. Emma told him why they were there. Dave yawned.
Sorry, I was working a door until 4 a.m.
He lifted his sunglasses and squinted at the photo of Dale.
Yeah, I recognise him. He comes in here once or twice a week. He had words with some bloke last Friday. Told him to fuck off. I didn't get involved.
Emma swiped to a photo of the man from The Alchemist. Was this the other bloke?
No, the other bloke needed a shave. But he didn't have a proper beard, and he was nowhere near as ripped as that dude. He was average build.
Dave pointed to Jack.
Like him.
What did he look like?
I dunno. Just an average white guy.
Hair colour? Dave shrugged, yawning again.
It was over in a second. I hardly looked at the bloke. I was looking at, what did you call him?
Dale.
Yeah, him. He was the one giving it all that.
Dave made a talk signal.
Did you see anyone else acting suspiciously? Inside or outside the bar that night?
Asked Jack. Someone filming on their phone through the front window, for instance. He would have liked to add.
No.
Have you deleted last Friday's CCTV footage? Asked Emma.
No.
Well, someone has. Dave glanced at Leah. She gave a shrug. He shifted on his tree-trunk legs, as if cottoning on that he might be under some kind of suspicion.
What's this about, anyway?
I'm not at liberty to say, but this is an extremely serious matter. Emma looked from Dave to Leah. If either of you know anything about the missing footage or the man Dale confronted, you'd be well advised to tell us. Dave spread his hands.
I've told you everything I know. Same here, said Leah.
Then I'm afraid you'll both have to accompany me to Greater Manchester Police Headquarters for further questioning. Dave scowled.
This is bullshit.
Easy now, big man, warned Jack. His voice was calm, although his heart was still palpitating from when Dave said, like him. Dave glowered at him before dropping his gaze. Jack kept an eye on the doorman as Emma phoned Paul. The conversation was short and sweet. She got off the phone and said to Jack, "The SOCOs are on their way."
Oh, for fuck's sake,
said Dave, who was clearly familiar with the acronym for Scenes of Crime Officer. "You won't be able to open until the SOCOs are finished," Emma told Leah. "We also need fingerprints from you and your staff, so if you could please get us their contact details." Leah nodded and hurried from the room again. Emma ushered Dave after her. She and Jack seated themselves in the bar to await the SOCOs. Dave made for a booth at the opposite side of the room. "Paul said to tell you, good work," said Emma.
"I didn't do much."
She glanced towards Dave. "You didn't blink when that meathead tried to stare you out. That's good enough for me." Jack smiled, grateful for the praise, although he didn't deserve it. He kept his hands below the table. They were trembling. Whether from the DTs or dumped adrenaline, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that he'd been a hair's breadth away from being taken in for questioning along with Dave and Leah. He reflected that at least now he had the perfect excuse to look through city centre CCTV for the killer and the silver car. The only problem was that he was just as likely to find himself on the cameras, and he wouldn't be the only one examining the footage. Paul was doubtless already on the phone to the council's CCTV control room. There was every chance that his reprieve would only be temporary. Chapter 25. Along with the SOCOs, 2 constables arrived to take Dave to headquarters. Paul wanted to interview him personally. Leah remained behind, for the moment, to help with rounding up her staff. It took the rest of the afternoon to fingerprint and question them. One barman, a Columbian student, had seen a man hurrying from the bar at around 10 o'clock on Friday, but hadn't seen his face. All he could add to what they already knew was that the man had short, medium brown hair. As for the cast of La Traviata, following the performance, they dispersed across the entire country and beyond. Emma managed to contact 2 cast members who'd been in the Cuban. Neither had anything to add to the physical description. Medium build, sharp brown hair, scruffy stubble. Emma reeled off what she knew about Camilla's suspected stalker. Could this guy be any more average? Something Tom had said came back at Jack like a boomerang. I told him she was out of his price range. Christ, if Camilla was out of Dale's price range, then Rebecca was out of my universe. I should have known it was too good to be true. I should have known. At 3:30, Jack dodged out of the Cuban to phone Laura. I picked our little princess up as per your instructions, she told him. She's safe and sound. We're on our way home. Hi, Daddy, said Naomi. Is work going okay? Yes, sweetheart, replied Jack, feeling a sting of longing at the sound of her voice. I've missed you today. I've missed you too, Dad. When will you be finished? I don't know. It could be late. Very late if things go bad, thought Jack. I'll try to get back before you go to bed. Be good for your aunt. I will be. Bye, Dad. It was after 5 when they wrapped things up at the Cuban and returned to HQ. The atmosphere in the incident room was subdued. It was nearing the end of a long day's graft. Team members were going over statements, tapping away at keyboards, following up on phone calls. Jack joined them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Emma writing on a stick-it note. She slapped the note on the wall next to the photo of the man from The Alchemist. It read, Mr. Average, medium build, short brown hair, scruffy stubble. Beside the vague description, she drew an arrow pointing to the photo and a question mark. Paul strode into the room, purposeful as ever. He read the note, nodded approvingly, then clapped for everyone's attention. Good work today. We've made real progress. 2 more people are dead. Can that be called progress? Jack felt like saying. I've just finished talking to Dave Goodall, the doorman from the Cuban, continued Paul. He's sticking to his story that he didn't tamper with the security footage. He's got a conviction for ABH from 2015, from which he received a CSO. That's pretty much a job qualification for someone in his line of work. I see no reason to hold him. As for the footage, the computer techs tell me it's gone for good. The DVR system is working fine, so it wasn't down to hardware or software error. The manageress, Leah Simmons, also claims she didn't delete the footage. So, the questions are, who did and why? And do the answers have anything to do with these 2 people? He tapped the photo in the stick-it note. If indeed they are 2 different people. Steve Platts pointed out the obvious. The bloke from The Alchemist isn't exactly Mr. Average. He's built like a brick shithouse. Jack decided it was time for a bit of misdirection. Nothing that would knock the investigation off the rails, just enough to nudge it away from him. You took the words from my mouth, Steve. It's also worth pointing out that Camilla was a beautiful woman and a well-known singer. She must have had admirers, fans and journalists pestering her all the time. Maybe that's all Mr. Average was. What about Dale seeing the stalker? Began Emma. Suspected stalker, corrected Jack. She gave him a frowning look, as if reassessing her opinion of him. What about Dale seeing the suspected stalker outside Camilla's flat the previous day? Who says it was the same guy? There are a hell of a lot of Mr. Averages out there. So you think Mr. Average is a red herring? Said Paul. Not at all, sir. I'm just saying it's a long way from a given that Mr. Average has anything to do with what happened the following day. And I'm just saying I find it difficult to believe the incident in the Cuban has nothing to do with what happened the following day, countered Emma. Why? Asked Steve. Dale was a hothead. He saw someone eyeing up his woman and got jealous. Happens all the time. Jack glanced gratefully at Steve for his unexpected support.
Perhaps the guy wasn't a complete prick. Or maybe my first impression was right. He readjusted as Steve continued. My first wife was a real bombshell. Legs up to her armpits, tits like Sam Fox. She used to have blokes buzzing around her like flies on shit. I was always having to tell some horny bugger or other to fuck.
Thank you for your pearl of insight, D.I. Platt, interrupted Paul. You all have valid points. We're already prioritising identifying this guy.
He indicated the CCTV still.
Mr. Average now has the distraction of joining him at the top of the pile. Steve, Gary, I want you to talk to Camilla's neighbours again. Find out if they saw anyone fitting Mr. Average's description lurking outside her flat last Thursday. It'll probably come to nothing. Like Jack said, there are a lot of Mr. Averages out there. But who knows, we might get lucky. Emma, Jack, I want you to go through the city centre CCTV footage. I'll contact a guy I know at the Evening News who owes me a favour. He should be able to get an appeal for witnesses up on their website today. Mr. Average has been lucky so far, but someone in the Cuban must have got a good look at him.
As Paul handed out instructions to the rest of the team, Jack said to Emma, So, how do you want to do this? Shall I take the cameras to the west of the Cuban and you take those to the east? He'd headed west along Key Street after leaving the cocktail bar. She replied with a curt nod. Jack's relief was tempered by the frosty atmosphere that now existed between them. He liked Emma, but a choice between putting her back up or putting Naomi's future at risk was no choice at all. As Jack got to work, Steve leant in and said, That was a clever move. Jack's heart skipped. What was a clever move? Had Steve somehow cottoned on that his motives for casting doubt on Emma's Mr. Average theory were less than honourable? 80% of the city centre is east of the Cuban. You'll be off home in no time. Steve observed with a note of admiration. He glanced at Emma. Mind you, I reckon it's landed you on her shit list. Welcome to the club, mate. Jack pushed out a crooked smile as if to say, You got me. He hated himself for it. But Steve was a potential ally, and those were thin on the ground right now. Chapter 26. Jack brought up a CCTV map. He mentally reran the route he'd taken out of the city centre after leaving the Cuban. He'd made his way westwards along Peter Street, then down Deansgate. He remembered running past the lofty glass tower of the Hilton and under the bridge that carried the Metrolink over Great Bridgewater Street. After that, it became hazy. Over 100 cameras controlled by the council were dotted across the city centre. There were no cameras in the direct vicinity of the Opera House on Key Street. There was one a short distance east of the Cuban, on Peter Street. Another was located to the west at the junction of Deansgate and Great Bridgewater Street. He clicked on it and scrolled through the relevant footage. At 9:52 p.m, the camera zoomed in on some lads squaring up to each other. He recalled crossing the road to avoid them. In doing so, he'd also avoided the camera. Once again, he felt that exhilarating sense that perhaps, just perhaps, his luck was turning. It only lasted for seconds. The next camera that could have picked him up was at the intersection of Medlock, Whitworth and Albion Street. At 9:54 p.m, a man ran into the camera's field of vision. He was only on camera for the space of a breath, but it was enough. Jack's eyes darted around the room. Emma was engrossed in her own task. Steve appeared to be dozing in his chair. No one else was nearby. He hit rewind and watched himself pass across the screen again. The image was a little blurry. His face wore several days' growth of stubble. It was difficult to make out his features in any real detail. But still, anyone who knew him would recognise the man on screen. Jack looked to see if the camera had picked up anyone who might have been following him. No one else came into the frame. At the sound of someone entering the room, he closed the footage. It would be held on file at the council's CCTV control room for 31 days unless requested otherwise. He would simply have to hope Emma didn't check out the footage for herself. She had no reason to, so long as she trusted him. That was something he would have to work hard on. There were no more cameras between the City Road Inn, Albion Street camera and the Mancunian Way motorway that traversed the southern edge of the city centre.
Jack turned his attention to the Peter Street camera, the camera closest to the Cuban. He was no longer looking for himself. He was looking for small silver cars and anything else that caught his eye. He started the footage way back at 9:30 on Friday morning, approximately the time he'd arrived in the city centre. He'd spent the entire day watching the opera house, waiting for a glimpse of Camilla. Maybe the killer had too. During the next few hours of footage, a lot of small silver cars passed through the camera's field of vision. Jack noted down all of their registrations. Hundreds of people going about their daily business came and went too. Suited workers, delivery drivers, student types, mothers pushing prams, beggars, traffic wardens, street cleaners. Some, like the beggars, lingered for a while. Others moved quickly through the frame. No one caught his eye. Time wound on both on and off the screen. At 7 o'clock, Steve roused himself and said, "Right, I'm off for a pint. See you tomorrow." At 8, Jack phoned Naomi.
"Sorry, sweetheart, but I'm going to miss your bedtime again," he told her. "Don't worry, I'll be there when you wake up to take you to school."
"Okay, Dad." He detected a wobble in Naomi's voice. She was someone else whose trust he would have to earn.
"I love you. Sleep well."
Promise you won't work all night, Dad? You need sleep too.
Jack hesitated to reply. The killer didn't operate on a 9-to-5 basis. They were out there day and night, prowling around. How was he to have any chance of catching them if he wasn't willing to do the same?
Promise,
Naomi repeated. The wobble had become a tremor.
What's wrong with Mum?
She's just tired, sweetie. She'll be fine once she's had a good night's sleep.
Those words hung between them like a dark cloud. Jack sighed. "I promise." Her voice more relaxed, Naomi asked if he wanted to speak to Aunt Laura. He said no, got off the phone and refocused on the screen. He needed to work fast if he was going to keep his promise. The other detectives gradually followed Steve until there was only Jack and Emma left. Emma's face was hard with concentration. She showed no sign of giving up any time soon. It was cracking on for 10 o'clock by the time Jack finished going through the Peter Street footage. He'd compiled a list of over 50 registration numbers. Stars denoted how many times each car had made an appearance. He rubbed his eyes. Naomi was right. He needed sleep. His nerves felt as wrung out as an old dishcloth.
Just a couple more hours,
he told himself. But before he started on the list, he needed something to keep himself going. He pushed back his chair.
"Do you want a coffee?"
he asked Emma. She either didn't hear or ignored him. He wouldn't have blamed her if the latter was the case. Being ignored was the least of what he deserved. She was scrutinising grainy footage of 3 men and 2 women at the Blackfriars Street and Deansgate crossroads, a quarter of a mile north of the Cuban. She'd printed out several images of brown-haired men of medium height and build, none of which were Jack. He gulped down his coffee and got back to it. As he logged onto the PNC, he found himself thinking about the last time he'd used it. That hadn't been on the up and up either. He'd been trying to trace Rebecca's final movements leading up to her death. The only thing of vague interest he'd discovered was that the automatic number plate recognition system had captured her Toyota outside the Hastings Premier Inn 2 hours before she died. What had she been doing there? It wasn't on her direct route to the cliffs. He'd shown her photo to the hotel staff. None of them had recognised her. Perhaps she'd been taking a last look around the town where she was born.
"Was that what you were doing, Rebecca?" "It doesn't matter what she was doing," he scolded himself. "This right here, right now, this is what matters."
He ran the registrations through the DVLA database. The first was a Renault Clio registered to a Craig Hill, Union Street, Glossop. There were no vehicle reports attached to it. He checked to see if Craig had a criminal record. Clean as a whistle. He Googled him and found a Facebook profile matching his driver's licence photo. Craig worked at a solicitor's in central Manchester. He was 6'3" and rake thin. Jack put a cross beside the reg and moved on to the next one. A Skoda Fabia, with an outstanding speeding fine. The owner was an 18-year-old girl with a Bristol address, Ruby Dunn. Google led him to a Facebook profile for a girl of that name who lived in Portishead. Skinny redhead. Looked like she couldn't punch her way out of a wet paper bag. He wrote her name down next to the corresponding reg, followed by extremely unlikely. The next was a Ford Fiesta ST. Its owner was a 33-year-old man with a Keswick address, Jason Riley. Jason had several convictions for drunk and disorderly behaviour dating back to 2007. Punishments range from an official caution and a fixed penalty notice to an ASBO banning him from drinking in Keswick town centre. Interesting, but a chaotic drunkard was hardly the type to carry out a series of murders and leave no trace of himself behind. He wrote, very unlikely. Then came a Peugeot 107 that belonged to a 57-year-old Rochdale woman. The car was clean, so was the woman. Another extremely unlikely. 10 o'clock turned into 11, then 12, then 1. The list was littered with crosses. The only person Jack had found of any interest was a Stockport man with a history of sexual assaults on preteen girls. The only problem was the man was 80 years old and several inches shorter than Camilla. Could he have overpowered her? Jack very much doubted it. There were still 20-odd registrations left to check out. There was no way Jack could go through them all and get any sleep. One more try, then call it a day. He typed in the reg WT60IMU. He didn't expect it to lead anywhere. Sod's law dictated that. If there was anything of real interest on the list, he wouldn't find it until the last registration. The car was a Fiat Punto that had been picked up heading west along Peter Street. A sunshade obscured its driver's face. The timestamp was 6:23 p.m, roughly an hour before Camilla had emerged from the Opera House. That meant that unless the Punto had turned onto Deansgate, it had passed Jack. He checked through several nearby cameras to see if they'd captured the Punto. None had. The Punto's owner was a Rhys Devonport, 64 years old, last known address, Victoria Road, Chester. Jack's eyes narrowed as they moved from the part of the database controlled by the DVLA to the section only the police had access to. Rhys Devonport had been reported missing on 1st December 2016. The case was still active. He checked out Rhys's personal details. POB, Wythenshawe, Manchester. DOB, 16th of the 2nd, 1953. Height, 5'10", weight, 191. Eye colour blue, hair colour black. Race, white North European. Scars, marks, tattoos, etc. Purple birthmark on left buttock. Circumcision, yes. Build, heavy/stocky. Jack pushed his lips out thoughtfully. Rhys was big enough to overpower the female victims, but not too big to be the masked figure. And the South Manchester connection made things even more interesting. Rhys was from Wythenshawe. So were Erica Cook and her parents, Roger and Stacey. Roger was 58, Stacey was 56. Close enough in age to Rhys to have encountered him as children hanging around the area's streets. He scanned through the missing person report for other salient information. Occupation, unemployed. Names of places frequented, George and Dragon Pub, Liverpool Road, Chester. The date of last contact was 20th of the 11th, 2016, 12 days before Rhys was reported missing. So either he lived alone or there was another reason for the delay. Perhaps he often disappeared for short periods. Previous known addresses: Jackson's Edge Road, Disley, Stockport. Next of kin, Brenda Devonport. Relationship to missing person, sister. Marital status, single. He Googled Rhys Devonport missing and came up with several articles in Chester newspapers. He clicked the top one. Police searching for missing Chester man, read the headline. Underneath was a picture of a smiling Rhys. Florid drinker's face. Good head of swept-back hair, handsome in a raffish, shop-worn kind of way. Rhys Devonport was last seen in the George and Dragon Pub on Liverpool Road. A spokesman for Cheshire Police said Rhys was a regular at the pub.
Fellow regulars became concerned when Reese stopped calling in for his evening drink. Reese is described as white, average height, well-built, with mid-length wavy black hair. He may be wearing a dark green wax jacket, pink shirt, blue jeans and tan-coloured shoes. He may also be driving a silver Fiat Punto with the registration beginning WT60. Jack entered the Punto's details into the automatic number plate recognition database. The plate had been caught on camera on the M602 near Salford on the 10th of the 12th, 2016. The driver was too lost in shadow to make out clearly. They appeared to be wearing a short-sleeved navy blue top. Their eyes were obscured by sunglasses. They were fair-skinned, which fitted with Reese's description. Their hair looked dark, but that could have been due to the shadows. Jack's gaze flicked back and forth between the ANPR image and the photo of Reese in the newspaper. The more he looked, the more he felt sure the driver wasn't Reese. The shoulders weren't broad enough. The face was too long and narrow. But if it wasn't Reese, who was it? He looked on Google Earth at where Reese lived in Chester. Boxy, 3-story block of flats in a built-up area. He looked at where Reese used to live in Disley. Big detached house behind a tall hedge and gate, overlooking a cricket field. Reese Devonport, it seemed, had gone down in the world. Perhaps it was Reese in the car, mused Jack. Perhaps a woman had screwed him over. A petite, dark-haired woman with looks to literally kill for. He tried to visualize the masked figure in Camilla's window. Bulky coat that obscured their body shape, a head shorter than Dale. Could it have been Reese? One thing was beyond doubt. Reese wasn't the man who'd spoken to Zoe in The Alchemist. If he was still alive, Reese was 64 years old. The other man looked to be mid-30s at most. Reese appeared to have fallen on hard times. He was a heavy drinker. He most likely lived alone. But was he in a relationship? Did he have an ex-wife? Did he have children? Why had he moved to Chester? The person to ask was Brenda Devonport. He looked her up on the vehicle database. She lived in Eccles, only a few miles from where the Punto had been picked up on camera. He would have to proceed with extreme caution in any dealings with her. If Reese was in contact with his sister, word might get back to him, which wouldn't be good if Reese was the killer. Jack resumed reading the missing person report. The landlord of the George and Dragon, a Terry Turner, had made the initial call to the police. He stated that Reese had been a regular for over 10 years and came in the pub most days. On his last visit, Reese had seemed his usual self. Reese was known to live alone. The attending officer had checked out his flat and found that it was empty. There were no signs of a disturbance. Reese's car wasn't in the residence's car park. There was also a brief description of a conversation between the officer and Brenda Devonport. I spoke by telephone to Reese Devonport's sister, a Miss Brenda Devonport. Brenda lives in Eccles, Greater Manchester. She stated that she has had no contact with her brother in 6 years. She also said Reese went missing for several weeks in August 1999, when his marriage broke down. She believes that Reese will return to Chester. Brenda's statement raised several questions. Most obviously, who had Reese been married to, and why had the marriage broken down? Jack navigated to the public search record website and searched the divorce records. He found a listing for Devonport Reese, born 1953, Manchester, Greater Manchester, England. He downloaded the record's transcription. A divorce petition had been issued at Stockport County Court in October 1999. The petitioner was a Diane Devonport. The respondent was Reese Devonport. There was a co-respondent, Stanley King. The district judge held that the respondent has behaved in such a way that the petitioner cannot reasonably be expected to live with the respondent, and that the petitioner has behaved in such a way that the respondent cannot be reasonably expected to live with the petitioner. The conclusion was clear. Diane had filed for divorce after becoming involved with another man, but Reese was no angel either. Jack chanced his arm on a vehicle file search for a Diane King. There was a woman by that name living at an address in Disley. Surely that had to be the ex-Mrs. Devonport. No convictions, no outstanding charges. Google brought up a listing for Diane's Beauty Salon, also in Disley. The website offered a full range of beauty treatments. Diane King was the salon's owner. There was a gallery with photos of a well-preserved, well-made blonde giving beauty treatments. She looked more than a match for Reese. What she didn't look was anything like the killer's victims. Brown eyes and dark eyebrows marked her out as a bottle blonde. He looked on Google Earth at where she lived. Neat suburban semi. Diane had gone down in the world too, although she appeared to be doing a lot better than her ex-husband. Jack glanced at the time. 2:12 a.m. Despite Diane's dissimilarity to the victims, the lead was still worth looking into. Even if Reese's disappearance wasn't related to the murders, it would distract attention from Mr. Average. The next step was to speak to Diane and Brenda, but that would have to wait until a more sociable hour. Jack switched off his computer and rose to his feet, turning to say night to Emma. His stomach lurched as his phone rang. Who the hell was calling him at this hour? Emma glanced at him as if wondering the same thing. There were only two people he could think of. Laura, if there was something wrong with Naomi, and... He took out his phone. No caller ID. Chapter 27. Without a word to Emma, Jack left the incident room. The hallway was empty. He answered the call as he headed for the lift. "Did I wake you?" The whispery voice was like fingernails clawing his raw nerves. "So you're not watching me right now?" thought Jack. He didn't like revealing that Laura and Naomi were home alone, but he decided honesty was the best policy. Lying was just as likely to put them at risk as protect them. "No, I'm just leaving headquarters." My, you have been a busy boy." There was no note of surprise in the reply. "Maybe you're watching me after all. Maybe you're testing me." The lift arrived and Jack got in. "What do you want?" "You can start by thanking me." "What for?" "You help me, I help you. That's how this works, remember? Well, I've done more than my bit to help you today." Jack's forehead creased. He opened his mouth to ask, "What are you talking about?" But before the question could pass his lips, his eyes widened in realization. "You deleted the security camera footage." "Well, I wouldn't say I deleted it entirely, if you catch my meaning. I just made sure your colleagues wouldn't see it for now." Jack clenched his teeth. The killer was amassing enough evidence to bring him completely under their control. He wondered what else they had on him. Footage of him watching Camilla gasp her last breaths, photos of him at La Traviata. Perhaps they'd been stalking him even before he started stalking Camilla. Maybe they had evidence that could place him at Alexandra Park on the night of Zoe's murder. If so, they could put him away not just for 3 or 4 months, but for the rest of his life. "Calm down," he told himself. "If they had that kind of evidence, they'd have used it from the beginning to make you cooperate." "It's your turn, Jack," said the killer. "Give me everything you've got." The lift reached the ground floor. "First, let me get to my car. It's too risky to talk here." It only took a minute to get to the car, but it gave Jack a chance to put his thoughts into order. He had to play this just right. Divulge enough to satisfy the killer without giving away anything of real importance. "We're releasing timelines of Abigail, Zoe and Erica's last known movements." "I'm not interested in that, Jack. I want to know what information the SCD has that they're not making public." Jack thought about the bearded man from The Alchemist. Did the voice on the phone belong to him? The killer had been clued up enough to get hold of the security footage from the Cuban. Why then would they be careless enough to be caught on CCTV in The Alchemist? It didn't add up. But then again, you never know.
So many criminals were an unfathomable mixture of cleverness and stupidity. If the killer was the bearded man, telling them about the CCTV might cause them to change their appearance and get rid of valuable evidence, unless they were serious about wanting to be caught. Jack couldn't bring himself to do it. There was plenty of other relatively inconsequential information he could try to placate the killer with.
The size of the victim's wounds suggests that the same knife may have been used in all.
No, Jack, the killer interrupted. No. E- must do better, much better. Jack ran his tongue nervously over his lips. The killer was beginning to sound angry, and an angry serial killer was no good for anyone.
Plainclothes officers are on the streets watching out for women who look like the Stop! Fucking hell, Jack, all your bullshit's giving me a headache. I thought you'd be grateful enough to show me some appreciation, but oh no.
The killer trailed off, before continuing more calmly.
I can see we'll have to do this the hard way.
The line went dead. Shit, hissed Jack, hoping he hadn't aggravated the killer into doing something terrible. His thoughts returned to Naomi and Laura. He stabbed the key into the ignition and screeched out of the car park. His phone pinged. He snatched it up. There were 3 picture messages. He pulled over and opened them. His skin prickled as if an icy wind had blown. All 3 photos were of dark-haired, blue-eyed women in their 20s or 30s. One of the women was walking along a pavement. She was dressed in a black trouser suit. There was a brick wall in the background. Another was sitting cross-legged on a patch of grass. She was wearing a vest top and denim shorts. A pile of books at her side hinted that she was a student. The third woman's hair was more brown than black, but she had gorgeous eyes that reminded Jack of Rebecca when they first met, so bright and full of life. His phone rang again. No caller ID. He answered it before the second ring. A mixture of relief and loathing swept through him as the killer asked,
"Have you seen the photos?"
"Yes."
"I want you to choose one of them."
"Why?"
"Just choose one."
Jack swiped between the women. There was a brick of tension in his stomach. He stared into the third woman's beautiful eyes. No, he couldn't bring himself to choose her. The black-suited woman looked in a hurry to be somewhere. There were dark smudges beneath her eyes and 2 rings on her wedding finger. Those smudges might indicate sleepless nights of mothering a baby. There were no such marks on the cross-legged young woman's face. No rings on her fingers. She looked as if she didn't have a care in the world. It had to be her.
"Oh, I'm sorry," he silently told her. "The student in the park."
A little chuckle.
"You're so clever, Jack. Only thing is, it's the middle of summer. Not many students around Manchester at the moment. You're right about the park, though. I love walking in parks, people watching."
"I bet you do. I bet you imagine what it would be like to be them, to live their lives instead of your own pathetic existence.
So, here's how it works, Jack. If I catch you in a lie, or think you're holding something back, the girl you chose will be the next to die. Picture what she'll look like when I've finished with her. You don't want that on your conscience, do you?"
"No."
"So, you'll play by the rules?"
"Yes."
"Then give me the good stuff."
"Good stuff." What good stuff could he give without jeopardizing the investigation? The partial shoe print and synthetic hair fibre were unquestionably off-limits. No fingerprints have been recovered from the crime scenes. No sexual discharge either. Jack couldn't resist the impulse to add, "They think that means you might be impotent." Another laugh.
"What do you think it means?"
"They might be right. We're contacting local GPs and sexual dysfunction counsellors to find out if you've sought treatment."
That's a good idea, Jack. No trace of anxiety. That one's a non-starter, unless the bastard is bluffing. Jack stopped the train of thoughts in his tracks. Second-guessing was a bad habit, although that didn't mean it wasn't worth poking around, seeing if you hit any sore spots. They also think you're most likely a white male over 30. Single, separated or divorced. That you may have a history of mental illness, and or a criminal record. And that you're local to South Manchester. Sounds like you're talking about yourself. I pointed that out to my DCI. Be careful, or you might end up a suspect. That wouldn't happen. Why not? Because I'm not insane. And I am. Is that what you're saying? For the perpetrator, killing is an obsessional, almost erotic compulsion that grows stronger with every act. Those are the police psychologist's words, not mine. Does that sound like a sane person? I'm not qualified to say, but the psychologist was right. The compulsion does grow stronger with every act. The killer's voice quickened. It's getting stronger right now. I'm not sure I can resist it. Oh, God, I need to see blood. I need to smell it. I need it. The line fell silent. Jack's pulse was pounding in his face. He was picturing the cross-legged girl, bloodied, slashed, torn. Are you still there? Can you hear me? Don't hurt her. I'll help you. Tell me how to help you. The voice came back on the line. Last chance, Jack. Stop trying to wind me up and tell me what I need to know. He scoured his mind and found a red rose. A piece of flesh is missing from Erica Cook's left thigh, where she had a tattoo of a red rose and Cupid. SCD thinks the killer, thinks you, might have taken it as a trophy, or to get the same tattoo done yourself. If I were you, I'd avoid tattooists for the foreseeable future. Better, Jack. But I think you've got even more. A silent moment passed. I'm waiting, Jack. Think about that beautiful girl. Her life is in your hands. I'm going to count to 5, Jack. After that, you know what happens. 1, 2, 3. Jack's mouth opened and closed. What else did he have? The blood trails. No, that wouldn't cut it. Reese Devonport. No, that could put Brenda Devonport and Diane King in danger. 4. We have CCTV footage of an as-yet unidentified man talking to Zoe in the Alchemist cocktail bar. Jack blurted out. The line was silent again for several nerve-wracking seconds. Then the killer said, You just saved that girl's life, Jack. You should feel good about yourself right now. And why do I feel like a total piece of shit? Thought Jack. What does this man look like? He's about your height, but built like a bodybuilder. Shaved head, blonde beard, dressed all in black. Ooh, he sounds scary. You might have found your man. The flippant response suggested that the unidentified man and the killer were 2 different people. Once again, Jack wondered whether the killer was trying to bluff him out. And once again, he reminded himself that such second-guessing only played into the killer's hands. Have you got anything else? Asked the killer. No. The word was spoken like a full stop. Okay. I'll buy that for now. I'll be in touch again soon. Happy hunting, D.I. Anderson, taunted the velvety voice. The killer hung up. Jack took a deep breath, resisting an urge to hit something. He needed to conserve his energy for finding this bastard. He scrutinised the photos of the 3 potential victims again. The woman in the trouser suit had a dark mole on her left cheek. Not much use for identifying her unless she turned up dead. He zoomed in on the cross-legged woman's books. Their titles were too blurry to read. The third woman was sitting at a piano, but looking sideways at the camera. She had on a smart blouse and jacket. The photo was different to the others in 2 ways.
The woman knew she was being photographed, and she was indoors. There was a professional glossiness to the image. Unless the killer was a professional photographer, they hadn't taken this photo. In which case, where had they got it from? Jack uploaded the photos to Google Images and did a reverse image search. The outdoor photos turned up nothing of interest. A little thrill ran through him. The glossy image brought up an exact match. The woman was Fiona Jenkins, a private music teacher at Harmony Music, Manchester. According to their website, she offered expert tuition in piano and vocal coaching. He searched the electoral roll and phone book and got 2 more hits. A Fiona Jenkins lived on Allen Road, Withington, less than a mile from Camilla's flat. She was unmarried and 50 years old. Jack's gaze returned to the website photo. It had clearly been taken a fair few years ago. Fiona looked to be in her mid-30s at most in it. Did the killer only know Fiona from the photo? Or had they seen her in the flesh? If so, why were they deviating from their MO of targeting victims in their 20s and 30s? And how had they found her? Did they have a professional interest in music? Or perhaps Camilla had a connection to Harmony Music Manchester? He searched Harmony Music's website, but found nothing that answered his questions. He brought up a Google Earth image of where Fiona lived. Big Victorian house that had been converted into flats on a busy road where no one would pay attention to a stranger hanging around. His troubled gaze lingered on Fiona's phone number. Should he warn her? He'd chosen one of the other women, so she didn't seem to be in immediate danger. It occurred to him that if the killer asked him to choose again, he could pick Fiona, and then all he would have to do to catch the killer was lie in and wait for them to come after her. Oh, that made it seem simple. It wasn't simple by any means. He would be playing Russian roulette with Fiona's life. No, he couldn't do that without her knowledge and the backup of his colleagues. But that wasn't an option either. The best he could do was an anonymous warning. He downloaded a voice changer app that allowed him to record his voice and play it back. Like the killer, he chose an androgynous voice. He thought about what he should say. He needed to leave Fiona in no doubt of the danger she was in before speaking into his iPhone.
Hello, Fiona. You don't know me, but I know you. I've been watching you like I watched those other women. You might have heard of them. Abigail Hart, Zoe Saunders, Erica Cook, Camilla Winter. They're all dead now. I killed them, and I'll kill you too unless someone stops me. I don't want to kill you, Fiona, but I can't help myself. I need to kill and kill again. The need is getting stronger. I'm not sure I can resist it. Oh, God, I need to see blood. I need to smell it. I need it. Jack stopped the recording and played it back. It gave him a strange tingle in his head to hear his distorted voice saying the killer's words. He drove west across the city and pulled over at an isolated phone box. He dropped coins into the slot and, pulling his sleeves down over his hands, dialed Fiona. The call went through to an answering service. He was glad. His message was terrifying enough without it being received in the middle of the night. He put his phone to the receiver and pressed play. The shit would hit the fan when Fiona got his message. She would go to the police, and they would put her under protection. Then they would pick the message apart, stake out her flat, maybe even try to set a trap for the killer using her as bait. What if the killer got wind of it all? How would they react? Oh, there's no point worrying about that now, Jack said to himself. You'll deal with that if it comes to it. The most important thing was that no harm came to Fiona. He'd done what he could for her. Now it was time to turn his attention to his own family. He drove fast to Laura's house and let himself in with the key she'd given him. Alert to the slightest sound, he crept upstairs. He breathed with relief at the sight of Naomi and Laura sleeping soundly. After securing the doors and windows, he lay down on the sofa. His body was exhausted, but his mind was too overwrought for sleep. He stared at Fiona's photo.
She wasn't as beautiful as Camilla, and she was a world away from Rebecca, but still, those Mediterranean blue eyes, you could drown in them. He'd used to stare into Rebecca's eyes for hours. Sometimes it got to where she would say, "Enough, Jack. Stop looking at me." He ground his knuckles into his forehead. How had life come to this? Not so long ago, he'd had a beautiful wife on one arm and a wonderful daughter on the other. Where had it all gone so wrong? He tried to be a good husband and father, but it had counted for nothing. One incomprehensible instant had shattered his world. "You're not going to do this to yourself. You're going to keep your promise to Naomi." With a shuddering breath, Jack closed his eyes and faced the nightmares once again. Chapter 28.
Morning, Daddy.
Jack opened his eyes. He'd been wondering how he would make it through another day of work without falling off the wagon. But at the sight of Naomi, all his doubts disappeared. She was smiling. Not a carefree smile, but a smile nonetheless. She was already wearing her school uniform.
"I made you breakfast,"
she said, handing Jack a plate of toast and a mug of tea.
"Thanks, sweetheart."
He sat up, rubbing his gritty eyes.
"What time is it?"
"It's 8 o'clock. Aunt Laura said to let you sleep for as long as possible."
Sleep. The fitful doze he'd eventually dropped into barely seemed to qualify for that term. Naomi watched Jack eat as if she was the parent and he was the child.
"Is it okay?"
she asked.
"It's delicious."
Naomi's smile broadened. With every kind word and kept promise, she was becoming happier and more secure. Jack's throat was suddenly so tight he couldn't swallow.
"Please don't let me let her down again. Please, please."
Laura came into the room in her nurse's uniform.
"Morning, little brother. That was a hell of a long first day."
Jack pushed the toast down with a mouthful of tea.
"I'll try to knock off a more reasonable time today, but you might have to pick Naomi up again."
"That's fine. I'm only doing a half shift. I saw on the news that they found—"
Laura broke off with a glance at Naomi, as if realising what she'd been about to say wasn't suitable for little ears. Jack nodded to show he knew what she was talking about.
"That's why I was up half the night."
"Found what?"
asked Naomi.
"Nothing you need to worry yourself about,"
said Jack. He gave his mug back to Naomi.
"Can I have another cup of tea, please, sweetie?"
Naomi headed for the kitchen.
"How close are you to catching whoever's doing it?" asked Laura.
"Not close enough."
"You'll get there."
Jack looked at her doubtfully.
"If we catch this scumbag, it won't be down to me. I'm not the copper I used to be, Laura."
"You've only been back one day. Give it time. And don't push yourself too hard. Do you hear?" Smiling warily, Jack nodded. "Good. Now, get yourself in the shower." A shower and a second cup of tea later, Jack felt ready to face the world. He kept glancing at his phone during the drive to the school. Why hadn't Paul called with news of the killer's message to Fiona? Perhaps Fiona was still asleep. Naomi was chattering on about her school friends. It was good to hear her talking about things girls her age were supposed to talk about. He went through the usual routine. Goodbye kiss, watch her into school, look around for anyone suspicious, before heading to HQ. The incident room was busy, but not busy enough to suggest any big new developments. Maybe Fiona had gone to work without listening to her messages. Jack wasn't overly concerned. No news also meant that no fresh bodies had been found. Emma was still at her desk, scanning through CCTV footage of nighttime streets. Her bloodshot eyes told a tale of long, fruitless hours of searching. Her desk was littered with the evidence of a raid on the cafe vending machines. Chocolate bar wrappers, crisp packets, cardboard cups, cans of energy drink.
"Have you been here all night?" asked Jack.
Uh-huh.
"Any progress?"
No.
"Why don't you take a break? Get some breakfast, I'll take over. The offer wasn't made purely out of generosity. He needed to get back on Emma's good side. Thanks, but I'm okay. Steve strutted into the office as if he was in charge. His moustache twitched. Bloody hell, smells like something died in here. Emma flashed a glare at him. Something will die in here if you don't keep your gob shut. Steve held up his palms. Whoa, wrong time of the month. Emma started to explode, but checked herself. She turned to Jack. I've changed my mind. I'll take you up on your offer. She tapped a sheet of paper. Those are the cameras I've been through. Jack wafted her towards the door. Go get some decent food inside you. And don't rush back. I'll let the DCI know the score. With a tired nod of thanks, Emma left the room. Jack took her seat and perused her notes. She'd trawled through hours of footage from cameras to the west of the Cuban. She'd printed out dozens more images of Mr. Averages. Jack flicked through them. His wild-eyed stalker alter ego was nowhere to be seen. Paul approached, sipping a supersized coffee. The bags under his eyes suggested he hadn't got much sleep either. Living in a budget hotel was clearly taking a toll on him. Jack thought about his empty house. Rewind 16 months and he would have offered Paul a place to stay. Of course, Paul would have had to open up to him about his marital problems first.
Morning, Jack. Where's D.I. Steele?
Getting breakfast. She's been working all night on her Mr. Average theory.
Do you still think Mr. Average is a red herring?
I never said he was. I just don't think it's as promising a lead as Emma thinks. I may have found something, though. Jack was careful to keep his wording vague as he continued. It's a bit random, but I was running number plates caught on the camera near the Cuban last Friday, and I came up with this. Jack pulled up Rhys Devonport's missing person file. Paul raised an intrigued eyebrow as he read it. 5'10", stocky, dark hair. I suppose Devonport could be Mr. Average, except the doorman says Mr. Average is 30, 40 tops. Devonport is too old. It could be that you've stumbled across a lead in a separate case. You'd better give Cheshire Police a call. What about Brenda Devonport?
By all means, speak to her and anyone else of interest.
I'd like to put eyes on Brenda. Gauge what she's about.
Fine, but take Emma with you.
I'm not sure she's in a fit state.
The fresh air will do her good. Besides, Jack, you're not ready to be out there on your own.
I'm fine.
Are you?
Paul asked with a meaningful look that Jack decoded as, Have you managed to stay off the source?
Yes. I'll send someone over to Chorlton in case Camilla's neighbours saw the punto or anyone fitting Devonport's description.
Jack was relieved Paul hadn't asked him to undertake that particular task. There was as much chance that Camilla's neighbours had seen him hanging around as Devonport. Paul gave him a keep up the good work pat on the back. Then he continued on his way around the room, chatting with other team members. Jack watched him, reflecting that Paul was made for command. He had that essential ability of all good commanders, to be both aloof and caring at the same time. Jack returned his attention to Rhys Devonport's file. The chief investigating officer was a DS Michelle Coyle. He gave her a call and explained the situation. This is the first movement on the case in months, she told him. I was starting to wonder whether Rhys is still with us. He may not be. It's not possible to ID him from the footage. Is there anything you can tell me about Rhys that isn't in the file? He's not a well-liked bloke. He fell out with his sister Brenda years ago, over something or other. There's no love lost between him and his ex-wife Diane either. Have you spoken to Diane? Several times. She's a piece of work. Openly admits she couldn't care less if Rhys is alive or dead. Mind you can hardly blame her. According to her, he treated her like shit for 20 years. Mostly just womanising and boozing, but he apparently beat her up when she told him she wanted a divorce. She didn't report the assault. Does Rhys have any other exes? Not that I'm aware of. No other living relatives either. No children. Apart from the blokes he drinks with in his local, he's all alone. It's sad, really.
I'm surprised it only took 12 days for someone to notice he was missing.
Is it possible Reese has been bumped off by an angry husband?
Anything's possible, but we haven't managed to track down any of the women he had affairs with. The way Diane tells it, they were mostly one-night stands in Blackpool. Reese used to spend a lot of time in Blackpool.
Mostly?
She mentioned one woman Reese may have had a long-term affair with in the 80s, but she didn't have a name for us.
What about a physical description?
Yeah, but nothing of any use. White, brunette, 30-something.
Roughly the same age and hair colour as the victims.
The lead had just got more interesting.
What about eye colour?
Sorry, I can't remember if Diane said.
Did you ask Brenda about this woman?
Yes, she claims to have no knowledge of her. Jack caught a note of scepticism in Michelle's voice.
But you don't believe her?
I wouldn't say that. I just think she knows more than she lets on.
Why would she withhold information that might lead us to Reese?
I got the feeling Brenda disapproves of her brother's lifestyle. I think she'd rather just forget all about him. Like I said, it's a sad case.
They all are, thought Jack.
Do you really think Reese could be involved in the murders? Asked Michelle. He comes across as a real git, but I wouldn't have pegged him as a killer.
Would you peg me as a stalker and a corrupt copper?
Jack felt like replying. My DCI seems to think not, but you know how it is. Michelle made a noise that indicated she did indeed know how it was. All leads had to be followed up as far as possible, especially in such a serious case. Well, good luck, and call me if you need anything. Jack thanked her and got off the phone. The conversation had done nothing to sway him either way about Reese. Plenty of people disappeared off the charts for one reason or another. It was particularly easy for loners like Reese to do so. Often they resurfaced after weeks, months, or even years. Sometimes they were never seen or heard of again. It stood to reason that a man like Reese would have enemies, wronged women, cuckolded husbands. Perhaps one of them had killed him and left him to rot in a ditch. Or maybe he'd sold his car and taken himself off to live out his final years in Thailand. Jack hoped the latter was the case. Even a git like Reese didn't deserve to die a violent death. Chapter 29. The morning briefing was a largely negative affair. No potential witnesses had come forward in response to the article in the evening news about Dale's confrontation with Mr. Average. Nothing of real interest had come into the tip hotline. Nor had forensics come up with anything significant from Camilla's flat. No connection had been found between Camilla, Dale, and the other victims. No one had gone into any local tattooist to get a red rose and cupid tattoo since Erica's murder. No impotent psychopaths had sought help from therapists in the area. There had been no more sightings of the mystery man from The Alchemist. There was one glimmer of positivity. A Mr. Harold Yates in the flat above Camilla's had been woken up by banging sometime around midnight on Saturday. He hadn't thought much of it, because Camilla and Dale had had something of a stormy relationship. It wasn't uncommon to hear them arguing and throwing things around. Mr. Yates's information backed up the coroner's estimated time of death for the victims. The briefing was breaking up when Emma returned. Her eyes were clearer, and the colour was back in her cheeks.
"You're looking more alive,"
said Jack. "I feel it, thanks." Stifling a yawn, she settled back into her seat. "How's the briefing?" Jack gave her a quick rundown. She cocked an eyebrow when he told her what their day held in store. "I'm with the DCI on this one," she said. "If it wasn't for the mystery brunette, I'd hazard a guess that there's no connection between the Reese Devonport case and ours."
"I'm not convinced there's a connection either, but it's worth looking into."
"Does Brenda Devonport know we're coming?"
"No, and I don't want her to. It's been a few months since she had any contact with Cheshire Police. I want to catch her off guard."
Jack and Emma made their way down to the car park. "I'll drive," said Emma. "There's something I want to do before we head over to Eccles." Jack glanced at her curiously. Had she come up with a lead of her own? He doubted it. He'd read her notes.
She had nothing. Emma drove south to the A57, then Princess Road. He guessed where they were going. His guess was proved right when they pulled over outside Camilla's flat. Blue and white police tape was still stretched across the car park's entrance. 2 police vehicles and a bored-looking constable were in situ. Emma stared at the scene, fingers pressed to her lips. She reminded Jack of himself. Not himself now, but the person he'd been before Rebecca died. There was a determination about her that would have put a dog with a bone to shame. Usually he'd have counted himself lucky to work with her. Right then it made him as tense as a compressed spring. Emma's gaze moved to the cemetery. She got out of the car. Jack smoked a cigarette as he followed her into the cemetery. It gave him an eerie feeling being there, like returning to somewhere familiar yet alien. He was careful not to look at the altar tomb where he'd spent several drunken days and nights. But he couldn't stop himself from looking at Camilla's bedroom window and picturing her sat there brushing her coal-black hair. Emma meandered back and forth, examining graves as if their occupants could tell her what she wanted to know.
"What are you hoping to find?" asked Jack. "This entire area's already been checked out."
Instead of replying, Emma approached the altar tomb and ran a hand across its spires and arches. She stooped to peer into the crack that Jack had peered out of at Camilla. Then she moved to sweep aside the ivy that veiled the collapsed wall. Jack's heart was palpitating. Had he left something? A vodka bottle, a cigarette nub in the tomb?
Anything?
No. This would have been a good spot to watch Camilla from, don't you think?
Yes,
Jack reluctantly agreed. Emma got on her phone to forensics and requested that the altar tomb be checked over inside and out. Jack ground his teeth. The tomb was made of rough, friable stone. The chances of usable latents being recovered were slim. There was a good chance, though, that he might have left behind clothing fibres and hair fragments. The clothes weren't a problem. He could get rid of them. But if brown hair was recovered, it would lend further credence to Emma's Mr. Average theory. They waited for forensics to arrive, then returned to the car. Emma put Brenda Devonport's address into the sat-nav. The tinny voice led them to a rough and ready area of terraced houses, local shops, chippies, pizza takeaways, Indian restaurants and pubs. Next stop was a curb adjacent to a small park. Some kids were kicking a ball around. A pair of scruffy blokes were sharing a bottle of something on a bench. Jack grimaced, thinking about how many hours he'd spent pissing his life away. They made their way through the park. Its far side was overlooked by a row of red brick, bay-windowed terraced houses that matched the name of the street, Pleasant Road. Trees stretched their branches over the park railings, dappling the street with shadows. "No silver punto," said Emma, scanning the cars parked outside the houses. Jack peered around a tree at a paunchy man in his 60s, or early 70s, who was pottering about in a front yard, pulling up weeds and watering flowers. Not Rhys Devonport, unless he'd lost his hair and shrunk several inches. Net curtains veiled the house's front windows. A woman of a similar age to the man soon emerged from the house. Tanned face, glasses, black bob, frumpy shorts and T-shirt, and a distinct resemblance to Rhys. Brenda handed the man a mug. She looked harmless, although that didn't mean she was harmless. Taking a leaf out of the killer's book, Jack deactivated the caller ID on his iPhone. Then he messaged Brenda. "Hello." She took a phone out of her shorts pocket, looked at it and showed it to the man. He said something and she shrugged. She tapped at her phone. Jack's phone buzzed as a reply came through. "Who is this?" "It's me," responded Jack. Brenda spoke to the man again. Now it was his turn to shrug. She sent another message. "Is this Rhys?" She'd taken the bait. Jack didn't reply. Brenda stared expectantly at her phone. After a minute or two, she messaged him again. "Where are you? Are you okay?" So Brenda had been telling the truth. She wasn't in contact with her brother. This time Jack replied, "Sorry, think I sent this to the wrong number." He didn't want to give Brenda false hope. Brenda's companion gestured as if to say, "I told you." Pocketing her phone, she squatted down to help weed the flagstones. "That was a crafty little trick," Emma commented in a tone that suggested she wasn't sure whether she approved. They headed back to the car and drove round to Brenda's house. Her companion had disappeared off somewhere. She was pruning a rosebush. She frowned when the detective showed their warrant cards.
"We're here about your brother," said Jack.
"Well, that's some coincidence." Brenda's accent was working-class Mancunian.
"Just minutes ago I got some odd text messages that I thought were from Reese, but it turns out they'd been sent to the wrong number. Do you want to see them?"
"I don't think that's necessary, Miss Devonport," said Jack. "It sounds innocent enough. Can we speak inside?"
Brenda led them along a narrow hallway into a living room that looked as if it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Brown three-piece suite, faded curtains, swalled carpet. A crucifix hung on the wall above a gas fire.
"We have some new information about Reese," began Jack. "Last Friday, his car was picked up by CCTV on Peter Street in Manchester city centre."
Brenda put a hand to her heart as if to calm it.
"He's alive."
"I'm afraid we haven't been able to identify the driver. Do you have any idea